Yo, imagine this. You're just vibe in the middle of nowhere, chilling hard in a forest hut. When boom, a literal fairy queen crashes through your roof. That's Ning Yetchin's life. This dude's a retired demon lord just trying to live his soft life when suddenly a silver-haired goddess, poisoned by a deadly aphrodisiac, drops into his bed, literally. Turns out, if she doesn't get down and dirty, she dies. No antidote. So what does our man do? He takes one for the team. 3 whole days later, she's gone, no name, no goodbye, just poof. Fast forward 10 years, she's back. But not alone. She's got a mini-me with her. Yeah, you guessed it, his kid. Now, Ning Yetchin's trying to process. Wait, I'm a dad. Meanwhile, the fairy, Empress Luo Ruiying, is straight up dying from injuries and betrayal back in the heavenly realm. Turns out, she risked everything just to bring their daughter to him. Yetchin's pissed. Like demon mode, unlocked pissed. And when he finds out how she and the kid have been hunted, hidden, and abused, he's done playing nice. Man grabs his gear and flies straight back to the heavenly realm. No ascension needed. Just explodes through the gate like a boss. The whole heaven is shaking, cause the demon lord is back. And this time, he's got a family to protect.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Late at night, deep within the monster domain forest, a streak of brilliant light tore through the sky like a meteor. If you look closely, a woman's silhouette could be seen inside the glow, falling fast out of control. She plummeted from the heavens and crashed straight through the roof of a secluded wooden house. Boom! Inside, Ning Yetchin jolted awake, his sleep shattered by the sudden impact. As he sat up in bed, his eyes widened. A woman, no, a celestial beauty, had just fallen from the sky into his room. She wore a phoenix cloud heavenly robe. Silver hair, crimson eyes, flawless skin. She looked like she'd stepped straight out of a divine painting. Even with all the demonesses and fairies he'd met in his long life, Ning Yetchin couldn't help but stare. She had to be from the heavenly realm, and judging by her regal attire, her status was anything but low. Asterisk, did someone find me? Was she sent to assassinate me? Asterisk, he wondered, instincts kicking in. He'd been in hiding for nearly a century, and not even the heavenly realm dared to provoke him casually. Surely, this had to be a coincidence. Or was it? Just as he debated whether to kill her or flee, the woman stirred. Her eyes fluttered open and locked onto his. Her vision was blurry, her body trembling. The aphrodisiac coursing through her veins was spreading fast, heating her blood and fogging her thoughts. She struggled to stand, but her knees buckled and she collapsed right into his arms. Yetchin instinctively held his hands up to avoid touching her, confused and cautious. But when he looked down and saw her flushed cheeks and hazy eyes, realization hit him like lightning. The 1,000-demon aphrodisiac. He recognized the symptoms immediately. A terrifying concoction made from over 1,000 demonic ingredients. There was no antidote. If she didn't have sex within hours, she would die. She was already at her limit. Luo Ruiying, desperate and barely conscious, looked up at the handsome man before her. Her mind blurred by the aphrodisiac, she made a decision. He'll have to do. With a flick of her wrist, divine ropes shot out, binding Ning Yetchin's limbs to the bed. In one fluid motion, her robe slipped off, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, revealing her bare form beneath. Yetchin froze. Asterisk, wait. Is this really happening? Asterisk. He could break the ropes easily. But if he refused, she would die. Though not known for his kindness, Yetchin couldn't bring himself to let such a woman perish, especially not like this. Sighing, he gave in. Just this once. And so it began. The next 3 days were a blur of moans, heat, and passion as the aphrodisiac ran its course. The room trembled, the bed broke, and by the end, the entire place was in ruins. On the fourth day, Luo Ruiying stirred awake. She lay naked on his chest, her face flushed from embarrassment and exhaustion. Glancing at the unconscious Yetchen, sorrow flickered in her eyes. As an empress of the heavenly realm, she had fallen to the mortal world and given herself to a man she barely knew. She raised her hand, hesitation in her eyes. Asterisk, I should kill him. No one can know. Asterisk. But after a long pause, she sighed and lowered her hand. Asterisk, he saved me. I owe him that much. Asterisk. She clothed herself and walked to the door, whispering softly, let's pretend this never happened. Just a dream. And just like that, she vanished into the morning mist. Moments later, Ning Yetchin opened his eyes and sat up with a tired smile. So, it was just a dream, huh? Works for me. He'd been awake all along, but didn't know how to face her, so he faked sleep. Now she was gone, and things could go back to normal. Or so he thought. Looking around at the wreckage, he scratched his head and muttered, well, that escalated fast. Then it hit him. Asterisk, wait. We didn't use protection. Asterisk. He panicked briefly, but reasoned she was a high-level fairy. Surely she had her own ways to prevent pregnancy. With that, he shrugged it off and leaned back with a sigh. No way that one-night stand comes back to haunt me. Right? Nestled in a vast mountain range, a lonely wooden house stood hidden among the towering trees, out of place, forgotten by time. In the courtyard, Ning Yetchin lounged lazily on a handmade rocking chair, dark shades on, juice in hand. With each gentle sway, he soaked up the sunlight like a man without a care in the world. No responsibilities, no battles, no drama. This was the life. No school, no sect, no heavenly emperors breathing down his neck. He grew his own food, fished when bored, and spent the rest of his time doing absolutely nothing. Peaceful, quiet, reclusive, but even paradise gets dull after 100 years of isolation. The silence was starting to gnaw at him. No phones, no entertainment, just the sound of wind, leaves, and his own thoughts. And lately, those thoughts kept drifting back to her, the woman who fell from the sky a decade ago and vanished like a dream. Why was she still on his mind? Am I seriously getting soft from being single for a century? He scoffed internally. Still, he couldn't shake the memory. He didn't even know her name. Just one night and then gone. He shook his head and closed his eyes. But then his eyes snapped open. Someone was approaching. No, two people. He hadn't sensed anyone breach his formation in years. Besides that mysterious woman 10 years ago, no one else had ever made it this far. His lips curled into a smirk as he casually dispelled the barrier around the house. Let's see who came knocking this time. Elsewhere in the forest, a weary woman trudged forward. She was still beautiful, even after everything, but her steps were slow, her aura faint. On her back, a small girl, barely 4 years old, clung to her, looking around with bright, curious eyes. Mommy, where are we going? The little one asked in a soft voice. Luo Ruiying smiled faintly and answered, Didn't you always want to meet your father, yeah? We're going to find him. The smile didn't reach her eyes. It had been 10 years since that night. She hadn't planned to return. But now she had no choice. The problem was the wooden house wasn't where it should have been. No matter how closely she followed her memory, it was like the place had vanished. Asterisk, did he move? Or maybe he already has a new family? Asterisk. The thought tightened her chest. Really? We're going to find Daddy. Luo Hongye's eyes lit up with excitement, hugging her mother tightly. Seeing her daughter's joy, Ruiying couldn't bring herself to dampen it. She forced a gentle mmm and continued walking. But the questions came fast. Mommy, didn't you say Daddy died before I was born? Ruiying paused. She had lied to protect her. What was she supposed to say now? Well, actually, your father's alive. I just didn't want you to worry, she said quickly. Really? Hongye's voice was full of hope. Then why didn't he come find us? Does he not want us? Tears welled in the little girl's eyes. Panicked, Ruiying hugged her close and soothed her. No. That's not it, sweetie. Your daddy, he was badly hurt. He's been hiding and healing all this time. That's why we never told you. Hongye sniffled, but she nodded. Okay. Is he better now? He's absolutely fine now, Ruing reassured, though she wasn't sure herself. Suddenly, she froze. Her instincts flared. There was a strong demon beast nearby. She tightened her grip on Hongye and reached for her sword, eyes sharp. But the beast's aura vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Strange, it backed off? Then she saw it, right there in front of her, like it had materialized from thin air. The wooden house. The same one from her memory. Her eyes widened, lips parting in disbelief. And then, she smiled. Asterisk found it. This is it. Asterisk. Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongye to the wooden house. While knocking on the door, she felt worried. The door slowly opened with a creak. May I ask whom you are looking for? Ning Yetchin stood at the door with a smile on his face. For some reason, he could not help feeling something familiar about the girl in front of him. Looking at the face in her memory, Luo Ruing pursed her lips slightly, lowered her eyes, and did not know where to start for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she asked quizzically, Have you forgotten me? Ning Yetchin scrutinized the girl. Her hair was black, her eyes were red, and she was beautiful. She was indeed familiar, but he was unable to remember her. He had seen many beauties in his time, so he had trouble remembering her for a moment. Also, he had gone into reclusion for such a long time, so no one should know he was here. Who are you? Ning Yetchin asked awkwardly. He had thought for a long time, but was unable to match a name to her face. When Luo Ruing noticed that he genuinely did not remember her, a look of frustration and disappointment appeared on her face. She could not help saying angrily, You heartless cad. He had taken her virginity, and she was trying so hard to keep their child safe. Now, they had finally escaped from the heavenly realm and came all the way to find him, but he did not remember her at all. She knew that, for a mortal, people could forget many things in 10 years. But she could not help feeling enraged and disappointed when Ning Yetchin forgot about her completely. The scolding instantly left Ning Yetchin stunned. To be honest, ever since he transmigrated into this world and became the demon lord of the demon realm a century ago, he had never dated. He was definitely not a heartless cad. This was ridiculous. This was slander. Pure slander. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Did you get the wrong person? Ning Yetchin felt that this woman must have gotten the wrong guy. Seeing that Ning Yetchin really could not remember her, Luo Ruing sighed in disappointment. She held Luo Hongye and looked at him sadly. She's your daughter. You are responsible for us. Ning Yetchin was stunned. This news was simply explosive. He suddenly became a father. Ning Yetchin lowered his head to look at Luo Hongye. She looked as exquisite as a doll and a little shy as she kept looking at him. The little girl was adorable. He inexplicably felt close to her the first time he laid eyes on her. When he was suddenly told that she was his child, he was at a loss. Other than those nights of hot sex 10 years ago, he had not touched a single woman. At the thought of this, something suddenly struck Ning Yetchin, and he pointed at Luo Ruing. Hey, are you the fairy from those nights? Seeing that Ning Yetchin had finally recalled, Luo Ruing nodded shyly. After hearing the answer, Ning Yetchin opened his mouth in surprise. No way. It's really her. Luo Ruing's cultivation was far weaker than before and at a completely different level. Her once beautiful silver hair was now black, so he had been unable to remember her no matter how he tried. He did not think she was the girl from those nights at all. Ning Yetchin was a little puzzled. After having sex with him, the woman who used to be a fairy 10 years ago came back with a child to hold him accountable. As a fairy, considering her rank, she might even be good enough to be a saintess or an empress in the heavenly realm, but she strangely came to the mortal realm to look for him. What made it even more unfathomable was that the higher the cultivation base, the harder it was for people to get pregnant. This was common knowledge. For some heavenly venerables, to have children, they had to keep trying daily with various partners for many years before they succeeded. He had inexplicably hit the bull's eye in one go. Never mind that. As a cultivator, she could use her powers to terminate the pregnancy at any time if she wanted. He thought that after the sex, Luo Ruiying would definitely do this to prevent a pregnancy. After all, she was a fairy from the heavenly realm, so she could not casually have a baby. In the end, she had genuinely spent several years waiting for the fetus to grow, giving birth to it, and raising the child. Is she really my child? Ning Yechen asked in disbelief. He was simply asking for confirmation, but he knew the answer in his heart. However, the moment Ning Yechen blurted the words from his mouth, he regretted it. It seemed rather rude. Sure enough, hearing Ning Yetchin's words, Luo Ruiying frowned deeply. Her face was dark as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Humph. If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just take the child and leave. You don't have to insult us." With that, Luo Ruiying turned to leave without hesitation with tears in her eyes. Leaning on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, Luo Hongye looked at Ning Yechen intently with her big eyes. She said quietly into her mother's ear, "Doesn't Daddy want us?" The moment she saw Ning Yechen, she inexplicably felt close to him. Luo Hongye was always shy, but she wasn't afraid of Ning Yechen in the slightest, so she knew that he must be the father she had been dreaming of all this time. Luo Hongye's words struck Ning Yechen in the heart deeply, making him tremble uncontrollably. As the demon lord of the demon realm, he was not the kind of scumbag who would abandon his wife and child. He had not been afraid to do it, so he was naturally fine with taking responsibility. Ning Yechen quickly walked up beside Luo Ruiying and grabbed her arm. "Hang on. I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. Let go of me. I don't need you to take responsibility anymore." Luo Ruiying angrily pushed aside Ning Yetchin's hand. Afraid that she would hurt the mortal Ning Yechen, she deliberately reduced her strength and did it gently. Even though she had lowered her strength, it should be enough to wrest herself free from a grown man, but she was unable to escape Ning Yetchin's grip. Before Luo Ruiying could become surprised, she tasted something in her mouth. She quickly covered it and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Blood appeared on Luo Ruiying's hand, and her face became increasingly pale. "Are you hurt?" Ning Yechen instantly gripped Luo Ruiying's wrist, looking cold. I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruiying struggled to get away, but she had no energy. The moment she took a step forward, her vision turned blurry, and she fell into Ning Yetchin's arms and fainted. Mommy! Mommy!" Luo Hongye shouted while holding Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying by the waist and pulled her into his arms tightly while holding Luo Hongye with his other hand. He comforted her gently. "Don't worry. With me around, your mother will be fine." "Mommy!" Luo Hongye quickly lunged into Luo Ruiying's arms. Luo Ruiying touched Luo Hongye's head lovingly. Ning Yechen smiled, got up, and left to brew medicine. When Ning Yechen came back, Luo Hongye was already asleep in Luo Ruiying's arms. "Here, take the medicine." Ning Yechen sat down by the bed, holding the medicine in one hand, and slowly helped Luo Ruiying to get up. Luo Ruiying was so weak that she had trouble getting up. She could only lean against Ning Yechen. "Oh yes, what's your name?" Luo Ruiying leaned against Ning Yechen and asked in a weak and slightly shy tone. She had brought their child over, wanted to hold the man accountable, but she did not know his name. "Ning Yechen. What about you, dear?" Ning Yechen asked with a smile on his face. "Dear." Hearing the way he called her, Luo Ruiying's pale face instantly turned red, and she looked awkward. She was very unaccustomed to this. She used to be a heavenly empress, but someone suddenly called her this, so she could not help feeling weird. "Is something wrong? You've slept with me, and now we have child. Aren't you basically my wife? If you want, you can call me baby," Ning Yechen said in a thick-skinned manner. Since she was his woman, from now on, she would be his wife. Even though it was unexpected, he felt happy that he suddenly had a wife and daughter. Luo Ruiying was unable to retort, so she quietly let Ning Yechen have his way. In any case, she probably did not have much time left, so it did not make a difference for her to be his wife for a few days. However, she certainly could not call him baby. "I am he, Luo Ruiying." Luo Ruiying wanted to introduce herself as a heavenly empress out of habit, but she quietly changed her words. Now, she was no longer a heavenly empress of the heavenly realm. From this moment, the two of them finally knew each other's identities. Ning Yechen smiled. He scooped a spoonful of medicine from the bowl, cooled it, and held the spoon to Luo Ruiying's mouth. "Dear, time to take your medicine." Luo Ruiying was in no hurry to take the medicine. Instead, she looked at Luo Hongye in her arms with a serious expression before raising her head to say to Ning Yechen, "If I am no longer around, please take care of this child." She wanted to tell Ning Yechen to take care of everything while her condition was stable. She knew her condition best. Her meridians were destroyed, and her immortal bone and heart were gone. Just using the medicine in the mortal realm was of no use at all. It made no difference to take the medicine. Okay, got it. Now, take your medicine." In order to make Luo Ruiying take the medicine as soon as possible, Ning Yechen answered patronizingly. The words Luo Ruiying wanted to say were a complete waste of time. The moment she took the medicine, she would be fine. Hearing Ning Yetchin's patronizing tone, Luo Ruiying frowned. She looked at him unhappily disappointed. She was already in this condition and simply trying to take care of her final affairs. But he did not take it to heart. "Are you listening to me? MHM." Before Luo Ruiying could finish speaking, Ning Yechen took the opportunity to put the spoon into her mouth. He had specially brewed the medicine. Even in the heavenly realm, these herbs were rare. The medicinal effect would fade away quickly, so he could not let it go to waste. Luo Ruiying was about to get angry over being force-fed medicine, but she suddenly noticed something wrong and went into a daze. She could sense powerful energy from the medicine spreading throughout her body. It felt as though she was covered in warmness. The injuries on her body recovered completely in the blink of an eye. Even her meridians were swiftly recovering. What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so powerful and effective? Even in the heavenly realm, I have never taken something like this. How can such rare herbs be available in the mortal realm? Luo Ruiying wondered. What is this medicine? Luo Ruiying blurted out. It's just some herbs I picked from the mountain. Come on, don't waste it. Take the medicine now." Ning Yechen felt a little guilty as he hurriedly scooped medicine into Luo Ruiying's mouth. A mortal man, like him, was unable to have access to so many heavenly herbs, so it was genuinely hard to explain. Luo Ruiying did not buy it. This was an ordinary mountain, and it made no sense for such rare herbs to be available. Just based on the herbs she could identify, there were already a few heavenly herbs that were over 1,000 or even 10,000 years old. In order to not put the medicine to waste and take it while it was effective, Luo Ruiying did not continue asking. Instead, she obediently opened her mouth and drank every spoon Ning Yechen fed her. This was the first time that someone was taking care of her like this. What was more, he was immortal. Ning Yechen enjoyed the process of feeding her medicine. It felt as though life suddenly became a lot more interesting. Luo Ruiying gently opened her pink lips and let the medicine enter her mouth. She even licked the spoon greedily, not wanting to waste a single drop. He never knew that feeding someone medicine could be so intriguing. Luo Ruiying detected Ning Yetchin's gaze, so she raised her head and asked quizzically, What's the matter?" "Nothing. I just think my wife is gorgeous," Ning Yetchen said candidly. "You're shameless." His blunt words took Luo Ruiying by surprise. It was unknown if it was a symptom of the medicine, but her face blushed. She pursed her pink lips and looked down. In the past, she would reprimand him for his shamelessness and even punish him. Now, something felt different inside, and she was not particularly angry. "Aren't you going to tell me what happened?" Ning Yechen asked while feeding Luo Ruiying a spoonful of medicine. If he could get some clues from Luo Ruiying, it would be easier for him. A serious look appeared on Luo Ruiying's face, and she shook her head firmly. "Please stop asking. The less you know, the better. Otherwise, you'll be in grave danger." Luo Ruiying did not want Ning Yechen to get involved in her business. Even if he knew the truth, he could do nothing. She was unable to detect the slightest cultivation and spiritual energy from him. A mere mortal could never go against the powers of the heavenly realm. She did not want him endangered, so she chose not to say anything. Even though he knew that Luo Ruing might not tell him the truth, Ning Yechen could not help feeling disappointed. If he knew the culprits' identities, he could more accurately attack them. The heavenly realm was vast. There were countless sacred places, palaces, sects, and mysterious clans. It would be quite hard if he had to search without any clue. From the looks of it, he had to make a trip to the heavenly realm. After feeding the medicine, Ning Yechen put Luo Ruing to bed and pulled up the blanket to cover Luo Ruing and Luo Hongye. Luo Ruing was very sleepy after taking such strong medicine. She fell into deep sleep while her body continued absorbing it. Ning Yechen touched her face lovingly before walking out of the house. With a jump, he transformed into a dark light, going straight toward the heavens. The protective screen dividing the mortal realm and the heavenly realm was broken. After 100 years, here I come, heavenly realm. In the eastern heavenly domain, in an ascension area, dozens of ascension gates over 30 meters high towered into the skies, looking grand and lofty. This was the junction between the mortal realm and the heavenly realm. It was also the place where those ascending from the mortal realm first arrived. In the various domains of the heavenly realm, many ascension areas could be found. It could be considered the heavenly realm's registration offices. The moment someone ascended from the lower realm, one of the ascension gates would activate automatically. A number of guards wearing heavenly armor were sitting beside the ascension gates, drinking and chatting about life. Do you know? Over 100 years ago, the demon lord of the demon realm, Ning Yetchin, led his troops to attack the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm united against him, and it set off a bloody storm. Everyone fought to no end. Eventually, the heavenly realm was nearly destroyed by demon Lord Ning Yetchin. Over a dozen heavenly emperors joined forces, but they were unable to take down the demon lord. After destroying half of the heavenly realm, the demon lord finally led the demon realm's soldiers to leave. It was the third war of immortals and demons in history, and it was also the one where we suffered the heaviest losses. I had the honor to witness the war of immortals and demons and survived it. A fat guard captain shared the history of the epic war of immortals and demons from a century ago animatedly with his subordinates. The other guards listened with relish. Now, the heavenly realm had not seen battle for a long time, and it was incredibly stable. Their job standing guard year after year felt meaningless and very boring. Then, what happened to the demon lord in the end? Why don't we hear about him anymore? Is he dead? One of the guards asked with his hand raised. The other guards had the same question and were waiting for the fat guard captain to answer. The fat guard captain stuck out his belly and said smugly, I hear that after the demon lord fought the heavenly emperors, he went back to the demon realm and disappeared. Some people speculate that he was seriously injured and passed away. The demon realm purposely suppressed the news, so we stopped hearing about the demon lord. I see. In that case, the heavenly realm is better. Of course. How can losers like the demon realm compare to the heavenly realm? Ha 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 ha. Everyone bragged and laughed proudly. After they were done laughing, someone asked curiously, Oh yes, you didn't mention how the demon lord looked. Just as the fat guard captain was about to answer, an ascension gate suddenly activated. At the same time, there were violent tremors. What's going on? Why is the ascension gate reacting so strongly? I don't know either. Nothing of the sort has ever happened before. All the guards were stunned. They quickly stood up and went over to check. They had never seen the ascension gates reacting so strongly before. It seemed as if someone was forcing their way through the ascension gate and trying to enter the heavenly realm. Who would have the guts to force their way into the heavenly realm? All the guards stood on high alert with their weapons trained on the ascension gate. Moments later, the ascension gate overloaded and exploded, leaving a cloud of smoke in its wake. A silhouette jumped through the smoke and gradually stepped out of the shattered gate. This was the first time any of the guards saw someone breaking an ascension gate. They watched with their mouths open in shock. After the silhouette appeared, they immediately surrounded him and pointed their spears at him. The fat guard captain at the lead shouted threateningly, Who goes there? How dare you barge into the heavenly realm and damage the ascension gate. After the cloud of smoke dissipated, Ning Yechen came into sight. Ning Yechen looked around and stretched lazily. It had been a long time since he came to the heavenly realm to stretch his legs, so he had nearly lost his way. After a century, the heavenly realm was as lousy as before, and nothing had changed. The parts of the heavenly realm that he had destroyed had all been rebuilt. Very well. Sir, shall we take him down? The guards looked at Ning Yechen intimidatingly and slowly approached him. The fat guard captain was in a daze. He kept trembling with a look of fear on his face, as though he had seen a ghost. It was him. It was that man. He was still alive. Now he was back. The guard beside him noticed something amiss with his expression, so he went over and asked, "Sir, what's wrong? We are waiting for your orders. Shall we arrest him?" Arrest? The fat guard captain was so scared that he stammered. Before he could finish speaking, the guard beside him nodded in acknowledgement of his order and immediately directed the guards to go forward. By the order of the captain, arrest him. All the guards held their spears and attacked. Ning Yechen glanced coldly at the guards. With a flick of his wrist, black flames appeared and turned the guards into ashes before they could make a sound. Even though he did not like fighting and killing, if people took the initiative to get in his face, he would not hold back either. The guard who gave the order was startled. Only the guard and the fat guard captain remained. The fat guard captain finally finished what he had been unable to finish saying earlier. "Hey, arrest my ass. He's the demon lord of the demon realm." Huh? The guard's legs instantly went soft, and he slumped to the ground. Ning Yechen was surprised that someone still recognized him after over a century. "Do you know me?" When the fat guard captain saw Ning Yechen walking over, he was so scared that he knelt on the ground and trembled while speaking. "Your name precedes you throughout the heavenly realm. I had the honor of seeing you a century ago." Ning Yechen nodded and smiled. "I haven't been to the heavenly realm in a long time. Mind pointing me to Tonda Palace? There, over there in that direction." The fat guard captain pointed tremblingly. He did not dare to hold back anything. In his opinion, the smile on Ning Yetchin's face was no different from a greeting from the god of death. He only hoped that he could die without any pain, just like the other guards. After thanking the fat guard captain, Ning Yetchin transformed into a dark light again and headed toward Tonda Palace. Seeing Ning Yechen leaving, the fat guard captain and the other guards slumped to the ground powerlessly and fainted. At Tonda Palace, the beautiful structure stood at the peak of the heavenly realm. Glorious halls intertwined together, looking grand. This was one of the 9 great powers of the heavenly realm, Tonda Palace. Ning Yechen arrived above Tonda Palace in the blink of an eye and shouted at the vast compound, "Old thing, you shouldn't have died yet, right? If so, get your ass out here to see me." The voice spread throughout Tonda Palace. Everyone in the palace felt as though their hearts and minds were exploding. They covered their ears in agony and slumped to the ground. The ones with slightly lower cultivations even had blood flowing from all their orifices and fainted. The unexpected event shocked everyone in Tonda Palace. Someone actually dared to speak rudely to Tonda Palace in the heavenly realm. "Who goes there? How dare you barge into Tonda Palace uninvited? You show no respect." A man with a powerful aura dressed in a golden heavenly attire shouted angrily. He flew out of the main hall of Tonda Palace and stood in the air in front of Ning Yechen. The moment he saw Ning Yechen, Tonda Changrong frowned. The man before him was very familiar, but he could not put his finger on it. Standing with his hands behind his back, Ning Yechen looked at Tonda Changrong and asked quizzically, "Huh? Who are you? Where's that stuffy old fool Tonda Wentian?" He had not come to the heavenly realm for a long time. He did not know that the leader of Tonda Palace had changed. Throughout the heavenly realm, no one dared to speak to someone from Tonda Palace as arrogantly as Ning Yechen did. The more Tonda Changrong looked at him, the more he found him familiar. Eventually, he recalled Ning Yetchin's identity, and his expression changed drastically. "It's you? Demon Lord of the Demon Realm, Ning Yetchin." Tonda Changrong was shocked, and there was fear in his eyes. The fear buried in his heart for over a century was triggered in this instant. Over a century ago, he had secretly seen Ning Yechen. Compared to over a century ago, Ning Yechen looked much kinder now and undoubtedly seemed like a mere mortal, so the man was unable to recognize Ning Yechen for a moment. Not bad. Someone from Tonda Palace still recognizes me. But you are wrong about one thing. I am the former demon lord of the demon realm. I have retired now. Ning Yechen shook his head and corrected him. Ning Yechen, you charged into the heavenly realm, disturbed the peace of Tonda Palace, and hurt our people. Do you seriously think we're pushovers? Although Tonda Changrong was scared, he was the current leader of Tonda Palace. After regaining his composure, he reprimanded Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen frowned in displeasure. Now that the rain has passed and the sky is clear, do you think that Tonda Palace is good? From the looks of it, I didn't demolish Tonda Palace thoroughly enough back then. Oomph. Ning Yechen, do you really think nothing has changed in the heavenly realm in a century? Now, I have entered the heavenly emperor rank, and I am determined to seek revenge on you for the destruction of Tonda Palace a century ago. Tonda Changrong looked stern. With a shout, the terrifying aura belonging to a heavenly emperor radiated from him and filled the atmosphere. The incredible force shattered all the palace structures within a 30-kilometer radius, and countless people could only lie on the ground, unable to catch their breath. Those with higher cultivations were barely able to hold their heads up. Everyone cheered for the Tonda Palace leader's aggressive aura. Sure enough, the Tonda Palace leader lives up to his name. He is a model for the younger generation. In just slightly over a century, he has risen from heavenly venerable into the ranks of heavenly emperors. This is the first time I have seen him in his full glory. How majestic and domineering. Within the heavenly realm, his strength is among the peak few. Oomph. He's furious now. Now it's time to teach a lesson to this kid who doesn't know better. Ning Yechen sighed helplessly. He raised his dark eyes and glanced at Tonda Changrong. With a gentle clap, a giant demonic palm over 100 meters wide appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on Tonda Changrong's head. The dark demonic palm covered half of Tonda Palace, including Tonda Changrong. All the disciples of Tonda Palace trembled and had been unable to move in the slightest. With a loud bang, nearly half of Tonda Palace was smashed into smithereens, leaving the heavenly realm shaking in its wake. Pinned under the demonic palm, Tonda Changrong spat blood and was embedded into the ground. All he could sense was his bones breaking with a look of horror on his face. How is this possible? I've already stepped into the heavenly emperor realm. Why do I feel like a helpless chicken in front of the demon lord? With one move, I nearly died. You didn't remember your lesson. In that case, there's no point in keeping Tonda Palace around. Ning Yetchin walked in the air with his hands behind his back and shouted calmly into the depths of Tonda Palace. Old man, I know you're still alive. If you don't come out, I will raze Tonda Palace to the ground and take every single person with it. On a count of 3, 2, 1. Before he could finish speaking, a green light flew from Tonda Palace with a few other colored lights following closely behind. An elegant old man with a 3-foot-long white beard quickly appeared before Ning Yetchin. Along with him were several elders of Tonda Palace at the heavenly emperor rank. This is great. The ancestor has come out of seclusion. A few other elders have also come out. Now, we have nothing to fear from that guy. Does he really think that he can single-handedly go against Tonda Palace? Outside Tonda Palace, countless disciples raised their heads and looked at the ancestor and elders in the sky. They represented not only the true strength of Tonda Palace, but they were also some of the strongest people in the heavenly realm. Ning Yetchin looked at Tonda Yetchin and smiled lightly. Old man, you finally showed your face. Tonda Yetchin looked at Ning Yetchin. His face trembled, looking paler than Tonda Changrong. The bane of my life is still around. Why did he come back? Which idiot made him come here? At the thought of the war of immortals and demons over a century ago, Tonda Yetchin could not help trembling all over. If he could, He would rather use the entire force of Tonda Palace to attack the other 8 great powers of the heavenly realm than fight the demon lord. Initially, when he heard the commotion and Ning Yetchin's voice, he had already guessed it was this man. He wanted to hide and wait for him to leave. Unfortunately, if he did not come out, Tonda Palace would be over. What's wrong? Did you bring so many men with you to spar against me? That's great. I haven't exercised in over a century. It's a good time for a warm-up, Ning Yetchin said with a bright smile on his face. The two of them sounded like good friends, but every word Ning Yetchin uttered made Tonda Palace shudder. Almost without hesitation, Tonda Palace hurriedly shook his head and smiled ingratiatingly. Greetings, Demon Lord. You are too kind. Tonda Palace will never be your enemy. The disciples of Tonda Palace looked at Tonda Palace with stunned expressions, and their faith instantly collapsed. This was their first time seeing the stern and authoritative ancestor of Tonda Palace smiling ingratiatingly. Demon Lord, I wonder if you could let off my great-grandson? Tonda Palace looked at Tonda Changrong pinned under the demonic palm. Seeing he was still breathing and alive, he felt relieved, and his attitude was particularly polite. Once, dozens of heavenly emperors had joined forces, but were unable to take down the demon lord. It made no sense for Tonda Palace to oppose him alone. If Tonda Palace were destroyed, so be it. At worst, they would rebuild it. As long as their foundation remained, all was well. Ning Yetchin glanced at Tonda Changrong. With a flick of his wrist, the 100-meter-wide demonic palm disappeared. After escaping death, Tonda Changrong ran over to Tonda Palace, pointed at Ning Yetchin, and griped, "Ancestor, you have to seek justice for Tonda Palace." The only reply he got was a loud and crisp slap. "You insensible fool! You have offended the demon lord. For that, you will be punished with imprisonment in the Forbidden Zone for a century." Tonda Palace was furious. Tonda Changrong still wanted to take action against the demon lord. He must really want Tonda Palace to be razed to the ground. He did not know better. If he could use his fists, he would not be enduring this humiliation and smiling obsequiously. Tonda Changrong was slapped over 100 meters away. He was in a daze, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. He could not believe that the ancestor who had always doted on him the most would strike him. A century ago, Tonda Changrong had been very well protected and had never personally exchanged blows with the demon lord. He did not know the demon lord's true strength. However, Tonda Palace had personally experienced it. He knew very well that no one in Tonda Palace was the demon lord's match. The slap and punishment were meant to save him. I announced that Tonda Changrong is to be removed as the leader of Tonda Palace. He will be imprisoned in the Forbidden Zone for a century. Men, take him. A few guards came forward to pull Tonda Changrong away. Seeing this, Ning Yetchin smiled and said nothing. He knew Tonda Changrong was just doing it for show. He was here to ask Tonda Palace to do something for him, not destroy them, so he did not take it to heart. Otherwise, he would have finished off Tonda Changrong with one blow. Demon Lord, may I ask what brings you to Tonda Palace? Tonda Palace asked politely with his hands cupped in front of him. At this moment, he could only hope that this terrifying man would leave as soon as possible. As long as the demon lord was here, he felt incredibly stressed. The many disciples of Tonda Palace standing below were stunned by this scene. The ancestor of Tonda Palace was among the most powerful people in the heavenly realm. He had never spoken so politely to anyone, but he was speaking ingratiatingly to the demon lord. He even went as far as taking the initiative to imprison the leader of Tonda Palace in the Forbidden Zone. I am here today to ask Tonda Palace to do something for me, Ning Yetchin said mildly. May I ask what it is? Tonda Palace asked quizzically. What could make the demon lord reappear in the heavenly realm after a century? I want you and the other 8 great powers of the heavenly realm to Investigate a woman called Luo Ruiying. In particular, I want information on her family background. Got it. Ning Yechen stated the purpose of his trip calmly, rather than slowly investigating for who knew how long in the heavenly realm on his own. It was easier to get someone here to do it. Tonda Palace did not expect Ning Yechen to return to the heavenly realm merely to investigate a woman. May I ask how she offended you? If so, Tonda Palace will be happy to. I'll take care of her. Tonda Palace said in a threatening tone with his eyes narrowed. Ning Yetchin slowly shook his head, but his eyes had a cold glint. No, need. I just want her information. Leave the rest to me. I understand. I will contact all the forces in the heavenly realm immediately to get what you need. Tonda Palace was startled and turned cold when he sensed the murderous aura radiating from Ning Yetchin. He cursed Luo Ruiying inwardly. Stupid woman. Of all the people she could offend, did it have to be this terrifying man? He even went as far as returning to the heavenly realm and wrecking Tonda Palace again. Even if Ning Yetchin did not want them to touch her, Tonda Palace certainly wanted to kill her. Good. I will be back in 3 days. If you can't give me what I want, Tonda Palace will be no more. With that, Ning Yetchin transformed into a dark light and left Tonda Palace in the blink of an eye. He had been gone for long enough and should return. His wife and daughter were probably waking up soon. Seeing Ning Yetchin leave, Tonda Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking about Ning Yetchin's return in 3 days, he felt miserable and worried. If he could not get the information Ning Yetchin wanted, he was certain that Tonda Palace would forever disappear from the heavenly realm. Considering this man's abilities, he could certainly accomplish this. Everyone listen up. Stop all cultivation and investigate someone called Luo Ruiying. Investigate everyone surnamed Luo. Also, tell the other heavenly realm forces and get them to help. Investigate too. Tell them that the demon lord is back. Yes, ancestor. It was the first time that the disciples of Tonda Palace had seen the ancestor so serious and nervous. They wasted no time and quickly transformed into lights and dispersed throughout the heavenly realm. In short time, news about the demon lord's return to the heavenly realm spread throughout the realm. What? Has demon lord Ning Yechen returned to the heavenly realm? Does the demon realm plan on attacking the heavenly realm again? Oh dear, we have to tell the ancestor. Oh no, the ancestor has already run off. Hearing about the demon lord's return, the entire heavenly realm instantly became turbulent. Countless people were so scared that they couldn't sleep, and an atmosphere of fear engulfed the realm. The people of the heavenly realm were destined to lose sleep for nights. Meanwhile, inside a dark palace somewhere in the demon realm, several people were sitting around a large round table with lights coming from their demonic eyes. The demon lord has appeared. I knew it. How could the almighty demon lord be dead? But why didn't the demon lord return to the demon realm? Why did the demon lord show up in the heavenly realm? Why didn't he call us if he wanted to attack the heavenly realm? I'm going to attack the heavenly realm this instant. Calm down. Word has it that the demon lord has already left the heavenly realm. No matter what, it's great that we have news of the demon lord. Find him. Even if we have to comb the lands with a fine-tooth comb, we have to find the demon lord. In a wooden house located in the monster domain forest of the mortal realm, Luo Ruiying, lying on a bed, slowly opened her eyes. After taking the medicine and sleeping all night, she could keenly sense that her injuries were almost completely recovered. Even though nothing could be done about her cultivation, her injuries were more or less fine now. All she needed to do now was take care of herself and slowly get better. Someone in the mortal realm actually has such effective heavenly herbs. Luo Ruiying was astonished and delighted. She looked at her daughter, sleeping curled up in her arms, and stroked Luo Hongye's head lovingly. She had been ready to say goodbye to her daughter at any time, but she was still with Luo Hongye now. Luo Ruiying did not disturb Luo Hongye's sleep. She gently got up and looked around the room, but Ning Yetchin was nowhere to be seen. Just as she was about to get up and find him, the door opened gently. With a creak, Ning Yetchin came in holding a bowl of piping hot medicinal porridge. Seeing Luo Ruiying awake and sitting up on the bed, he smiled. "Good morning, dear. Since you're up, have some porridge." "Did you specially get up early in the morning to make porridge for me?" Luo Ruiying asked. Through the window, there was only some hazy light outside. It was foggy, and the sun had yet to rise fully. "I went out for a stroll and made the porridge since I was up." Ning Yetchin brought the porridge over to the bed and sat by the bedside. He scooped a spoonful of the medicinal porridge, blew on it to cool it, and placed the spoon by her mouth just like he had done with the medicine yesterday. "I'm okay now. I can eat on my own." Luo Ruiying was not accustomed to getting fed by someone so intimately. Yesterday, she had no choice, because she had been seriously injured. Now that she was much better, she wanted to take the medicinal porridge and feed herself. Ning Yetchin did not give her the chance. Just as her hand was about to reach over, he moved the medicinal porridge away and said firmly, "No, you haven't recovered yet. Let me feed you." "I'm really fine," Luo Ruiying explained. "No, I don't think so. Come on." Ning Yetchin did not give her the chance at all. Instead, he held the spoonful of medicinal porridge by her mouth, looking at her with a smile. Luo Ruiying was frustrated. She had a feeling that he was deliberately doing this. Ning Yetchin refused to back down, so Luo Ruiying could only shyly open her mouth and eat the medicinal porridge. She was already 400 years old, but she was being fed like a child. And the other party was even immortal. If word got out, she would never be able to hold her head high again. Luo Ruiying blushed while eating the medicinal porridge. Her eyes suddenly lit up. The medicinal porridge melted in her mouth, and the rich aroma of medicinal herbs and ingredients spread throughout her mouth. She could sense a warm sensation flowing through her body, gently nourishing her meridians. This medicinal porridge was no ordinary porridge. Other than containing heavenly herbs, she could also taste the soft flesh of a well-prepared silver-feathered fish. She had eaten it every now and then in the heavenly realm, so she recognized it right away. Silver-feathered fish was able to treat physical injuries, and it could also nourish the meridians and replenish spiritual energy. Even in the heavenly realm, silver-feathered fish were not easy to obtain. Now, she was actually eating medicinal porridge made with silver-feathered fish in the mortal realm. It also tasted particularly delicious. Luo Ruiying's eyes widened as she asked in disbelief, Did you make this porridge?" Like it?" Ning Yetchin asked rhetorically with a smile. Luo Ruiying answered subconsciously. Then she shook her head. Now was not the time to discuss whether it tasted good. The question was why silver-feathered fish could be found in the mortal realm. "Where did you get this fish you used?" There's a lake at the back of the mountain, not far from here. "I caught the fish there." "Caught it in a lake?" Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yetchin in disbelief. Silver-feathered fish could only survive under very special conditions. They needed spirit water containing abundant spiritual energy. Otherwise, they could die and rot at any time. How could they grow in a lake in the mortal realm? Luo Ruiying suspected that he was lying. First, it was the heavenly herbs. Now, it was silver-feathered fish. It made absolutely no sense for such rare items to be readily available in some forest. I kid you not. I really caught it in the lake. If you don't believe me, I can bring you there later, Ning Yetchin explained when he noticed Luo Ruiying's scrutinizing gaze. He was not lying. He had indeed plucked the heavenly plants and herbs from the mountain. It was just that he had planted them there himself a century ago. As for the silver-feathered fish, it was from the lake, but he had placed many there and reared them himself. Okay then. Seeing that Ning Yetchin did not seem to be lying, Luo Ruiying did not continue asking. Even though everything seemed very suspicious, she decided to trust him. After all, he was a mere mortal. It was impossible for him to obtain these heavenly plants and herbs and the silver-feathered fish. Later, she would check the place personally. Seeing that Luo Ruiying stopped asking, Ning Yechen scooped up more medicinal porridge and held the spoon to her mouth. Dear ah! Luo Ruiying opened her mouth to eat and slowly tossed the thought to the back of her mind. As he fed her intimately, someone woke up, but the two of them didn't. Notice the little girl staring at their actions with her big, round eyes. When Luo Ruiying noticed Luo Hongye was up, she happened to be eating another mouthful. Her face blushed crimson, and she choked out of panic and coughed a few times. Their daughter saw someone feeding her. It was so embarrassing. Cough, cough. Yay, good morning. Luo Ruiying composed herself and reached her hands out to hold Luo Hongye. But the blush on her face did not fade for a long time. Luo Hongye glanced at Ning Yechen, raised her head, and smiled. Daddy is feeding Mommy, just like how Mommy feeds me. Luo Ruiying instantly felt embarrassed. She glared at Ning Yechen. It was his fault. She wanted to eat breakfast on her own, but he insisted on feeding her. Now, their daughter saw everything. Luo Ruiying looked beautiful making this expression. Ning Yechen could not help taking a second look at her. He did not expect his wife to look so adorable glaring at him in annoyance. He never knew how cute women could be when they were annoyed. Daddy, I want you to feed me too. Luo Hongye didn't detect anything amiss with her parents' interaction. Instead, she was very happy. She opened her mouth and craned her neck. Want to be fed as well. Ning Yechen gently rubbed Luo Hongye's little head and scooped some medicinal porridge into her mouth. This medicinal porridge made of special ingredients was also perfect for a growing body like his daughter's. Luo Hongye narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips in satisfaction while sitting and swaying Luo Ruiying's arms. She said in her childlike voice, Yummy, Daddy cooks better than Mommy. More please. Luo Ruiying instantly looked awkward. She did not realize that her cooking was bad. As an empress of the heavenly realm, it was normal for her not to know how to cook. However, Luo Ruiying could not help feeling defeated when she heard that. She could not compare to someone, even if it was just cooking and a mortal no less. If you like it, then eat more. Hearing that his daughter liked the food, Ning Yechen felt pleased. He fed more medicinal porridge into Luo Hongye's mouth. For some reason, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. It felt 10,000 times more satisfying than taking out a heavenly emperor. Hiding here for over 100 years, he had cooked daily and honed his culinary skills. Now, he could put his skills to good use. He had picked up cooking out of interest, and it was serving him well. Now, it was a pleasant surprise. When Ning Yechen saw the peeved look on Luo Ruiying's face, he felt tickled. He scooped another spoonful of medicinal porridge and held it to her mouth. Dear, your turn. Luo Ruiying was speechless. It felt as though he was feeding her like a child. The huffy look on Luo Ruiying's face deepened. But seeing Luo Hongye look at her expectantly with her head raised, she quietly ate the medicinal porridge in the spoon. She had to admit that he was a little better at cooking than her. Seeing Ning Yechen feeding them, but not eating himself, Luo Ruiying asked, Hey, aren't you going to eat? I'm not hungry. You girls go ahead. Ning Yechen smiled. He enjoyed the process of feeding them. As the demon lord, he did not need sustenance at all. When he occasionally ate, it was purely to satisfy his taste buds. Luo Ruiying did not know that Ning Yechen was the infamous demon lord and simply treated him as a mortal. She heard that food in the mortal realm was a precious commodity, especially for people living on mountains who lacked resources. Sometimes, they even had to rely on bark as sustenance. She glanced at the kitchen and did not see any food supplies. She thought Ning Yechen was letting her and their daughter have the food, and felt very moved. She took the last of the remaining medicinal porridge from his hand and shyly fed him some. Ye and I are full. You can eat the rest. As a former empress of the heavenly realm, she was surprisingly taking the initiative to feed a mortal. If people heard, no one would believe it. She was just doing it out of gratitude for his kindness. Moreover, he was now considered her husband, so her actions were reasonable. Ning Yechen was a little astonished. He did not expect Luo Ruiying to offer to feed him. He smiled and opened his mouth to accept her feeding. It was not that no one had fed him before. Once his subordinates had done it, but this feeling was completely different. This felt much more interesting than being the demon lord. The family of three spent a blissful morning feeding each other. After eating the porridge, Luo Ruiying felt that she was much better and had regained her strength. She told Ning Yetchin that she would like to take a walk. Since this was going to be their home from now on, she had to ensure that the place was secluded and safe enough. Also, she wanted to check out the back of the mountain, where Ning Yetchin had claimed to have found the heavenly plants and herbs, and see if it was true for herself. She was curious and suspicious about how such rare heavenly plants and herbs could grow in the mortal realm. Luo Ruiying had already recovered. Since she wanted to take a walk, Ning Yetchin was happy to oblige. After the three of them left the wooden house, Luo Ruiying scrutinized the surroundings. The wooden house was located in the vast forest and surrounded by mountains. When she looked up, she could see towering mountains around them. It was a very secluded place. The only disadvantage was that it was isolated from the outside world. There was no sign of other humans, and there were no towns or cities nearby. Luo Ruiying felt it was all right. If she could spend the rest of her life living peacefully here, it would not be bad. Dear, let me show you the back of the mountain. Ning Yechen reached out his hand to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying hesitated slightly before she placed her hand in Ning Yetchin's. She carried Luo Hongye with her other hand. Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying's slender hand and walked leisurely to the back of the mountain. At the back of the mountain, there was an unusual scene. With two trees as the border, the vegetation between them was lush and abundant. At a glance, she could see numerous heavenly plants and herbs, giving off a soft glow. Outside these trees, the vegetation was no different from those found in an ordinary forest. Luo Ruiying was surprised by the huge difference between them. It was the same forest, but they looked completely different. Ning Yetchin smiled. He held Luo Ruiying's hand and crossed the boundary, marked by the two trees. After crossing the boundary, Luo Ruiying could sense herself crossing an invisible barrier. Inside the barrier, there were tens of thousands of heavenly plants and herbs everywhere. Small flecks of spiritual energy filled the air, looking as dazzling as stars. The place was full of an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. It felt as though she was cleansed by the spiritual energy and bathing in it. Luo Ruiying opened her beautiful eyes in shock. The density of the place's spiritual energy could compare to that of the heavenly realm. It was no wonder that all these rare heavenly plants and herbs could flourish here. It was inconceivable. It made no sense for a place like this to exist in the mortal realm. After the initial shock passed, Luo Ruiying fell into deep thought. From a moment she crossed the barrier, she felt that an elder must have set up a formation here and used spiritual energy to grow these heavenly plants and herbs. The formation had been set up to seal and gather spiritual energy. Spiritual energy could only enter the barrier but not leave. As for humans and animals, they were free to enter and exit. To be able to arrange such a large formation to gather spiritual energy, this person must have a high cultivation. Strangely, the other party had only arranged the spiritual energy, gathering formation without any defensive formations. This person did not take any precautions whatsoever. Isn't that elder worried that the medicinal garden he carefully planted will get ruined by people and monster beasts? Luo Ruiying found it puzzling. Which elder would come to the mortal realm to do this? I wasn't lying, right? I told you I got those herbs here, Ning Yechen said proudly to Luo Ruiying. He had transplanted numerous heavenly plants and herbs and planted countless seeds. He had spent over a century to make this medicinal garden flourish to this extent on the mountain? Luo Ruing nodded. She finally believed Ning Yetchin's words. She did not expect to find a medicinal farm containing heavenly plants and herbs on the back of the mountain. He was lucky to discover the work of an elder. Luo Ruing curiously examined the plants with surprise on her face. Even in the heavenly realm, many of the herbs here were hard to come by. 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, ice cicada heavenly grass drunken, flower. Gosh, there's even a 7-colored glass flower. Luo Ruing walked up to a colorful flower, looking amazed. The flower had 7 colors, and its petals gave off a glass-like luster. The colors seemed to flow like water on the petals, looking gorgeous. 7-colored glass flowers were able to cleanse the body and marrow and lay a good foundation for the user. Consumption would ensure that the user's cultivation would rise in leaps and bounds. It could also help cultivators who had reached bottlenecks easily make breakthroughs. Even in the heavenly realm, many immortal sects would look for 7-colored glass flower petals for their progeny and disciples. However, there was a complete one right in front of her. Luo Ruing looked at the cute and well-behaved Luo Hongye in her arms and reached her hand out to take the 7-colored glass flower, but she pulled it back at the last moment. Even though she really wanted Luo Hongye to take it, she could not do it. An elder had carefully planted the 7-colored glass flower. If she took it without asking, it would offend the elder. Just as Luo Ruing was hesitating, Ning Yechen reached his hand out to pick the 7-colored glass flower. He held the 7-colored glass flower in front of Luo Ruing. "Dear, this is for you. How could you pluck the flower?" Luo Ruing asked in shock. This was a 7-colored glass flower. After plucking it, it would only survive for 3 days. In 3 days, it would wither and disappear. Even with the roots intact, who knew how long it would take for the 7-colored glass flower to grow back? This was bad. They were done for. In contrast to Luo Ruing's anxiety, Ning Yechen was smiling calmly. "Don't you want the flower?" "Yes, I do." But Luo Ruing did not know what to say to Ning Yechen. For a moment, he was a mere mortal, so he understandably did not know the flower's value. Moreover, he had plucked it for her. If anyone was to blame, it was her for not stopping him in time. As long as you like it, that's enough. Ning Yechen held the 7-colored glass flower in front of Luo Ruing once more. Compared to making his wife happy and their child's future, he didn't care about a mere 7-colored glass flower. Luo Ruing sighed softly. She took the 7-colored glass flower and placed it in Luo Hongye's mouth. Since the 7-colored glass flower had already been plucked, there was no turning back. If it was not taken now, it would go to a complete waste. If the elder came back, she would use some heavenly treasures to make up for it. Luo Hongye ate the 7-colored glass flower, and a bright 7-colored light radiated from her. Moments later, her skin became silky and unblemished. This was just the initial effects of taking the flower. Its effects would slowly continue throughout her body, changing her meridians and physique. After eating the flower, Luo Hongye stuck her tongue and pouted aggrievedly. "Daddy, Mommy, this doesn't taste good." Luo Ruing did not know what to say after hearing Luo Hongye's words. In the heavenly realm, countless people dreamed about obtaining a 7-colored glass flower. But the girl did not. "Let me find you something yummy." Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's little head dotingly and walked up to some rattans. On the rattan hung grapes that glistened like crystals. Every grape was the size of a child's hand. Its flesh was translucent and visible. Isn't this crystal grape? So many of them. Luo Ruing looked at the large area of crystal grapes growing luxuriantly in amazement. Crystal grapes were rather common in the heavenly realm and were often consumed as snacks. The juicy flesh contained lots of spiritual energy and could help people regain spiritual energy. But crystal grapes should be very precious and rare in the mortal realm. This large volume of crystal grapes in the orchard changed her opinion of the mortal realm and heavenly fruits yet again. With a smile, Ning Yetchin casually plucked a crystal grape and brought it to Luo Hongye's mouth. Is it good? It's super sweet and yummy. Luo Hongye smiled sweetly while eating the crystal grape. Feeling happy, Ning Yetchin picked another big bunch of crystal grapes and fed them to her one by one. Luo Ruiying wanted to stop him. After all, this garden belonged to some elder. They had already plucked the 7-color glass flower. It was inappropriate for them to take any more heavenly plants or fruits. But when Luo Ruiying saw Luo Hongye eating joyfully in her arms and the happy father and daughter, the words at the tip of her tongue stopped. Since there are so many crystal grapes, the elder probably won't mind if we eat some. Luo Ruiying consoled herself. Just as Ning Yechen was about to eat a crystal grape, Luo Ruiying hurriedly walked over and grabbed his arm with an anxious look. And no, you can't eat this. Even though crystal grapes did not contain much spiritual energy, it was life-threatening for a mortal without cultivation to eat them. If something went wrong, it might lead to death. Ning Yechen looked puzzled. Why can't I eat what I planted? The next second, he recalled that he was a mortal in Luo Ruiying's size. In that case, it was true that he could not eat heavenly fruits casually. Usually, he ate this fruit by the pound, but now he could not have a single one. Otherwise, if she detected anything amiss, she might accidentally learn of his true identity. Even though he was a little disappointed, seeing the worried look on Luo Ruiying's face, Ning Yechen felt happy. In order to play the part better, Ning Yechen asked quizzically, "Why can't I eat it?" Luo Hongye looked at Luo Ruiying curiously with her big eyes, conveying, "Why can I eat it, but not Daddy? This is a genuine heavenly fruit. If you eat it, it will spell danger for you. You can't eat many of the things here. Promise me not to eat the things here randomly." Luo Ruiying warned Ning Yechen in a serious tone. She felt surprised that Ning Yechen could survive here for this long. It was one thing to use heavenly plants to make porridge for breakfast and waste most of the spiritual energy, but if he consumed the things here directly, he might have died ages ago. "Okay then, I'll do as you say. Thanks for telling me, dear Ning." Yechen answered with a smile. Luo Ruiying blushed slightly and turned her head. She did not understand why she was so worried about him. It was probably because he was the father of their child. Hearing what her mother said, the adorable girl holding a crystal grape in her hand was so terrified that her eyes turned teary. "Mommy does. This mean I'm in trouble? I won't be greedy anymore." "Boo-hoo, don't cry. It's okay. As long as you don't eat too much, you'll be fine." Luo Ruiying hurriedly hugged Luo Hongye and patted her gently too. Coax her. "Really?" Luo Hongye looked at Luo Ruiying with her watery eyes. "Really? I won't let anything happen to you." Luo Ruiying comforted. Gently. Luo Hongye was her flesh and blood, so her physique was different. Naturally, she would be fine. Luo Hongye finally stopped crying and lay in Luo Ruiying's arms calmly. She asked expectantly, "In that case, can I eat more?" "Of course. You can eat as much as you want," Ning Yechen said with a doting smile before Luo Ruiying could speak. He took another crystal grape and fed it to Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye, who had been so afraid that she cried, beamed in joy. A moment later, Luo Ruiying gave both a helpless and doting smile. "Never mind. It's fine, as long as the child is happy." After Ning Yechen finished feeding Luo Hongye, he plucked another crystal grape and held it to Luo Ruiying's mouth with the same doting smile. Luo Ruiying blushed slightly before she parted her lips and ate the crystal grape. She seemed to have gradually gotten accustomed to being fed by him. Under Ning Yetchin's lead, the three of them ate while strolling around. They tried all the edible heavenly fruits and plants on the way. It was basically Ning Yechen feeding Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. Before long, the three of them arrived at a large lake. The water was clear, and the sun was shining on the rippling water. Every now and then, some silver-feathered fish jumped out of the water. The moment Luo Ruing walked to the lake, she could sense rich and pure spiritual energy. At a glance, she realized that the lake was made of natural spirit water. A lake made of natural spirit water was very rare. Even a small sip of it was enough to increase people's cultivation by a lot. No wonder there were so many silver-feathered fish in the lake. This medicinal garden astonished her to no end. This made her even more concerned about the true owner of the garden. Not far from the spirit lake was a large farm divided into a few sections. It contained all kinds of crops growing very well. Luo Ruing walked into the farm, picked a stalk of rice, and smelled it. The rice was crystalline, and she could smell slight spiritual energy coming from it. This farm was watered with spirit water. Did you plant this? Luo Ruing turned to look at Ning Yechen. Considering how well the crop was growing, it needed to be watered with spirit water regularly. Normally, people would never think of wasting precious spirit water to water these types of crops. It was impossible for the elder to waste such good spirit water, so it could only be Ning Yechen, who lived nearby. Ning Yechen nodded proudly. Doesn't it look good? He had carefully planted the crops. In order to satisfy his cravings, he had specially planted a lot of crops. Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruing proudly, waiting for praise. Her face twitched slightly. She felt sorry for the spirit water. It was very precious, naturally occurring spirit water, but he used it to water crops. It was simply throwing the spirit water away and an utter waste. Luo Ruing sighed helplessly and kept saying to herself, he's just a mortal and doesn't know the value of spirit water. Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongye and walked around the garden curiously. A thought suddenly came to Ning Yechen. He took the opportunity to walk to an empty plot of land not far away. He had planned to plant crops on this land, but now he had a different idea. With a wave of his hand, Ning Yechen scattered countless seeds on the grass. Ning Yechen snapped his fingers, and countless flowers instantly bloomed on the grass and spread across the land. The rich scent from the sea of flowers spread everywhere. Luo Ruing suddenly smelled the flowers and looked at the vividly colored sea of flowers in front of her in a daze. A gentle breeze came, and beautiful petals flew into the air. Luo Hongye happily jumped down from Luo Ruing's arms and ran into the flowers. Ning Yechen walked to Luo Ruing's side and smiled. What do you think? Like it? Luo Ruing turned her head to look at Ning Yechen in disbelief. Did you plant them? Ning Yechen nodded. Luo Ruing was astounded. This was such a beautiful sea of flowers. How much time had it taken him to grow it? Ning Yechen pulled Luo Ruing into the sea of flowers to enjoy the refreshing fragrance and the gentle breeze. Ever since escaping from the heavenly realm, Luo Ruing had been mentally stressed, worrying about those people coming after her. At this moment, her tense nerves finally unwound slightly. Luo Ruing brushed her windswept hair with her slender fingers, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Looking at Luo Hongye playing among the flowers not far away, she said, "Yay, be careful. Don't run too fast or too far." Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruing's gorgeous profile in a daze. His heart skipped a beat, and he could not resist putting an arm around her delicate waist. He had seen plenty of heavenly fairies and demonesses, but he had never felt this way. For some reason, when he looked at Luo Ruing, there were indescribable palpitations in his heart. Is it because she's my first woman and wife? Luo Ruing trembled slightly when he suddenly held her waist. A flustered look swept across her eyes, but she did not mind the physical contact. It was just that her body was tense, and she was very nervous. Considering her current level of cultivation, it would be easy to free herself from his arm, but she did not do it. On the one hand, she did not want to hurt Ning Yechen accidentally. After all, mortals were very vulnerable in the eyes of cultivators. On the other hand, she did not dislike Ning Yechen and never once looked down on him because he was a mortal. Even though she had once blamed him for taking her purity, they already had child. They were truly husband and wife. It was normal for husbands and wives to hug each other. Ning Yechen noticed Luo Ruing's stiff body and felt tickled. He leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "Dear, just relax. I'm not going to eat you." These words instantly made Luo Ruing flush crimson. She raised her head and glared at Ning Yechen. "I am not afraid. How dare this mere mortal tease me?" Facing Luo Ruing's charming glare, Ning Yechen did not take it seriously. Instead, he found her angry look very adorable and smiled in satisfaction. Luo Ruing was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She turned away her blushing face and ignored Ning Yechen. This irritating man knew that she was a cultivator, but he still dared to tease her. If it were anyone else, she would have slapped the hell out of him. While Ning Yechen was interacting alone with Luo Ruing, Luo Hongye, lying among the flowers, spotted a brightly colored butterfly flying past her. Luo Hongye had never seen butterflies before. Her eyes lit up, and she chased the butterfly. Before she knew it, she ran to the edge of the flowers, and the butterfly stopped on a flower. Luo Hongye approached the butterfly curiously. She wanted to touch it, but it was startled and flew away into the forest. "I'll wait." Luo Hongye gave chase, but the butterfly had already disappeared into the forest. The forest full of trees was too quiet. Luo Ruing felt afraid. When she turned back to look, she realized that she was very far from her parents. Just as she was about to hurry back, a massive dark body came from behind her and towered over her petite form. Luo Hongye turned around, only to see a massive, ferocious dragon with razor-sharp scales standing up with its head sticking out from the trees. The massive dragon looked at Luo Hongye in surprise as saliva dripped from its mouth. "Look at what I found. A human. I haven't tasted the flesh of a human in forever. I don't taste good." Luo Hongye retreated tremblingly in fear, but she tripped and fell. She burst out crying. "Mommy, Daddy." Luo Ruing and Ning Yechen promptly heard her crying. Luo Ruing could not see Luo Hongye and was terribly worried. She immediately dashed toward the sound of Luo Hongye's voice. "Ha ha, it's useless to call your parents. Just be good and let me eat. You, don't worry. You won't feel a thing." The dark-scaled dragon opened its cavernous mouth and bit at Luo Hongye. In the nick of time, Luo Ruing darted out and struck the dark-scaled dragon's face with her sword. "Get lost, beast. What do you want to do to my child?" Luo Ruing stood in front of Luo Hongye, holding her sword and looking at the dark-scaled dragon coldly. The dark-scaled dragon's face was bleeding, and it was in great pain. It stared at Luo Ruing viciously. "Damn human, how dare you injure my face? Other than that man, no one has dared to do this to me." Then steel-like sharp tips extended from the dark-scaled dragon's body, and a shocking amount of spiritual energy burst from it. The dark-scaled dragon was at the divine being realm. This meant that this monster beast was at the Monster King level. A look of shock and wariness appeared in Luo Ruing's eyes. The dark-scaled dragon was one of the most powerful existences in the mortal realm. She did not expect to see it here. Perhaps it was attracted by the scent of the heavenly herbs and fruits. She should have been more careful. Luo Ruing felt terribly guilty. Due to her carelessness, her child was almost endangered. If she had previous cultivation, she could slaughter the dark-scaled dragon with a single stroke of her sword. But she was now at the human immortal realm. If she really fought the dark-scaled dragon, it might not be a definite loss. But she was afraid that she would be unable to look after Luo Hongye. What should I do? Should I just take her and run? As Luo Ruing thought about what to do, Ning Yechen slowly walked up behind her. When Luo Ruing saw Ning Yechen, a worried expression appeared on her face. This was bad. If it were just Luo Hongye, she was confident about escaping with her. Unscathed. If Ning Yechen was also here, she might not be able to escape from the dark-scaled dragon. Luo Ruiying was in a dilemma. Take the child and run. I'll stall it, Luo Ruiying said softly to Ning Yetchin after making up her mind. This was the best option. If Ning Yetchin took their daughter and left first, she could focus on fighting the dark-scaled dragon without any distractions. Ning Yetchin did not answer Luo Ruiying. Instead, he picked up the frightened Luo Hongye in a hug and patted her back gently. Don't cry. Daddy and Mommy are here. Everything will be okay. Luo Hongye stopped crying and curled up in Ning Yetchin's arms in fear. Ning Yetchin rubbed her head gently before raising his head to look at the dark-scaled dragon coldly. When the dark-scaled dragon saw Ning Yetchin, it looked terrified, and its threatening aura disappeared. It's him. He's actually the father of this child. Oh no, I'm dead meat. The dark-scaled dragon turned to run without the slightest hesitation. Its massive form flew across the top of the forest at a shocking speed. Luo Ruiying was confused. The dark-scaled dragon looked vicious just a moment ago, but suddenly escaped. She did not expect the dark-scaled dragon could run so fast, even without taking its human form. From its terrified expression, perhaps it felt threatened by her aura. Luo Ruiying found it perplexing, but this was the only reasonable explanation she could come up with. No matter what, she felt relieved that the dark-scaled dragon had taken off. Luo Ruiying put away her heavenly sword and hurried to Luo Hongye to check her injuries. Ye, are you okay? Fortunately, it was just a stumble. She had only sprained her foot and gotten some scratches. Luo Hongye, who had just calmed down, started crying again and lunged into Luo Ruiying's arms from Ning Yetchin's. Boo-hoo. Mommy, it's okay. Don't cry. I'm here. Luo Ruiying gently comforted Luo Hongye. She felt guilty about putting her daughter in a dangerous situation. If she had been more careful, this would not have happened. Come on, let's go home. It's dangerous here. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yetchin. Since their daughter had just gotten a fright, they naturally could not continue having fun. If they ran into some other monster beast, it would be unsafe. Dear, why don't you go back first with our daughter? I want to clear the bugs near the orchard, Ning Yetchin said to Luo Ruiying gently, and then turned to walk into the forest. Luo Ruiying wanted to call Ning Yetchin back and tell him to forget about the bugs. Since there was a monster beast lurking here, this clearly meant the vicinity was dangerous. He was mortal. If he ran into any monster beast, it would be grave danger for him. But before Luo Ruiying knew it, Ning Yetchin had disappeared into the forest. In the mountain forest, a massive dark form flew swiftly through the air. The dark-scaled dragon did his utmost to flap his wings while turning his head to check behind in fear. He had accidentally touched someone under the protection of that man. It was impossible for him to continue staying in a monster domain forest. If he did not leave now, he was dead. Where are you going? The moment the dark-scaled dragon turned around, a cold voice came from in front. It felt as if the god of death was calling his name. The dark-scaled dragon felt so cold that it was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Sir, it was a misunderstanding. I really didn't know she was your child. The dark-scaled dragon stopped in front of Ning Yetchin and knelt, begging for mercy. It's okay. Just remember it in your next life. Ning Yetchin raised his hand out and clenched his fist gently. The dark-scaled dragon's massive form of tens of meters instantly contorted and shrank. Sir, no. The dark-scaled dragon wanted to continue begging for mercy, but his body, which was as tough as steel, shrank into a small ball. You scare my daughter and made her cry. I'm going easy on you by killing you like this. Ning Yetchin looked calmly at the small ball that was the dark-scaled dragon. With a flick of his wrist, the ball turned into dust. Then he sent his voice out in all directions. Chaos demonic bull, titan, giant ape, sky-swallowing python. Come here. Ning Yetchin's voice was not loud as it rippled out with him as the center. Before long, Three dark figures swiftly arrived from different directions. "Yes, sir." The three of them bowed reverently. They kept their heads lowered with cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They did not dare to look Ning Yetchin in the eye at all. They knew very well that they could not afford to offend this man before them. In the past, there were over 100 monster kings dwelling in the monster domain forest. But after he came, there were only 4 of them remaining. No, correction, it was down to the 3 of them. They had secretly seen Ning Yetchin squeezing the dark-scaled dragon to death. They could sense that he was not very happy today, so they were even more afraid, and their legs were trembling. They were worried that he might squeeze them to death as well if he became upset. They did not understand how the dark-scaled dragon had managed to make this man angry. He had gotten them in deep trouble. They cursed the dead dark-scaled dragon inwardly. Ning Yetchin glanced at everyone coldly and said in a mild tone, "My wife and daughter returned recently. Dark-scaled dragon not only scared my daughter, but even wanted to eat her, so I killed him. How dare dark-scaled dragon touch your daughter? He deserves to die." The white-haired Titan giant ape said furiously. "Exactly. If I knew, I would have slaughtered him personally without you asking." Chaos demonic bull, who had a muscular body of over 6 meters tall, echoed exasperatedly. A woman with a thin, snake-like waist nodded hurriedly in agreement. "That's right. You were doing him a favor by killing him. From the looks of it, you agree that he should die then?" Ning Yetchin asked. "Of course," the 3 monsters kings answered in unison. "That's good. I'm worried about you scaring my daughter as well, or threatening her. Tell me, do I need to get rid of you as well?" Ning Yetchin smiled and spoke gently without a hint of intimidation. But the moment the 3 monsters heard what he said, they were thunderstruck. They knelt with a thud hurriedly and said with their bodies trembling, "Yes, sir, please spare us. We would never dare to offend your family." Ning Yetchin contemplated without saying a word. The 3 monsters did not dare to move and quietly waited for Ning Yetchin's decision. Time passed second by second, feeling like forever. This could be their final moments in the mortal realm. After some time, Ning Yetchin said, "Remember this and watch your people. If any monster frightens my daughter, all of you will cease to exist." Then Ning Yetchin disappeared with a flash. "Yes, sir." The 3 monsters stayed kneeling on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. After an hour passed, they finally raised their heads. Cautiously, after confirming that Ning Yetchin was really gone, they heaved a sigh of relief with fear lingering in their hearts. They felt glad to be alive. From now on, they would never dare to go close to that wooden house. It was simply terrifying. When Ning Yetchin rushed back to the wooden house, he detected a silhouette anxiously coming toward him and smiled. He quickly came down from midair, landed on the ground in the forest, and walked over slowly. Before long, Luo Ruing quickly appeared in front of Ning Yetchin. "Great! I finally found you." Seeing that Ning Yetchin was fine, Luo Ruing heaved a sigh of relief. When she saw the calm look on his face, she could not help feeling angry. Worried that there were monster beasts lurking nearby, she had sent Luo Hongya home and then had anxiously gone looking for him. In the end, he showed up looking very relaxed without the slightest concern for danger. Luo Ruing glanced at Ning Yetchin frustratedly. "In the future, don't bother with the pests. It's very dangerous here. Are you worried about me?" Ning Yetchin asked knowingly. Luo Ruing's face blushed crimson as she glared cutely at Ning Yetchin. "I was just worried about our daughter losing her father." "Oh, really? Were you really just worried for our daughter?" Ning Yetchin walked up to Luo Ruing with a knowing smile. They were close as they looked at each other. Just one more step, and they would touch each other. Luo Ruing's heart could not help pounding. She moved back slightly as the blush on her face deepened. She glared at Ning Yetchin irritably. Even at a time like this, he was still teasing her. She was an empress from the heavenly realm, but a mortal man was doing this to her. "Really, I'm doing this for our daughter. Come on, let's go back," Luo Ruing said huffily before turning to go back. Seeing Luo Ruing's incensed back, Ning Yetchin smiled. He lowered his head to look at his feet, and an idea came to him. He immediately broke his right leg. I accidentally injured my leg earlier. I'm afraid I can't walk back, Ning Yechen said sadly to Luo Ruiying after dragging his leg for a couple of steps. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying turned her head, and an anxious look emerged on her face. She hurriedly walked up in front of Ning Yechen, squatted down, and examined his right leg. The bones in his right leg were broken. He was seriously injured, but just a moment ago, his walking seemed fine. Why did you just say it? Seriously, why are you so careless? If I didn't come looking for you, what would you have done? Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen exasperatedly with worry in her eyes. With this injured leg, if he ran into a monster beast in the forest, he was bound to die. Sorry for making you worry. When Ning Yechen saw the concern in Luo Ruiying's eyes, along with her genuine anger, he was delighted, and his lips curved upward. Luo Ruiying could only bandage and secure Ning Yetchin's leg before turning around and squatting down with her back facing him. Come on, I'll piggyback you. No one knew if any strong monster beasts were nearby. It would be best if she piggybacked Ning Yetchin back. Ning Yetchin showed a cunning smile when his scheme succeeded. He lay on Luo Ruiying's back without a second thought and held her shoulders. Luo Ruiying's back was very warm, and she gave off a faint and sweet-smelling scent. Ning Yetchin decided to bury his cheek on her back. Luo Ruiying blushed even harder. Considering Ning Yetchin's injury, she did not say anything to him. With a jump, she quickly went through the woods toward the wooden house. In a few breaths, Luo Ruiying piggybacked Ning Yetchin back to the wooden house and let him sit on the bed. Daddy, I was so worried about you. Seeing Ning Yetchin return, Luo Hongye pounced into his arms and rubbed her cheek on him. Sorry for making you worry. Ning Yetchin hugged Luo Hongye dotingly and rubbed her little head. The little girl had been very worried when he did not return to the wooden house with them. Luo Ruiying happily watched them interact and smiled. She told Ning Yetchin to stay put and not go out before she left the wooden house. She planned to go to the herb garden to pick some herbs and make medicated cream for Ning Yetchin. While she was there, she wanted to inspect the vicinity for monster beasts and set up a formation to keep the wooden house safe. This simple wooden house was not safe at all. There was not a single security feature. She did not know how the man managed to survive for so long. Had he encountered any monster beasts, he would never have had the chance to see them again. She had to defend their family and home. Since there was a large variety of herbs in the garden, Luo Ruiying soon found what she needed. Afterward, using the wooden house as the center, Luo Ruiying checked for the presence of any monster beast within a 25-kilometer radius. After checking the place, Luo Ruiying felt puzzled. She was unable to detect the presence of monster beasts at all. When she first arrived, she was sure that there were lots of monster beasts. She was perplexed about where they had gone. Also, there was a large heavenly herb garden here. The rich spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance were bound to attract monster beasts. This did not make sense at all. The dark-scale dragon from earlier was nowhere to be seen. This was odd. The unusual situation made Luo Ruiying frown. Since there were no monster beasts in the vicinity, it would save her the trouble of slaughtering them. Luo Ruiying buried spirit stones within a 25-kilometer radius of the wooden house, set up a formation, and activated the spirit stones. The spirit stones connected to form a massive defensive formation surrounding the wooden house. The formation gradually turned transparent. Even upon scrutiny, it was difficult to detect its presence. After doing this, Luo Ruiying felt better. Even though she was unable to set up a strong formation with her current cultivation, it was enough to stop those at the divine being realm. By the time Luo Ruiying returned, the sky had gradually turned dark. Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye were playing, and he was throwing her in the air. Seeing her return, the two of them spoke in unison. "Welcome back, dear. Mommy." Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded. She looked around the house and hesitated briefly before asking with a blush, "What do you do about bathing?" Ever since she escaped from the heavenly realm, she had not bathed. In the heavenly realm, she used to bathe daily. She had not bathed in days, and she was unbearably uncomfortable. She could go without sustenance, but she could not go without bathing. After looking around, she did not notice any wooden tubs for bathing. Also, she did not see any bathing facility outside the house either. Luo Ruiying felt worried. Hearing that she wanted to bathe, Ning Yetchin became enthusiastic. Do you want to bathe? I know the perfect spot. I haven't bathed in days. I want to bathe. Luo Ruiying nodded shyly and asked in an expectant tone, Where is it? Roughly a kilometer northwest of the back of the mountain. There's a hot spring at the top of a cliff, Ning Yetchin said with a smile, while carrying Luo Hongye. Hot spring. The moment Luo Ruiying heard about the hot spring, her eyes lit up in joy. She would be happy enough to take a hot bath. After all, the conditions here could not compare to those in the heavenly realm. She did not expect a hot spring to be available on the mountain. Ning Yetchin nodded with certainty. He had specially prepared the hot spring. He chose to live in seclusion to enjoy life, so all the necessary facilities were in place. As the former demon lord, he certainly could not live in squalor. Yay, come on, let's go bathe. Luo Ruiying excitedly took Luo Hongye from Ning Yetchin. Shall we bathe together? Ning Yetchin asked with a serious look on his face. He had never wanted something to happen so badly. Unfortunately, Luo Ruiying rejected him without the slightest hesitation. No way. With her face blushing, Luo Ruiying carried Luo Hongye, walked out of the house, and disappeared in a flash. Ning Yetchin was left inside the house by himself. He shook his head in disappointment. He hesitated briefly about whether he should give chase. If he followed her and peeped, he wondered if he would be considered a pervert. Come to think of it, they were husband and wife, so he should not be considered a pervert. At least this was how he convinced himself. Inside the forest, Luo Ruiying ran the entire way with Luo Hongye in her arms. Lying in Luo Ruiying's arms, Luo Hongye looked up and asked Luo Ruiying quizzically, Mommy, why can't Daddy bathe with us? He must feel sad about being left home alone. Hearing Luo Hongye's question, Luo Ruiying was speechless. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Even though she had accepted Ning Yetchin as her husband, it did not mean that she was ready to bathe with him. At the thought of sitting in the hot springs naked with Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruiying shook her head, her face crimson. Even during her time as an empress in the heavenly realm, she did not let any maid wait on her while she was bathing, let alone bathe with a man. Luo Hongye kept looking at her intently, so Luo Ruiying could only put on a calm expression, squeeze a smile, and explain, Your father hurt his leg, so it's inconvenient for him. Can't you carry him like you carry me? Luo Hongye asked in an innocent tone. Luo Ruiying went quiet. She did not know how to argue, so she changed the excuse. I have to focus on giving you a bath, so he can't tag along. Really? Luo Hongye said. Seeing Luo Hongye open to this reason, Luo Ruiying nodded hurriedly. I have to bathe you. It'll take very long. Luo Hongye pondered hard. After a brief silence, she raised her head, looked at Luo Ruiying, and said firmly in a childlike tone, Mommy, then I won't bathe. You can bathe with Daddy. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying staggered and nearly fell from a dare. This child is really... Next time, we will bathe together, okay? Tonight, it will be just us. Luo Ruiying was unable to make Luo Hongye change her mind, so she could only agree. Okay, then, can I bathe with you two together? Luo Hongye asked expectantly. Sure. There was nothing else Luo Ruiying could do except to agree. After a few days, the child would probably forget. During their conversation, Luo Ruiying jumped and flew up a cliff. On top of the cliff, there was dense vegetation and a small path. Following the small path, they found their way to a large, steaming hot spring roughly a few meters wide before long. There was really a hot spring here. Luo Ruiying was delighted. First, she helped Luo Hongye take off her clothes and put her in the hot spring. Mommy, the water is nice and warm. Getting quick. Luo Hongye happily played with water and waved at Luo Ruiying, who was by the side of the hot spring. Luo Ruiying smiled. She reached out her hands to take off her outer and innerwear. A gorgeous body with black hair hanging behind her appeared under the bright moonlight, standing in the hot spring steam vaguely visible. Someone hiding in the trees fell into a daze. After careful thought, Ning Yechen had decided to follow secretly. But make no mistake, he was not here to peep. He was here to protect Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye in secret. If anything happened, he could secretly help. At least this was how he convinced himself. When Luo Ruiying stepped into the hot spring, she suddenly turned her head and looked behind cautiously. She was unsure if it was her imagination, but she kept feeling someone was looking at her. She had arranged a formation. Within a 25-kilometer radius, no monster beasts nor humans could approach without her knowing. Could it be him? The first person crossing Luo Ruiying's mind was Ning Yechen, but she quickly shook her head and dismissed the thought. She had just flown over with Luo Hongye not long ago. Since Ning Yechen was injured, it was impossible for him to get here. It could not be him. She was probably imagining things. Luo Ruiying did not continue thinking about it. She dipped into the hot spring, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. In an instant, it felt as though she was reinvigorated. Luo Hongye swam obediently into Luo Ruiying's arms. She sat in front of her mother, looking very pleased while Luo Ruiying cleaned her hair and body. Ning Yetchin sat on a branch while quietly watching them bathe with a smile on his face. He had no dirty thoughts in his mind as he watched. But the moment Luo Ruiying stood up in the hot spring, Ning Yetchin's nose bled uncontrollably. In centuries, no one had made him bleed, but his blood was flowing now. After an hour, Luo Ruiying finished bathing in satisfaction and went back to the wooden house with Luo Hongye. Luo Ruiying's glistening hair was undone, falling behind her shoulders to her waist. She looked slightly flushed and captivating. When Ning Yetchin saw her, he could not help recalling the hot scene he had chanced upon earlier, and blood flowed out of his nose again. "Why is your nose bleeding?" Luo Ruiying walked to Ning Yetchin with a worried look on her face. She was worried that he might have suffered other injuries and was hiding it from her. For the first time, Ning Yetchin turned around awkwardly and explained, "I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm just a little heaty." Mortals were certainly vulnerable. Ning Yetchin was just a little heaty, but he lost so much blood. Luo Ruiying retrieved a handkerchief and wiped the blood on Ning Yetchin's nose. Then she knelt down and grabbed his right leg. She took out some herbs from her chest, placed them into her mouth, chewed and spat them out, and applied them directly to the injured area. Finally, she took out some bandages to wrap the wound. These heavenly plants and herbs were exceptionally effective on muscle and bone injuries. Other than mashing them up prior to application, no further preparation was required. Don't move while you're recovering. Your injuries will probably take a couple of days to recover. Don't worry, Luo Ruiying said in relief. There's an abundant supply of heavenly herbs available at the back of the mountain. Otherwise, she would not know how to treat Ning Yetchin. "Thank you, dear," Ning Yetchin said with gratitude. If he wanted to, he could mend his broken leg in an instant. But since it was able to give him the attention of his wife, he was in no hurry to get better. Luo Ruiying felt a little embarrassed by his gratitude and blushed slightly. "It's getting late. You should rest early. Time to sleep." Hearing that it was time for bed, Luo Hongye happily lunged onto the bed and buried her head under the blanket. She craned her head out expectantly and said with a smile, "Mommy, let's sleep together." Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yetchin sitting by the bedside and said awkwardly, "The bed is small. Why don't you sleep with Daddy tonight? I'll sleep on the floor." Luo Hongye was already lying on the bed. If Luo Ruiying slept with her daughter, it would mean sleeping with Ning Yetchin as well. She had never slept with a man in her life. Even though he was her husband, she was not mentally prepared. This house belonged to Ning Yetchin, and he was injured, so she had to let him have the bed. She could not bear to let Luo Hongye sleep on the floor with her, so she could only let her daughter sleep with Ning Yetchin. "Aren't you going to sleep with Daddy and me? I want to sleep with both of you." Luo Hongye looked at Luo Ruiying with her face full of disappointment. Luo Ruiying saw the expectant look in Luo Hongye's eyes and was unable to go against her daughter's wishes, so she could only smile and compromise. Okay then, I'll sleep with you too. Ning Yetchin promptly looked at Luo Hongye approvingly and gave her a thumbs up inside. Good job, my baby girl. A sly smile appeared on Luo Hongye's face. Luo Ruiying took off her outer robe and changed into a light, sleeping robe made of fine white silk, which accentuated her exquisite figure. Why don't you sleep inside? Luo Ruiying, face blushing, pointed at the inside of the bed. This way, their daughter would sleep in between them, and she would not be so nervous. Okay, Ning Yetchin replied with a smile. He was in no hurry to climb into bed. Instead, he stood up and took off his outer robe. However, he did not put on any sleeping robe and was only wearing his underpants. A lean, fit body with almost flawless skin came into sight. His body is simply perfect. Luo Ruiying went into a daze looking at him. Is this really the body of a hunter from the mortal realm? How can it be so perfect and strong? Is it because of all the hunting he did in the mountains and his consumption of numerous heavenly plants and herbs? This was a plausible reason. Heavenly plants and herbs had the ability to eradicate toxins from one's body. Along with living in the forest, it was reasonable for him to end up with such a physique. What are you looking at? Ning Yechen looked at the dazed Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying snapped out of her thoughts and realized she was staring at a man's body in trance. In an instant, her face turned crimson from embarrassment. She quickly veered her eyes away and asked huffily, "Why aren't you wearing anything?" "Huh, I always sleep naked," Ning Yechen answered innocently. Naked? The moment Luo Ruiying heard this, a shy, flustered expression emerged on her face, and she voiced her objection. "No way. Why not?" Ning Yechen felt puzzled. "Our daughter is here." Luo Ruiying pursed her lips, her face blushing. Ning Yechen put on a knowing look, smiled, and nodded. Then he quietly put on his clothes. "It's not okay to sleep without my clothes on if our daughter is here." "I understand. Then I'll put on a robe." Luo Ruiying was at a loss. What does he mean by he understands? Luo Hongye sat on the bed, looking curiously at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Why doesn't mommy let daddy sleep without his clothes on? Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's head, climbed onto the inside of the bed, lay down, and pulled his daughter into his arms. Luo Hongye was petite, so hugging her felt like holding a doll. Luo Ruiying gently blew out the oil lamp. She lay on her side and held Luo Hongye as well. It was completely dark and silent in the room. Luo Hongye was sleeping in between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, held by them on her left and right. She fell asleep with a blissful smile on her face. Luo Ruiying quietly looked at the sleeping Luo Hongye with a sweet smile and caressed her daughter's face dotingly. Ever since she gave birth to Luo Hongye, her daughter had often had to sleep in the cupboard alone to avoid detection. Even when she had slept with Luo Hongye, she feared getting caught. After escaping from the heavenly realm, they kept running, but people kept coming after them. Now, Luo Hongye could finally have some proper rest. Thinking this, Luo Ruiying felt glad. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out in the darkness and touched her back. Luo Ruiying was stunned. She hurriedly checked where the hand came from. Other than her and her daughter, there was only one other person on the bed. The bed was not large and could barely fit the three of them lying flat on their backs. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen were sleeping on their sides, holding Luo Hongye, so they were very close. If they extended their heads slightly, their foreheads would touch. Why did his hand suddenly move from our daughter to my waist? Luo Ruiying raised her head in surprise and looked at Ning Yechen quietly. He was breathing evenly, sleeping peacefully. He probably accidentally touched her in his sleep. Luo Ruiying breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Ning Yechen touched her, she got a fright, and her heart pounded. Luo Ruiying had just relaxed when Ning Yechen placed his leg on her and tightened his grip on her waist. Luo Ruiying glared at the sleeping Ning Yechen. Why does he move so much in his sleep? Morning the next day, Luo Ruiying gradually opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a handsome face before her. Ning Yechen was sleeping very close to her. He was so close that she could feel his breath. Luo Hongye was sleeping between them, and using one of Ning Yetchin's arms as a pillow while his other hand was on Luo Ruiying's hips. There was also his leg that had been on top of Luo Ruiying all night. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and clenched her fists. She really wanted to teach the man a lesson for sleeping in this inappropriate posture. She did not know how many times she had removed Ning Yetchin's leg off her body last night, but he soon did it again. After trying repeatedly, she finally gave up powerlessly. She could let this slide. But the other problem was the guy's roving hands. Luo Ruiying hesitated briefly with her fists clenched. In the end, she loosened her fists helplessly. She would let him off this time. He was asleep, so it was unintentional. Moreover, Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye could finally rest at ease last night. Luo Ruiying removed Ning Yetchin's arm and leg gently and got out of bed. She held her hairpin in her mouth, sat by the bed, and did her hair. Ning Yetchin secretly opened his eyes. While admiring Luo Ruiying's slender back, he could not help smiling. His wife looked pretty doing her hair. After Luo Ruiying did her hair, she turned around. Ning Yetchin hurriedly closed his eyes. When Luo Ruiying noticed the smile on Ning Yetchin's face in his sleep, she felt curious and amused. She wondered what he was dreaming about that could make him smile so happily. Luo Ruiying lowered her head and saw a sweet smile on Luo Hongye's little face. She smiled as well. This child was just like her father. Luo Ruiying looked at the two of them lying in bed dotingly. She did not disturb them. She quietly put on her clothes and went to the kitchen. Even though she did not require sustenance, the child was still young, and Ning Yetchin was immortal. As a mother and wife, she naturally had to take care of her family. While Luo Ruiying worked in the kitchen, Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye woke up. He held his daughter as they sat at the door and brushed their teeth. Although Luo Hongye did not understand what they were doing, she was curious and eagerly learned how to brush her teeth with a fine brush. Luo Ruiying glanced at them curiously as they sat at the door, doing something, and shook her head helplessly. She did not know what he was teaching their daughter. From the looks of it, they were having a good time, so she left them to it. After some time, Luo Ruiying finished preparing breakfast and called out to the father and daughter playing outside the house. "Breakfast's ready. Hee. Come in, mommy." Luo Hongye was sitting on Ning Yetchin's shoulders as they entered the house. There was a flower on Ning Yetchin's head. "Yay, stop playing." Luo Ruiying looked at the flower on Ning Yetchin's head and almost could not resist laughing out loud. She quickly took Luo Hongye off his shoulders. Ning Yetchin did not take it to heart. Instead, he was happy and sat down at the table with a smile. The breakfast was made using some crops and herbs planted on the farm outside. Worried that his body would be unable to withstand some of the heavenly plants and herbs, Luo Ruiying had used lower quality ones that were safe for human consumption. In short, she was very thoughtful. Even though nothing would happen to him, no matter what he ate. Luo Hongye was tiny, so she could only sit in Luo Ruiying's arms. She leaned against the table and ate with her head buried in her bowl, getting rice stuck on her face. Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief and wiped Luo Hongye's face dotingly. Then she fed Luo Hongye. "Here you go. Thanks for breakfast, dear." Ning Yetchin picked up some food and placed them into their bowls. Luo Ruiying's lips curved upward slightly, and she also picked up some food to place in Ning Yetchin's bowl. "You're welcome. My cooking might not be as good as yours. Why don't you try it?" Luo Ruiying wanted to place the food in Ning Yetchin's bowl, but he unexpectedly moved his head over and ate from her chopsticks. After eating, he smiled and praised, "Your cooking is great. Far better than I expected." Ning Yetchin genuinely felt this way. As a heavenly fairy from the heavenly realm, Luo Ruiying surprisingly knew how to cook. She was all set to be a virtuous mother and wife. Luo Ruiying wanted to place food in his bowl, but ended up feeding him. A blush emerged on her face. "He didn't have to eat from my chopsticks." When Luo Hongye saw the scene, she raised her head, looked at Luo Ruiying, and opened her mouth. "Me too." "Ah, okay." Luo Ruiying smiled and fed Luo Hongye some food using her chopsticks. Ning Yetchin also dotingly fed Luo Hongye. Luo Hongye ate up everything with relish until her face was bulging. She smiled with satisfaction. Luo Ruing looked at the blissful scene of a family of 3 eating around the table, and a smile appeared on her face. As an empress, she had never felt this way before. If only she could hide here with him and their daughter for the rest of her life. She did not care if she could not be an empress of the heavenly realm. In a monster domain forest, 4 figures gathered and looked intently at the vast monster domain forest. A man wearing a green swordsman robe narrowed his eyes and asked a hunched old man with marks on his face, "Old ghost, are you sure they're hiding in the monster domain forest? Are you doubting my poltergeist infant puppet's soul-searching technique?" Old ghost chuckled viciously, holding a frightening puppet with the features of a baby. The poltergeist infant puppet had a long strand of hair in its mouth as it stared deeply into the monster domain forest. Old Ghost's soul-searching technique is famous. All he needs is something from the target to know its location. From the looks of it, that heavenly realm woman is hiding in the monster domain forest. A topless burly man said candidly. A man in a scholar's outfit frowned. The monster domain forest is full of monster kings. If they're really in there, it won't be easy to get them. Is the leader of Tianxia Scholastic Palace afraid? The burly man looked at Su Sheng and spoke in a teasing tone. Su Sheng frowned and looked hard at the burly man. "Oomph. If the leader of the Almighty Combat Hall has nothing to fear, why should I? You must be joking. In that case, does this mean you want to compete with me?" Wu Kuang looked excitedly at the leader of Tianxia Scholastic Palace, Su Sheng. A powerful aura radiated from Wu Kuang. Su Sheng was not to be outdone and matched Wu Kuang's challenge. "Enough. We aren't here to fight each other. Don't forget why we're here," Lu Jian reminded sternly while standing between Su Sheng and Wu Kuang, blocking them with his sword. Hearing this, Su Sheng and Wu Kuang stopped challenging each other. Rather than fighting, they were here to accomplish an important mission. They were here to apprehend the mother and daughter called Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. Dead or alive, Lu Jian, Su Sheng, Old Ghost, and Wu Kuang were sect leaders of the best sects in the mortal realm. The 4 of them had the highest cultivation level in the mortal realm. They were only a step away from ascending to become immortals. There could only be one reason for the 4 of them to gather. A big shot from the heavenly realm had promised them something. Luo Ruiying and her daughter had escaped from the heavenly realm. If they could catch them, they would gain assistance to ascend and become immortals and join the other party's ranks. The moment they ascended into the heavenly realm, they could join a powerful force. Nothing was more tempting than this. They already had intel about Luo Ruiying and her daughter. Luo Ruiying used to be an empress in the heavenly realm, but she had been severely injured, and her cultivation was now below the human immortal realm. In their opinion, as the top cultivators of the mortal realm, this was an easy assignment. Let's make it quick. It will be best if she cooperates. If she doesn't, just kill her. Remember that we can't kill the girl. We have to bring her back. Lu Jian's face looked serious as he took the lead, transforming into a light and flying toward the monster domain forest. It was easy enough for them to take care of someone at the human immortal realm. The remaining 3 people cast a knowing look at each other and smiled smugly. They transformed into lights one after another and followed suit. Moments later, the 4 of them arrived in the depths of Monster Domain Forest. On the periphery of the Monster Domain Forest, there were many monster beasts that were suicidal enough to fight them. Strangely, when they got to the depths of Monster Domain Forest, not a single monster beast could be found. Rumor had it that the depths of the Monster Domain Forest were the territory of countless monster kings. Anyone who entered would meet death. However, not a single monster king could be spotted now. It was abnormally quiet. The 4 of them stood in midair and looked around Monster Domain Forest carefully, but not a soul could be found. Old Ghost used the poltergeist infant puppet to track their location. Lu Jian said to Old Ghost solemnly. If they did not have a specific location, it would be hard to find them deep in the Monster Domain Forest. Old Ghost smiled stiffly. The poltergeist infant puppet is only able to detect their rough location. It can't find the exact location. TSK. The poltergeist infant puppet is renowned for its ability to track over long distances, but I guess we've overestimated it, Su Shang said in disdain, clicking his tongue. Old Ghost simply smiled awkwardly and did not re. Wu Kuang ignored them. He noticed something and landed in the forest. He detected some dried blood on a leaf. He was particularly sensitive toward blood. Even the slightest trace of blood could not escape his nose. The moment they arrived here, he could faintly smell an unusual blood scent. Wu Kuang plucked the blood-stained leaf, placed it into his mouth, and tasted it carefully. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. As expected of the blood of an immortal from the heavenly realm, it certainly tastes different. I love it. A look of disdain flashed across the faces of Lu Jian and the others when they saw Wu Kuang's excitement. Word had it that this guy loved drinking blood, especially the blood of powerful cultivators. Every time he killed, he would drink the opponent's blood. However, it was thanks to him that they finally tracked down Luo Ruiying. One thing was certain. The woman was definitely hiding in the monster domain forest. Once they confirmed this, it was just a matter of time before they got her. Let's split up and search. Whoever finds her first, send a signal, Lu Jian said to the other three. Although the other three were displeased at Lu Jian giving orders, they said nothing and quietly separated. After all, the request from the big shot from the heavenly realm was more important. If they were unable to catch Luo Ruiying and her daughter, they would not only be unable to ascend to the heavenly realm, but they would even die from offending the other party. Inside a cave, Titan Giant Ape, Chaos Demonic Bull, and Sky-Swallowing Python quietly watched as Lu Jian and the others parted ways. People are here again. How can they barge into our monster domain forest at will? Shall we take care of them? Titan Giant Ape suggested exasperatedly. Are you stupid? What if they're under the protection of that man? Didn't you see how Dark-Scaled Dragon died? Sky-Swallowing Python said in fear. Every time Sky-Swallowing Python thought about Ning Yechen, she trembled in fear uncontrollably. Chaos Demonic Bull and Titan Giant Ape went quiet. If this were a century ago, they would have killed these people without hesitation. However, they could not take such risks anymore. They were not afraid of the intruders, but of that man. Forget it. Let's pretend we didn't see them. That's right. Let's continue playing Mahjong. Okay. The three of them came to the same conclusion and went back into the cave like best buddies. Monster Kings were known not to get along with each other and fought for territory. Unexpectedly, these three Monster Kings got along brilliantly. Meanwhile, after parting ways, Old Ghost laughed cunningly. He promptly took out the poltergeist infant puppet and sped in the direction its eyes were leading him. His poltergeist infant puppet was naturally able to track people down to their exact locations. He wanted to steal the credit, so he did not tell Lu Jian and the others. If he could single-handedly defeat Luo Ruiying and hand over her and her daughter to the big shot in the heavenly realm, he would be able to get a bigger reward. He might even be able to ascend to the heavenly realm. When the time came, he would be able to destroy the other three main sects effortlessly. At the thought of this, Old Ghost could not help beaming from ear to ear. Before long, Old Ghost's expression turned grim. He halted, looked ahead, and slowly stretched out his wrinkled hand. It was as if his hand had touched transparent glass, and it was impossible for him to continue. A formation. Found you. Old Ghost tilted his head and let out a sinister chuckle, feeling thrilled. Since there was a formation, they had to be inside. This tiny barrier was not enough to stop Old Ghost. He placed his hand on the barrier, and a dark, viscous liquid oozed from his hand. The black liquid flowed down the barrier. The barrier instantly became corroded and melted away, leaving behind a large hole. Old Ghost passed through the barrier effortlessly and entered it without getting detected at all. He had to act quickly before those idiots caught on to him. Ning Yetchin was playing with Luo Hongye in the house when he suddenly frowned in displeasure. People are here again. The intruder even destroyed the formation that his wife had painstakingly set up. He hated getting interrupted when he was spending quality time with his wife and daughter. They should have known better. Inside the wooden house, after eating, Luo Ruiying took the used crockery and cutlery and walked out the room. She looked at the pile of crockery and cutlery at her feet and frowned. Then she sat down and tried cleaning them like a mortal. When she realized it was inefficient, she decided to use her spiritual energy to hold the crockery, cutlery, and water in midair and make them spin at high speed. In the blink of an eye, everything was clean and the dirty water was removed from them. Following this, Luo Ruiying did the same thing to chop firewood and do the laundry. All the chores were done in a matter of minutes. Luo Ruiying placed her hands on her hips and nodded in satisfaction. Although it's my first time doing this, I'm pretty good. From now on, I will handle the chores so that he can relax. Suddenly, an annoying, hoarse, old voice sounded. Ha ha! I didn't expect to see a fairy from the heavenly realm doing chores like a normal wife. Luo Ruiying turned back and saw a hunched old man slowly approaching her. She was startled and instantly felt worried. Someone had gotten past her formation. She didn't even detect his presence. The other party seemed to be at the peak of the divine being realm. From the looks of it, he was here for her. Even though she was hiding here, those people still refused to let her off. Luo Ruiying was furious and sad and clenched her fists tightly. She only wanted a peaceful life, but this seemed to be a luxury. Are you going to come peacefully, or do I have to do it the hard way? Old Ghost reached out his hand, and a threatening spiritual energy radiated from him. The plants at his feet instantly withered, and the ground turned black. Dense miasma emanated from his body. Luo Ruiying looked serious and hesitant. If it were her alone, she might be able to kill him. But fighting here might put Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye at risk. Mommy! At this moment, Luo Hongye ran out of the house to Luo Ruiying's side, wanting a hug. When Luo Hongye saw Old Ghost, she instinctively cringed in fear and hid behind Luo Ruiying. Ning Yetchin slowly walked out of the house to Luo Ruiying's side and looked at Old Ghost coldly. Old Ghost was delighted to see Luo Hongye. The person from the heavenly realm specially stated wanting the child. Old Ghost was surprised to see that other than Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, there was a man here. In the intel, no man was mentioned. Not the slightest spiritual energy could be detected from the man. From the looks of it, he was simply a lowly mortal. The man was no threat whatsoever. Who would have known? A proud heavenly fairy who escaped into the mortal realm threw herself into the arms of a man. Old Ghost figured this was Ning Yetchin's residence, and Luo Ruiying was just hiding here for now, but he still mocked her. A fairy from the heavenly realm marrying someone from the mortal realm was simply a joke. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brows, but did not get annoyed. Instead, she said solemnly, I will go with you. Just promise to let him and the child off. After some thought, Luo Ruiying finally decided to give herself up to save Ning Yetchin and their daughter. In her heart, she could not bear to part with them, but she had no choice. Even if she defeated the man before her, it made no difference. Those people in the heavenly realm would never let her off. The next time, they would only send someone stronger. The only thing waiting for her was relentless pursuits and battles. She could not keep running with her daughter or implicate Ning Yetchin. If by sacrificing herself, she could keep Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye safe, she was happy to do it. Mommy, Mommy, don't leave me. The moment Luo Hongye heard Luo Ruiying volunteer to leave, she instantly bawled and clutched Luo Ruiying's clothes with all her might. Luo Ruiying looked at Luo Hongye by her legs. A reluctant yet doting look appeared in her eyes as they turned teary. If she could help it, she could never bear to part with her child. Old Ghost interrupted with a sinister laugh. How touching. Don't worry. You are coming with me. And so is this girl. As for the man, I will just kill him. You. Luo Ruiying's face turned glacial. She was so furious that her nails dug into her hands until they bled. She had already compromised, but he refused to let off her husband and daughter. Luo Ruiying bent over to pick up Luo Hongye and handed her to Ning Yetchin. A grave yet gentle look appeared in her eyes. Leave this to me. Take her and run into the forest. Promise me to keep her safe. After I'm done here, I will look for you. If I don't come, don't wait for me. Luo Ruiying did not wait for Ning Yetchin to reply. She tipped her toes and kissed his lips gently. This was the first time they kissed on their own volition without drugs. Ning Yechen opened his eyes wide in astonishment. "Honey, I'm leaving her to you," Luo Ruiying said lovingly into his ear after their lips parted. This was the first time she talked to Ning Yechen this way. This was also the first time she called him honey. But this might very well be the last chance. She had known Ning Yechen for merely 3 days. Even though he liked to annoy her, he was very good to them. Also, her daughter adored him. In her heart, she had already accepted him as her husband. Before they parted, she wanted to muster the courage to call him this. In a way, she was genuinely entrusting Luo Hongye to him. Ning Yechen felt delighted and helpless inside. Does she have to make it like she might die any moment? Take her. Run. Luo Ruiying made the wind blow with a wave of her hand, sending Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye into the air toward the forest at the back of the mountain. Do you think you can escape me? Absolutely naive. Old Ghost flung his hand, and 4 scary-looking puppets gave chase while giving off thick miasma. Luo Ruiying naturally would not let those puppets give chase. She hurriedly drew her heavenly sword and flew forward to block the puppets. With a single strike, she cut one of them into pieces. The remaining 3 puppets swiftly went past her, ignoring her. Luo Ruiying hurriedly moved out of anxiety. With a wave of her heavenly sword, 3 rays of threatening sword lights appeared. The sword lights passed through the puppets, cutting them at the waist. Old Ghost took the opportunity to attack Luo Ruiying from behind, using his poisonous palm. Blood flowed from the corner of Luo Ruiying's mouth. She endured the intense pain and continued to attack the 3 puppets with her sword. No matter what, she could not let a single puppet pass. Otherwise, Ning Yechen and her daughter would be in danger. You would rather take my attack than let the puppets chase them. From the looks of it, you care about them a lot. Don't worry. After killing you, there is no escape for them either. Old Ghost let out a smug and sinister laugh. Luo Ruiying was injured and poisoned. He felt that he was about to win any moment now. His chance to become an immortal and ascend was here. Luo Ruiying's face turned cool. Her eyes determined. She looked at Old Ghost with a murderous look and pointed her sword at him. Is that so? Then you have to die today. In the forest, Ning Yetchin held Luo Hongye, gradually fell from the air and landed on their bottom. An intense battle had already started at the wooden house. Sword lights flashed, and dark miasma spread. This woman is really... She keeps thinking about sacrificing herself for me and our daughter. Ning Yetchin held Luo Hongye and stood up while thinking about how to take care of this ignorant intruder without Luo Ruiying catching onto anything. As the former demon lord of the demon realm, he was the archenemy of the heavenly realm. Luo Ruiying was a member of the heavenly realm. If she learned of his true identity, her attitude toward him would inevitably change. He was afraid that she might take their daughter and leave without a word. So he did his utmost to keep his identity a secret from her for now. Daddy, can we not leave Mommy behind? I don't want to leave her. Luo Hongye lay in Ning Yetchin's arms, crying and begging with red eyes. Ye, be good. Don't cry. I promise your mother will be fine. I will never leave your mother behind. Ning Yetchin felt distressed watching Luo Hongye cry. He reached his hand out to wipe the tears from her cheek and comforted her gently. A cold, murderous look swept across his eyes. After making his daughter cry, those intruders could forget about leaving alive. Do you mean it, Daddy? Luo Hongye stopped crying and asked with a serious look on her face. Ning Yetchin smiled and nodded. How could I lie to you? Then let's quickly go find Mommy, Luo Hongye said expectantly. The moment she finished her sentence, a powerful voice suddenly sounded from the forest. Where do you think you're going? Wu Kuang walked out of the dark forest and slowly approached Luo Hongye and Ning Yetchin with a mocking expression. He trained his eyes on Luo Hongye and smiled with all his teeth showing. I just knew Old Ghost wanted to try and secretly steal the credit. Fortunately, I was careful and followed him. It all worked as planned. Wu Kuang raised his head and let out a laugh. Then he reached his hand out to Ning Yetchin disdainfully. Boy, obediently hand her over. I promise to give you a quick death. Luo Hongye shrank into Ning Yetchin's arms and looked up meekly at him. She seemed afraid that Ning Yetchin would really ditch her and give her to this burly baddie. Ning Yetchin noticed Luo Hongye's fear. He smiled gently, stroked her head, and whispered comfortingly, "Yay, close your eyes and cover your ears, okay? Let me show you a magic trick." "Uh-huh." Luo Hongye looked puzzled, but she closed her eyes obediently and covered her ears with her small hands. "Good girl." Ning Yetchin smiled. He looked at Wu Kuang coldly, as though he were already a dead man. For some reason, Wu Kuang felt a chill run down his spine, and terror surged in his heart. He could not remember the last time he felt fear. But a mortal without cultivation succeeded in making him feel this way. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. His pride would not allow this. He had to slaughter the man before him. "You are nothing. How dare you look at me that way? You're asking for it." Wu Kuang bent his knees, and his body bounced like a spring, leaving only an afterimage behind. He instantly appeared before Ning Yetchin and attacked Ning Yetchin with his iron-like fist, sweeping away the wind in its wake. This punch was enough to blow Ning Yetchin's head to a pulp. After a loud bang, the scene of Ning Yetchin's brain blowing to a pulp did not happen. His overwhelming punch was effortlessly stopped by a slender hand. Wu Kuang was stunned, his eyes overwhelmed by disbelief. Even though he did not use all his force, the punch was enough to make the earth split. But the mere mortal before him blocked it effortlessly. This man was no mortal. Wu Kuang did not see this coming. It dawned on him that Ning Yetchin was a cultivator and had concealed his true strength. Also, Ning Yetchin was better than him. "You? Who are you?" Wu Kuang wanted to pull back his hand, but no matter how he tried, it remained in Ning Yetchin's unmoving grip. Ning Yetchin's eyes were full of disdain and murderous intent. Without answering Wu Kuang's question, he said lightly, "I don't want my daughter to see violence, so you're in luck. You can disappear from the world now." A dark flame suddenly emerged from Ning Yetchin's hand, holding Wu Kuang's fist. The dark flame slowly spread throughout Wu Kuang's body and swallowed him completely. Wu Kuang instantly melted and disappeared. He let out an excruciating scream. Even his divine soul contorted in agony by the burning of the dark flame until it was utterly consumed. Ning Yetchin was worried that Wu Kuang's screams would scare Luo Hongye, so he created a sound barrier to contain him. The entire process took mere seconds before Wu Kuang disappeared from the face of the world, without even leaving any ashes behind. When Ning Yetchin let go of Luo Hongye's ears, she looked around curiously, but Wu Kuang was no longer around. She raised her head and asked Ning Yetchin curiously, "Daddy, where's the baddie?" Ning Yetchin smiled. "I cast a magic spell to make the baddie go away." The moment Luo Hongye heard this, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Ning Yetchin with admiration. "Daddy is awesome." Ning Yetchin knelt down, put down Luo Hongye, and held her hand. "Hey, don't tell anyone that I can cast magic to make baddies disappear, okay? Not even Mommy?" Luo Hongye tilted her head quizzically. "Yep, including your mother." Ning Yetchin nodded. Luo Hongye's face looked puzzled. "Why can't we tell Mommy?" Because I want to have a secret with you alone. This is our little secret. Since it's a secret, we can't tell anyone." Ning Yetchin paused briefly before making up an excuse. When Luo Hongye heard this, her puzzlement disappeared, and a smile appeared on her face. "It's our little secret, then. I get it. I won't tell Mommy or anyone else." "Good girl." Ning Yetchin praised Luo Hongye and rubbed her cheek. Sure enough, children were easy to coax. "Yay, be good and wait here, okay? I'm going to help Mommy fight baddies. I'll be right back." Ning Yetchin brought Luo Hongye to a tree, put her down, and cast a formation around her. Luo Hongye nodded obediently and said in concern, "Be careful, Daddy." Ning Yetchin gave her a confident and comforting smile. "Yay, don't worry. No one is your father's match." Meanwhile, outside the wooden house, Luo Ruiying was suffering from the poisonous haze, but she did not stop attacking Old Ghost. Sadly, the poison was spreading in her body. She was becoming increasingly weak, and her vision gradually turned blurry. From the looks of it, I overestimated your fairy from the heavenly realm. If you forcibly use your spiritual energy, the poison will eat you from within. You will start rotting away on the inside and ooze pus until you're dead, Old Ghost said smugly to Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying's face was becoming increasingly green, and she had lost her powerful aura. He could tell the poisonous haze was doing its job. Luo Ruiying was no threat to him at all. Oomph. Before that happens, I will kill you. Luo Ruiying dragged her weak body, took a swift step, and charged at Old Ghost with her sword. It was easy as pie for someone at the divine being realm to catch up to a mortal with a child. For the sake of Ning Yetchin and her daughter, she had to kill Old Ghost, even if it meant dying. When Old Ghost saw Luo Ruiying darting toward him and attacking him with her sword, he was startled. This was the first time he had seen this. The poisonous haze was spreading throughout her body, but she dared to use her spiritual energy forcibly. This crazy woman was determined to drag him down before she died. The moment Luo Ruiying's sword struck, Old Ghost surrounded himself with the poisonous haze. After the sword pierced through the poisonous haze, Old Ghost was nowhere to be seen. The poisonous haze kept spreading until it surrounded Luo Ruiying. All she could see was poisonous haze. Luo Ruiying hurriedly covered her mouth and nose while looking around the poisonous fog. She had a feeling that Old Ghost was hiding somewhere in the poisonous fog. A figure moved inside the fog swiftly. Found him. Luo Ruiying kept her eyes peeled and attacked the moment the figure appeared the second time. Radiant sword light went straight toward the figure, cutting him into two. Got him. Luo Ruiying was delighted. But the next second, a hand suddenly reached out from the fog and attacked her. Luo Ruiying instantly detected the blow and turned to block it with her sword. But another hand came out from the haze unexpectedly and attacked her abdomen. Luo Ruiying spat blood, shot out of the haze, and fell to the ground, holding her abdomen. Ha ha! You fell for it. Old Ghost slowly walked out of the fog with a smug and sinister smile on his face. Behind him stood over a dozen ghost corpse puppets that he had created. A ghost corpse puppet had hit Luo Ruiying on the chest. Luo Ruiying had merely attacked one of the ghost corpse puppets used as a decoy. It was his principle never to expose himself to danger if he could use his ghost corpse puppets or the poisonous haze. Luo Ruiying struggled to support herself using her sword. Her face was starting to turn green, but she looked at Old Ghost with determination. Stop fighting already and just give up. I don't mind giving you a quick death. I can probably use you as my main ghost corpse puppet. Old Ghost stared at Luo Ruiying's body and licked his lips lewdly. He did not want Luo Ruiying for sex. Instead, he wanted her body. Usually, when people at the human immortal realm used their spiritual energy after he used his poisonous haze on them, they would have liquefied from the inside and died. But Luo Ruiying showed no signs of liquefying. Her immortal body was incomparably strong. The mastermind from the heavenly realm wanted Luo Ruiying dead or alive, so he might agree to give Luo Ruiying's body to him as a reward. She was perfect for being his main ghost corpse puppet. Luo Ruiying turned her head slightly and looked at the forest behind her reluctantly. Then she turned to look at Old Ghost with determination. Golden spiritual energy arose in her hair, making her black hair turn silvery white, and her red eyes shimmered brightly. Goddess Luo, Luo Ruiying shouted. Behind her, a woman over 10 meters tall wearing shimmering golden heavenly armor could be vaguely seen. The woman opened her glimmering eyes, raised her sword, and casually hacked at Old Ghost. Old Ghost felt threatened by the female statue. When the sword reached him, he was terrified. Dozens of rays of sword light came from the attack, and there was no escape. Old Ghost could only summon all his ghost corpse puppets to stand before him, using them and the poisonous haze to block the blow. Before long, the sword light swallowed all his ghost corpse puppets. Old Ghost's poisonous haze was unable to take the attack and was obliterated. With the attack, an excruciating scream resounded. The sword light went on for over 5 kilometers, cutting down everything in its path and plowing a deep sword ditch in the ground. After making the strike, Luo Ruiying was no longer able to stand and knelt using her sword as support. She was in the human immortal realm, but she forcibly used this technique that consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. The poison from the haze had spread throughout her body. All she could sense was pain, but she smiled sadly. Her husband and daughter were probably safe now. However, she would be unable to look for them. At this moment, Luo Ruiying heard a horrifying voice ringing in the air. "You certainly live up to your name as an immortal fairy from the heavenly realm. You nearly killed me." Old Ghost dragged his badly injured and bleeding body from the sword ditch slowly. He looked at Luo Ruiying viciously. If he had not placed and activated the magical item, the heavenly silk armor, in front of him inside the poisonous haze, he would definitely have died under her attack. Even the heavenly silk armor turned to smithereens in a single strike. Sure enough, as long as someone was from the heavenly realm, even though her cultivation had declined to the human immortal realm, he had to be careful. Seeing Old Ghost still alive, Luo Ruiying was stunned. He's still alive. What should I do? In her current state, she already had trouble moving, let alone execute a second attack. However, Old Ghost did not seem to be any better than her, so perhaps she still had the chance to slay him. Otherwise, if he had the chance to recover, Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye would be in grave danger. Just as Luo Ruiying was about to fight Old Ghost to the death again, a turn of events happened. Two more silhouettes appeared in the air. Su Sheng and Lu Jian looked down at Old Ghost from above with looks of mockery on their faces. "Old Ghost, didn't I tell you to send a signal if you find them? Don't tell me you want to steal all the credit." From the looks of it, not only were you unable to steal any credit, but you were even badly beaten up. Facing Su Sheng and Lu Jian's mockery, Old Ghost was furious, but there was nothing he could do. With his injuries, it was impossible for him to face Luo Ruiying alone. Perhaps Su Sheng and Lu Jian might even attack him while he was weak. When Luo Ruiying saw Su Sheng and Lu Jian, she lost all hope. These two men were with Old Ghost. Luo Ruiying did not know what to do. It was impossible for her to take on the attacks of two divine being realm cultivators at their prime. Luo Ruiying had lost all hope. At this point, the poison from the haze had reached all her organs, and she was suffering great agony, so she could not even wield her sword. Even if she wanted to delay them, she was unable to do so. This must be Luo Ruiying, the fairy from the heavenly realm that person wants. Sure enough, she's beautiful. Su Sheng looked at Luo Ruiying in astonishment. Seeing her alone, he frowned and looked at Old Ghost. "Where's her kid?" That person from the heavenly realm gave them a mission to bring Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye back. That person specially instructed them to bring Luo Hongye back alive. This meant the girl was far more important than Luo Ruiying. Being questioned by Su Sheng, Old Ghost was annoyed. He pointed at the forest behind Luo Ruiying and said angrily, "A mortal man took the girl and escaped into the forest. Not only did you nearly get killed by a woman at the human immortal realm, but you even let the girl escape right before your eyes. We overestimated your abilities." Lu Jian glanced coldly at Old Ghost without hiding his disdain in the slightest. He was clearly unhappy that Old Ghost had let them run. Old Ghost was speechless. He could only snort coldly and swallow his words for now. He was badly injured, so he did not dare to provoke Su Sheng and Lu Jian. "Let's take care of this woman first and chase after the kid." Lu Jian unsheathed the sword at his waist. A long sword light came from his sword and went straight toward Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying watched as the sword light came toward her, but she was unable to lift her sword and could only watch the impending death. Just as the sword light was about to touch her, a figure silently appeared in front of her. The figure was wearing a black robe and standing with his back facing her, so Luo Ruiying couldn't see his face. She watched the man reach out his hand and gently touch the sword light, making it instantly disappear into thin air. Everyone was blown away by the sight before them. It was an attack from a cultivator at the divine being realm, but the intruder effortlessly stopped it. Lu Jian frowned deeply. He was regarded as the #1 sword saint in the world and was very talented in swordsmanship, but someone blocked his attack with a finger. His pride would never allow this kind of embarrassment. Heavenly sword, violent wind, slaughter. Lu Jian drove his spiritual energy. His aura was so fierce that it could be sensed everywhere. The heavenly sword in his hand thrust out a sword light accompanied by a violent wind. Again, Ning Yechen raised his hand and gently touched the sword light. It disappeared like a breeze. Everyone was stunned. Old Ghost and Su Sheng knew Lu Jian's abilities, but he could not do anything about the intruder. Lu Jian was no longer able to maintain his composure. His face was full of shock. His attack was enough to cut mountains and part seas, but it was effortlessly stopped. Who are you? Lu Jian shed in disbelief. Ning Yetchin ignored him and turned to check on Luo Ruiying behind him. He was wearing a mask of a black-faced ghost with fangs, so he was not afraid of revealing his identity. When he saw her green pallor and face contorting from agonizing pain brought about by the poison, he felt distressed. Really, why did she have to fight? Ning Yetchen threw a pill radiating with spiritual energy into Luo Ruiying's hand and said in an old voice, "This pill can cure the poison and aid recovery. Take it now." "Thank you, Elder." Luo Ruiying did not hesitate and quickly took the pill. Powerful spiritual energy spread throughout her body, neutralizing the poison. Her body stopped feeling as though it was burning away, and the pain stopped. This pill was incredibly effective. Seeing that Luo Ruiying was much better, Ning Yechen heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Old Ghost and the other two murderously. His murderous aura made them tremble and unable to move. They have never felt such fear in their lives. They never knew that someone's murderous intent could be so terrifying. Who is he? Old Ghost and the other two wondered. They had never heard of someone like him. Ning Yechen reached his hand out at Old Ghost and turned his palm slightly. The next second, Old Ghost's body started twisting uncontrollably. The cracking and crunching of bones sounded. His body was ripping apart, and the excruciating pain made him howl in agony. Elder, forgive me." Ning Yetchin did not stop. In a moment, Old Ghost was twisted into a ball of flesh and died a horrifying death. Even his divine soul contorted and dissipated. Lu Jian and Su Sheng were utterly frightened by the scene as their jaws dropped in shock. Their peer, Old Ghost, died just like that. Ning Yetchin turned his eyes to Lu Jian and Su Sheng. The two of them instantly turned cold and felt death was upon them. "Elder, wait. Why do you want to kill us? How have we offended you?" Su Sheng hurriedly shouted with his hands raised. He was certain that even if he combined forces with Lu Jian, they were no match for this man before them. "The reason for killing you is simple. You have done something wrong." Ning Yetchin replied coldly. "As something wrong?" Lu Jian and Su Sheng were at a loss. "What did we do? What did we do wrong?" This time, Ning Yetchin could not be bothered to answer them. He used his hand like a blade and attacked Lu Jian. Lu Jian was terrified. He hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack, but an invisible sword energy broke his sword and went straight for him. How is this possible? Lu Jian was still raising his sword with an expression full of disbelief. A fine line appeared on his neck, blood spurted out, and his head fell to the ground. He was a renowned sword saint, but now he was dead. Even Lu Jian's divine soul did not have the chance to escape and split into two with his body. Su Sheng was deathly pale. Looking at Ning Yetchin, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly took out a talisman. The talisman let out a glow, and Su Sheng disappeared in an instant. When Su Sheng reappeared, he was thousands of kilometers away. However, he did not dare to linger whatsoever. He transformed into a light and kept flying away. His instincts told him that he had to run, or he was bound to perish. He should not have fallen for the temptation that he could enter the heavenly realm and become an immortal. Now, not only was his dream shattered, but centuries of his cultivation had gone to waste, and he nearly died. He felt extremely regretful of his actions. Only one thought remained in his mind. I have to run. He had to escape immediately. even if it meant using the long-distance escape talisman, which he had saved for a long time. Ning Yechen looked in the direction of Su Sheng's escape, but did not chase. Instead, he walked up in front of Luo Ruiying, raised his hand, and placed it on her forehead. After confirming she was fine, he was finally relieved. Luo Ruiying was startled by the intimate interaction. She hurriedly took a step back, bowed, and thanked him. "Elder, thank you for the help." Seeing the way this black-robed man overwhelmingly defeated Old Ghost and Lu Jian, Luo Ruiying knew that he was not a cultivator from the mortal realm. From the moment he mentioned those intruders had done something wrong, she had an inkling of his identity. This man was certainly the elder who had created the heavenly herb garden. As for the part about them doing something wrong, he had to be referring to the heavenly herb garden. Old Ghost's poisonous haze and Lu Jian's sword energy nearly damaged the heavenly herb garden. So this elder suddenly appeared to kill them out of anger. Luo Ruiying speculated. Ning Yechen did not know what Luo Ruiying was thinking. Seeing her take a step back, he assumed he had just frightened her and said gently, "The poison in your body has been neutralized. As for your injuries, you only need a few days to recover." "Thank you, elder," Luo Ruiying said gratefully. This elder had attacked them ruthlessly, but he was unexpectedly easygoing. Since the elder was here, Luo Ruiying hesitated briefly and took the initiative to say, "Elder, I have something to tell you." "Huh? What is it?" Ning Yechen asked curiously. Luo Ruiying said awkwardly, "My husband and I inadvertently discovered your garden and plucked many heavenly herbs from it, including the 7-colored glass flower. I want to compensate you with some heavenly treasures. If you want to blame someone, let it be me. Please don't blame my husband. He's just a mortal and didn't mean to offend you." After saying this, Luo Ruiying felt worried. She secretly glanced at the black-robed elder, watching his actions. She was very worried. After he found out they had randomly taken heavenly herbs and the 7-colored glass flower, he might kill them in a fit of anger. After all, the heavenly herb garden was untouchable to the elder. To be honest, even if she took out the remaining heavenly treasures she had, they were not enough to make up for the 7-colored glass flower. As Luo Ruiying waited nervously, Ning Yechen let out a chuckle and waved his hand casually. "It's okay. If you like them, feel free to pluck them. As for your so-called heavenly treasures, they are no use to me, so save them for yourself." Luo Ruiying seemed to think that he was the elder who had created this heavenly herb garden. In that case, it would save him the trouble of making up other excuses. Moreover, she was still concerned about him. She defended him and wanted to shoulder the responsibility alone, making him feel touched. When Luo Ruiying heard that she could take whatever she wanted without giving anything in return, she was stunned. The heavenly plants and herbs in the garden were priceless, but he allowed her to take whatever she wanted. Even though she had plucked the 7-colored glass flower, it did not matter to him, and he was not angry in any way. The man did not seem surprised in the slightest. It seemed as though he already knew that she had plucked the 7-colored glass flower. "This elder seems pretty nice." Luo Ruiying bowed and thanked the man once more. "Elder, do you mind sharing your name? I would like to visit you and thank you properly one day." However, when she looked up, the man was nowhere to be seen. Just like the way he came, he left without any sign. Perhaps he was a capable expert living in recluse who did not want people to know about him. Luo Ruiying did not take it to heart. After composing herself, she felt relieved that she was still alive. Even though she had been prepared to die, when the sword energy from Lu Jian nearly struck her, she still felt reluctant to die. Images of that man and their daughter kept surfacing in her mind. Sure enough, she did not want to leave them like this, right? She had to find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be in danger if they encountered any monster beast in the forest. As Luo Ruiying thought about the escaping Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye, her heart constricted, and she quickly ran into the forest. Meanwhile, after leaving Luo Ruiying, Ning Yetchin swiftly appeared outside a cave and transmitted his voice inside. "Come out." The next second, a commotion sounded from the cave before 3 figures shot out of the cave. One of them even knelt halfway and slid over to Ning Yechen. Sir, what brings you here? Sky-swallowing python stammered, her head trickling with cold sweat. Not long had passed, but Ning Yetchin asked to see them again. It was simply horrifying. They had been playing mahjong happily, but the moment they heard the man's voice, they were scared silly. Looking at Ning Yetchin's frosty expression, everyone stayed silent out of fear. They wondered which idiots offended the man this time. Ning Yetchin looked at them and said mildly, "What were you doing earlier?" "Sir, we were playing mahjong," Chaos Demonic Bull replied weakly. They were simply playing mahjong. It made no sense for the man to be annoyed by this. Ning Yetchin frowned slightly. "Playing mahjong? Someone entered the monster domain forest and disturbed my peace, but you were playing mahjong. Do you really not know the reason you're still here?" These words made everyone shudder in fear. They anxiously kowtowed and explained. "Sir, you've misunderstood. We thought they were with you." Chaos Demonic Bull and the others wanted to cry aggrievedly. Darkscale Dragon had been killed because he had touched the wrong person. They had learned a lesson from this. This time, they had obediently stayed in the cave and let them pass, but the man came after them for it. Seeing their aggrieved faces, Ning Yechen did not hold them accountable. Instead, he pointed in the direction that Su Shang had escaped and said in a glacial tone, "Someone ran in that direction. You should know what to do now, right?" "Yes. We will kill the intruder now. Since he disturbed your peace, he deserves to die 100 times." Chaos Demonic Bull patted his chest solemnly. The others nodded in agreement. Ning Yechen glanced at them and said calmly, "I want him alive. If he dies, you don't have to come back alive either." "Got it." "Yes, sir." Everyone nodded in unison. "Then why are you still kneeling here? If you let him escape, you can forget about coming back. You can just wait for me to look for you." Ning Yechen frowned while looking coldly at the three figures kneeling obediently in front of him. If he was not in a hurry to return to his wife and daughter, he would not have left the intruder to them. Chaos Demonic Bull and the others snapped out of their daze and hurriedly stood up. But because they were too terrified, their legs were a little limp, so they stumbled and nearly fell when getting up. Seeing this, Ning Yechen frowned. "Will it be okay to leave the task to them? Perhaps I should just send my advocate." Under Ning Yetchin's questioning gaze, Chaos Demonic Bull and the others quickly transformed into lights and disappeared. This was a matter of life and death for them, so they did their utmost to catch up to Su Shang. Ning Yechen watched them leave before turning around and going to the other side of the forest. He had to return to his dear wife and daughter as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Luo Ruiying detected anything amiss, he would be in deep trouble. "Yechen? Hongya." After Luo Ruiying was no longer in danger, she hurried into the forest to look for Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya. While darting through the forest anxiously, she shouted for them. Before long, rustling leaves sounded up ahead in the forest. Carrying Luo Hongya in his arms, Ning Yechen was walking toward her. The moment Luo Ruiying saw that Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya were fine, she exhaled in relief and finally calmed down. "Dear Mommy." The moment Luo Hongya saw Luo Ruiying, tears cascaded down her face. She reached out her arms, wanting to hug her mother. After Ning Yechen arrived in front of Luo Ruiying, she reached her hands out to take Luo Hongya from him. She held her tightly and patted the child's back gently while coaxing, "Mommy is here. Be good and don't cry." Luo Ruiying felt lucky that she could still see her husband and daughter. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she nearly cried tears of joy. Ning Yechen stood at the side, watching the scene with a smile. He even spread his arms open and waited for Luo Ruiying to come into his embrace. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen huffily and reprimanded. "Didn't I tell you to run? Why did you come back with her? What if something happened?" It was supposed to be a touching reunion, and she should have embraced him without a second thought. But in the end, she scolded him for his actions. She clearly looked delighted. Ning Yechen froze on the spot with his arms spread open awkwardly. He could not explain that he already knew everything was over, so he could only admit his mistake obediently. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't take our daughter and abandon you." "Uh-huh. I don't want to leave Mommy," Luo Hongya said firmly in a childlike tone. Luo Ruiying's heart trembled. She felt very moved, but she still glared at Ning Yechen. She knew that Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye had been worried about her, so they had come back to find her. She felt the same way and could not bear to part with them either. But she could never let them endanger themselves. If this kind of situation happened again, she would still do the same. She would still get them to leave while she bought time for them. Thankfully, a powerful elder had helped her this time. Otherwise, she did not know what would have happened if Ning Yechen had come back with their daughter earlier. Her actions of sacrificing herself to buy time for them would have gone to waste. This was why she was upset. You can't do this again. It was so dangerous. I'll forgive you this time. Yes, I understand. Aren't you going to give me a hug now that we've reunited? Ning Yechen nodded perfunctorily while continuing to stand with his arms spread open. Hearing Ning Yetchin's perfunctory tone, Luo Ruiying pouted in annoyance. After hesitating briefly, she stepped forward and went into his arms while holding Luo Hongye. Seeing the anticipation in his eyes, she decided to let him hug her since they had just reunited. It was just a hug after all. Ning Yechen wrapped his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist and pulled her closer. Luo Ruiying leaned her face against Ning Yetchin's chest. Even though she was blushing slightly, she did not protest and allowed Ning Yetchin's action. It was the first time anyone embraced her. She surprisingly felt blissful and safe in his arms. Before she knew it, Luo Ruiying quietly closed her eyes. She had used too much spiritual energy, so she fell asleep out of exhaustion. She still carried Luo Hongye in her arms. At some point, Luo Hongye had fallen asleep in Luo Ruiying's arms as well. Seeing the sleeping mother and daughter, Ning Yechen smiled dotingly. He reached his hand out and touched Luo Ruiying's face lovingly. She was not strong enough, but she insisted on putting herself at risk. By forcibly overusing her spiritual energy to use an immortal technique, she might damage her foundation. If anything went wrong, she might lose her cultivation. Fortunately, he was here. Ning Yechen transferred spiritual energy to Luo Ruiying to protect her meridians. Then he carried them back into the house, placed them gently on the bed, and covered them with a blanket. He sat by the bedside, watching over them. At this moment, a voice transmission sounded. "Sir, we have the guy you want." When Ning Yechen heard the news, his face turned cold. He looked at the sleeping mother and daughter before disappearing from the room. In a cave in a monster domain forest. In the dark cave, the sound of painful groans echoed. MMPH, MMPH. Su Sheng was tightly bound to a stone pillar, with a wooden stick stuffed in his mouth, enduring a ruthless beating. At this point, Su Sheng no longer looked like a refined scholar. Instead, his face was badly beaten up, his clothes were torn, and his body was covered with bruises, making him look very wretched. "Tell us, who sent you? Damn you, give it up already." Chaos Demonic Bull kept raining down fists the size of sandbags on Su Sheng. "Damn it, he's a tough nut to crack. I've already punched him dozens of times, but he still refuses to tell us the truth." "Step aside. Let me do it." Titan Giant Ape rolled up his sleeves, took over Chaos Demonic Bull's position, and pummeled Su Sheng with his ape-like fists. With every blow, the stone pillar behind Su Sheng shook. It seemed as though the cave might collapse at any moment. "Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut." After Titan Giant Ape punched him a few times, Su Sheng spat blood. His eyes became teary, and he struggled and moaned. As one of the top cultivators in the mortal realm, he was currently crying indignantly. After using the long-distance escape talisman to escape, he should have reached safety. But unexpectedly, these three monster kings had chased after him like crazy. In the end, they caught up with him, so he could only fight them. Unfortunately, he was defeated and apprehended. Then they gagged his mouth and brought him to the cave. Without a word, they proceeded to pummel and interrogate him. He wanted to beg for mercy and tell them everything they wanted to know, but his mouth was gagged. He did not have a chance to say a word. These monster kings kept attacking him and did not realize that he was unable to speak at all. He did not know how to describe this painful suffering. At the side, Sky-Swallowing Python watched quietly, looking at Chaos Demonic Bull and Titan Giant Ape like they were idiots. Did these two really not realize they had gagged Su Sheng, and were they doing it on purpose? Although Sky-Swallowing Python noticed this, she had no intention of saying anything. Why, you ask? It was to vent her anger. Because these scoundrels had intruded into the forest, that man had almost held them accountable. They had nearly died. They naturally had to clobber this schmuck to get this anger off their chest. It's my turn. After Titan Giant Ape punched Su Sheng several times, Chaos Demonic Bull wanted to have another go. The interrogation became a competition to be the first to squeeze the truth out of Su Sheng. Su Sheng might die if this continued, so Sky-Swallowing Python stopped them. Enough. If you keep hitting him, he'll die. If we beat him to death, that man won't let us off. I've already sent him a voice transmission. When he arrives, he can decide what to do with this scoundrel. Hearing this, Chaos Demonic Bull and Titan Giant Ape felt startled and finally stopped reluctantly. Instead, they started feeling worried about Su Sheng's condition, afraid he might just die. In that case, they would be dead meat. Chaos Demonic Bull grabbed Su Sheng by the collar, stared down with his big eyes, and said threateningly, "Let me tell you, you're not allowed to die. Otherwise, I'll rip your balls out. Do you hear me?" Chaos Demonic Bull slapped Su Sheng's face a couple more times with his large hand. Su Sheng had passed out, but this woke him up. Su Sheng was swollen beyond recognition as he nodded with tears in his eyes. In his mind, he speculated about the identity of that man these three Monster Kings spoke of. These Monster Kings were at the same level as him, the peak of the divine being realm. Since they were no weaker than him, they were as good as some of the best cultivators in the world. He had long heard about the presence of exceptionally powerful Monster Kings living in the Monster Domain forest, but he did not expect them to take orders from someone else so obediently. What kind of person can command these Monster Kings? Why did this person want to capture me? The moment Su Sheng thought about the black-robed elder who had slaughtered Old Ghost and Lu Jian in a second, he trembled in fear. If it was this mysterious man, then everything made sense. Only this man could make the Monster Kings bow down and obey. At this moment, Ning Yetchin slowly walked into the cave with his hands behind his back. He no longer concealed his identity. Instead, he swaggered in with his original appearance. Seeing Ning Yetchin appear, Chaos Demonic Bull and the others hurriedly knelt and bowed to him. "Greetings, sir." Su Sheng looked straight at Ning Yetchin. He was both fearful and curious. The man before him looked nothing over 30 years old and had handsome features, and he could not sense the slightest cultivation from him. However, he exuded a cold, composed, and contemptuous aura, as though everyone else was beneath him. If not for the fact that Su Sheng was tied to the pillar, he would have knelt out of instinct. Ning Yetchin looked at the half-dead Su Sheng and frowned. He asked Chaos Demonic Bull and the others, "Why does he look half-dead? Did you beat him?" And no, sir, when we caught him, he resisted, so we accidentally used too much strength. I swear we didn't beat him. Chaos Demonic Bull assured Ning Yetchin with a trembling voice but a straight face. Sky-Swallowing Python and Titan Giant Ape felt shocked by Chaos Demonic Bull's actions. The guy really made excuses with a straight face. Looking at the barely alive Su Sheng, Ning Yetchin did not pursue the matter. He strode up to Su Sheng, stared at him coldly, and removed the stick in his mouth. "Tell me, who are you? Who sent you?" "Elder, my name is Su Sheng. I am the leader of Tianxia Scholastic Palace. I entered this place unintentionally and didn't mean to offend you. I hope you can forgive me. I will return and make amends with gifts." "I asked you who sent you. Don't you understand?" Ning Yetchin's eyes turned cold. He grabbed one of Su Sheng's arms and squeezed gently, instantly breaking it. "Ah!" Su Sheng let out a miserable wail of excruciating pain as blood spurted from his wound. Kneeling nearby, Chaos Demonic Bull and the other two trembled and lowered their heads obediently. Compared to Ning Yetchin, they were gentle to Su Sheng. "I'm asking you again, who sent you?" Ning Yetchin asked coldly. Su Sheng endured the severe pain and shouted with a deathly pale face. It was someone from the heavenly realm. He hid his identity. I've never seen his face. All I know is that he wants us to catch Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye and bring them to him. Then he will help us become immortals and ascend to the heavenly realm. That's all I know. Please spare me." He realized that the man before him was no ordinary being. This time, he did not dare to hesitate the slightest. "How do you contact him?" Ning Yechen asked coldly. "We couldn't contact that person. It was always one-way communication," Su Sheng replied weakly. Ning Yechen frowned in annoyance. He was hoping to catch the culprit directly. Sure enough, it was not that easy. "Tell me about your backgrounds." Ning Yechen asked about the identities of Su Sheng and the three dead men. Only now did Su Sheng find out that Wu Kuang had already died at the hands of Ning Yechen. He did not dare to hide the truth and spilled everything. They were Su Sheng, the leader of Tianxia Scholastic Palace; Lu Jian, the leader of the Sharp Sword Sect; Wu Kuang, the leader of the Almighty Combat Hall; and Old Ghost, the leader of the Ghost Puppet Grotto. The four men were from the most powerful forces in the mortal realm. Together, they were known as the Four Major Sects. 3 days ago, a mysterious person had visited the four of them. The other party wanted them to work together to catch Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye and bring them to him. If they could do it, he would help them become immortals and ascend to the heavenly realm. Afterward, he could even help them join one of the top sects in the heavenly realm. Facing this temptation and hearing that the target was a woman at the human immortal realm from the heavenly realm, they accepted the request. They used Old Ghost tracking abilities to track them down to the monster domain forest, and subsequently, "Elder, I've told you everything I know. Please forgive me. Tianxia Scholastic Palace will do anything you want." Su Sheng pleaded fearfully. Ning Yechen smiled gently. The shadow at his feet lengthened to Su Sheng, and legions of dark golden bugs crawled out from the shadow and climbed onto him. What is this?" Stop. Elder, please stop." Su Sheng could sense countless bugs crawling into his body and biting him, gradually eating his entire body bit by bit. The excruciating pain and fear in his heart left him begging for mercy. Before long, the bugs completely covered Su Sheng. The crying disappeared, and his body stopped struggling. After the bugs climbed off the pillar, nothing was left on it. These people had touched his wife and daughter. From the beginning, Ning Yetchin had no intention of letting off anyone, down to their sex. The bugs swarmed like a flood toward Chaos Demonic Bull and the other two, who were kneeling and shuddering at the side. They hugged each other and shouted in fear, "Yes, sir, your bugs are coming over." They were not sure if they could resist these bugs by themselves. Ning Yetchin waved his hand. The bugs that were about to touch Chaos Demonic Bull and the other two turned around in unison, returned to his feet, and went into his shadow again. They were spiritual, energy-eating bugs from the demon realm. They could eat anything, but their favorite were things containing spiritual energy. They would wipe out anything containing spiritual energy. These spiritual energy-eating bugs were at the spirit detection realm when they were first born, but they could increase their cultivation through consumption. Ning Yetchin's spiritual energy-eating bug had even eaten many heavenly emperors. Now, their cultivation was higher than that of Chaos Demonic Bull and the other two. If he had not summoned them back, the bugs would have only needed a little time to eat up the three monster kings. Seeing Ning Yetchin summon the bugs back, they finally felt relieved. They had almost thought that they would be the next to die. Ning Yetchin had deliberately gotten the spiritual energy-eating bugs to get close to Chaos Demonic Bull and the others. He simply wanted to make them more obedient. Ning Yetchin walked over to the three monster kings and said calmly, "I have something for you." "Sir, please speak. We are at your service." Sky-swallowing Python replied first. Chaos Demonic Bull and Titan Giant Ape bowed and chimed in. Ning Yetchin liked their obedient reaction. He raised his hand at them. Dark spiritual energy covered their bodies and lifted them into the air. "Yes, sir," Sky-swallowing Python asked quizzically. The next second, a vast amount of spiritual energy suddenly poured into them, catching them completely unprepared. This terrifying amount of spiritual energy kept entering their meridians and filling their spiritual seas. They could sense that the realm bottlenecks they had been stuck at for more than a century were currently being impacted. Ah, ah, sir, sir. Sir, I'm full. No more. Arg, I can't take it anymore. As the spiritual energy surged into their bodies, their meridians bulged and expanded, and they felt as though they might explode at any moment. Sky-swallowing Python and the others felt a rush of pain and pleasure as the spiritual energy filled their bodies. It was both agonizing and joyful. If you want to break through, suck it up and bear with it. Listening to Sky-swallowing Python's shouts, Ning Yechen frowned. Why does it sound strange? Hearing this, Sky-swallowing Python and the others could only grit their teeth and go on. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for them. The man was forcibly using his spiritual energy to aid them in breaking through from the divine being realm to the heavenly immortal realm. Following 3 resounding shouts, the spiritual energy of Sky-swallowing Python and the other 2 soared into the sky. Powerful auras radiated from them as their bodies glowed. This meant they had broken through to the heavenly immortal realm. If Ning Yetchin had not used a formation to conceal the cave and block the laws of the world, their breakthrough to the immortal level would have aroused a heavenly lightning tribulation. He did not think much of the heavenly lightning tribulation, but the commotion would have drawn the attention of Luo Ruiying and others. Most importantly, his wife and daughter were sleeping. What if the thunder woke them up? After advancing to the heavenly immortal realm, the 3 monster kings accepted the baptism of spiritual energy and let it do its work. Their expressions were relaxed and comfortable. After landing on the ground, Chaos Demonic Bull opened his eyes. His eyes glinted as he detected the majestic power in his body. At this moment, he felt unstoppable. Ning Yetchin's voice sounded. Do you think you're unstoppable now? Absolutely, Chaos Demonic Bull replied subconsciously. When he snapped out of his excitement, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. No way. How can I compare to you? Even after breaking through to the heavenly immortal realm, he felt that Ning Yetchin could finish him off in a split second. We were able to achieve this out of your generosity. Sky-swallowing Python and Titan Giant Ape chimed in. They were thrilled. Unexpectedly, they received a precious opportunity from Ning Yetchin. Had they broken through on their own, they did not know how long it would have taken them. However, the man had used his spiritual energy and forcefully helped them break through in a matter of minutes. His true abilities were far beyond anything they could imagine. Everyone looked at Ning Yetchin with respect and fear. Ning Yetchin waved his hand, and 3 heavenly weapons appeared in front of Chaos Demonic Bull and the other 2. They were a red battle axe, a pair of boxing gloves that glistened like jewels, and a sword curved like a snake. Sir, what is this? The 3 monster kings looked at the heavenly weapons with minds stamped on their faces. They were rare heavenly weapons. The heavenly weapons gave off a radiant luster, so they must be high-level items. They had lived in a monster domain forest for hundreds of years, but they had never laid eyes on a heavenly weapon before. Ning Yetchin looked at them indifferently. I want you to do something. While I am away, I want you to protect my wife and daughter. Your cultivation was terrible, so I helped you break through. Now, take these heavenly weapons as well. Ning Yetchin had helped them break through and gifted them heavenly weapons. This was no different from taking them in as his subordinates. They could help when necessary, but if they were too weak, there was no point. Despite aiding their breakthrough to the heavenly immortal realm, they were far weaker than his past subordinates. The 3 monster kings could not believe their ears. Is he really giving us heavenly weapons just like that? After the initial shock, they were thrilled. They hurriedly kneeled and swore fealty to him. Thank you for this gift. We swear to do our utmost to protect your wife and daughter. Chaos Demonic Bull even straightened his back, hit his chest, and said solemnly, From now on, your wife and daughter are as good as mine. Ning Yetchin felt that this sentence sounded off, so he narrowed his eyes at Chaos Demonic Bull. Chaos Demonic Bull detected something amiss, so he explained sheepishly, No, I mean that I'll treat your wife and daughter like my own. That doesn't sound right either. Ning Yechen quietly walked over to Chaos Demonic Bull and smiled. With a thud, a punch hit him on the head, driving half of his body into the ground. Even though the stupid cow did not mean any harm, Ning Yechen could not resist hitting him. Sky-swallowing python and titan giant ape glanced at Chaos Demonic Bull, who was stuck in the ground upside down and unconscious. Sure enough, even though they were at the heavenly immortal realm now, they still could not even take a single blow from the man. At the Ghost Puppet Grotto, in the western domain, on a cliff stood a compound made entirely of limbs and bones, looking like a sinister skeleton. Around the cliff, there were countless caves. These caves were residences of the Ghost Puppet Grotto cultivators. Numerous caves covered the cliff, and cultivators jumped to get around. On the quiet night, the moon hung high in the sky, and the clouds were thick. Ning Yetchin quietly arrived at the Ghost Puppet Grotto and floated in midair. He looked down at the compound belonging to one of the top sects in the land and said softly, "I'll start here." He had principles. As long as others took action against the people under his protection, he would never show mercy. Since they had injured his wife and wanted to capture his daughter, he would let the 4 major sects disappear altogether. Even though he could have left this to Chaos Demonic Bull and the other 2, who were already strong enough to wipe out the 4 major sects, it would have been too inefficient. Thus, Ning Yechen decided to do it personally. It would be a quick and easy job. He still had to rush to the next location. Ning Yechen raised his hand, and a small flame instantly appeared in his palm. The small flame gradually grew. Before long, a giant fireball roughly 30 meters wide appeared in his hand. The fireball was as bright and scorching as the sun, making the atmosphere contort. It was so hot that ripples resembling roving fire dragons could be seen on its surface. It was so bright that it felt like daylight. The temperature at the Ghost Puppet Grotto rapidly rose. The cultivators detected something amiss and came out of their caves one after another. They raised their heads and looked at the night sky at a loss. What's going on? Is it morning? I remember I just went to sleep. Why is the sun so close? No, wait. Look, there's someone there. That man is using an immortal technique. The people from the Ghost Puppet Grotto discovered Ning Yetchin, and their faces instantly turned pale. Someone was able to use such a powerful immortal technique. If he threw the fireball at them, the Ghost Puppet Grotto would be no more. A few figures flew from the Ghost Puppet Grotto and arrived in front of Ning Yetchin. "Elder, may I ask who you are? What calls for your visit, and it's such a late hour?" "Elder, can you remove the fireball first?" A few Ghost Puppet Grotto elders flew over and spoke politely to Ning Yetchin. Only after getting closer did they realize how dreadful the fireball in Ning Yetchin's hand was. The fireball's heat and pressure left them gasping and sweating all over. Even their skin felt like it was burning. What was worse, the fireball kept expanding. "Sir, may I ask what we have done wrong? Please forgive us. When our leader comes back, he will apologize personally," said the great elder of the Ghost Puppet Grotto, Gui Ju, reverently. In his mind, he had to buy time for Old Ghost to return. Otherwise, this fireball was enough to utterly destroy the Ghost Puppet Grotto. Ning Yechen glanced at the people in disdain. He decided to let them know why they were dying and said indifferently, "Your leader won't be coming back. As for the Ghost Puppet Grotto, it will cease to exist from now on." What? Gui Ju was stupefied. Their leader, Old Ghost, had been killed, and this man before them genuinely wanted to annihilate the Ghost Puppet Grotto in one fell swoop. "Do it! Stop him!" Gui Ju shouted furiously. The elders used their best magic treasures to attack Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen could not be bothered to look at them. He raised a fireball with one hand behind him without budging the slightest. Dozens of fire dragons shot out of the fireball and attacked these people. In an instant, the fire dragons swallowed them and their best magic treasures. Resistance was completely futile. Screams resounded as several elders from one of the best sects were turned into dust. The disciples of the Ghost Puppet Grotto were frozen stiff, unable to believe what they were seeing. They were one of the top sects in the world, part of the 4 major sects, but their elders had been killed without any resistance. The first to react scattered in panic. Ning Yechen gently tossed the fireball. Its shadow instantly shrouded the ghost puppet grotto. There was no escape. Before the fireball landed, the heat radiating from it was enough to turn humans into ashes. Rumble. When a fireball landed, the ghost puppet grotto instantly melted away, along with everything within a 3-kilometer radius. All that remained was a bottomless ravine. Steam rose from the ravine. It was so hot that no living creature in the surrounding area could approach it. From now on, the ghost puppet grotto was no more. Meanwhile, Tianxia Scholastic Palace, located in the eastern province, was razed to the ground by tens of thousands of heavenly lightning. The sharp sword sect in the central province was eradicated by a single stroke of a sword. All that remained of the sect was a 3-kilometer-long sword gully. The almighty combat hall located in southern province was the same. It was completely crushed by a massive mountain and replaced by it. Overnight, the 4 major sects were annihilated. 3 replicates created using Ning Yetchin's divine soul flew back to his side and merged back into his body. At this moment, dozens of bolts of heavenly lightning struck at Ning Yetchen without warning. Each heavenly lightning bolt had the power to rend the sky and split the earth. This was one of the laws of the mortal realm. In a way, it was divine punishment to control cultivators. In a mortal realm, the highest possible cultivation level was the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. Even if people from the 6 realms entered the mortal realm, they had to suppress their cultivation. The moment strength above the peak of the heavenly immortal realm was used, heavenly lightning would be triggered as divine punishment. The methods that Ning Yechen had used were far beyond the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, so divine punishment was triggered. But for this to work, the divine punishment had to be more powerful than the target in question. If the cultivator was so powerful that they did not fear divine punishment, this law was useless against them, such as with Ning Yechen. Facing the dozens of bolts of heavenly lightning, Ning Yechen was unworried. He was long used to it. Every time he took action, divine punishment would descend. It was basically like a massage to him. A dark defensive barrier made of spiritual energy automatically appeared and covered Ning Yechen. Dozens of bolts of heavenly lightning struck the barrier, but they were unable to break it. After the heavenly lightning ended, Ning Yechen leisurely deactivated his barrier. He had used his divine soul to make 4 replicates to perform immortal techniques. He could tell that the heavenly lightning this time was far stronger than usual. However, it could be stronger. After taking care of the 4 major sects, Ning Yechen looked up at the sky. He transformed into a light once more and flew into the sky. It was time to go to the heavenly realm again. At Tonda Palace in the heavenly realm. Ever since Ning Yechen wrecked half of Tonda Palace with a casual blow, other than collecting intelligence from all over the heavenly realm, the disciples had been busy repairing the place. Knowing that the demon lord, Ning Yechen, would return to Tonda Palace in the near future, everyone felt anxious. After Ning Yechen slowly landed from the sky, he swaggered into Tonda Palace as if he were returning home. After what had happened, the disciples of Tonda Palace recognized Ning Yechen the moment they saw him. Everyone panicked and hid as far away as they could. Seeing Ning Yechen walking up the jade steps, the guard outside the main hall stumbled inside and shouted at the top of his lungs, "An ancestor! The demon lord is here again!" Swish, swish, swish. Tonda Wentian and a group of elders hurriedly flew over to welcome Ning Yechen at the entrance. "Greetings, demon lord. Cut the crap. Just give me the results." Ning Yechen did not want to waste his time. He walked straight into the main hall, sat down, and casually took a fruit on the table beside him. Ever since he hid his true identity from Luo Ruiying, he had not had the chance to eat heavenly fruits. Since he was out in the heavenly realm without his wife around, he wanted to take the opportunity to eat more heavenly fruit. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to do it back home. Tonda Wentian and the others also wanted to send this dreadful man away as soon as possible. They quickly walked over to Ning Yechen, bowed, and reported the results of their investigation over the past few days. "Demon Lord, Regarding the woman Luo Ruiying you asked about and her background, we, along with other forces of the heavenly realm, have investigated her. Luo Ruiying is from the temple of goddess Luo in the Northern Sea heavenly domain. However, there is no recent news about her. Over a century ago, she left the temple of goddess Luo. No one knows where she has gone. Even the people from the temple don't have any news about her. Tiandao Wentian secretly observed Ning Yetchin's expression, worried that Ning Yetchin was unhappy with the results. They had combed through almost the entire heavenly realm, and this was all the information they could get. Ning Yetchin held his cheek with one hand, gently wrapping the chair armrest with the fingers of his other hand in contemplation. He was indeed not pleased with the results of their investigation, but he did not make things difficult for Tonda Palace. He knew they must have done their best to investigate. Since this was the only information they could find, this had to be all there was. At least he now knew the force behind her. This was useful. Okay, thank you. Ning Yetchin stood up. On the way, he took all the heavenly fruits on the table. He walked out of the main hall and waved goodbye to Tiandao, Wentian, and the others with his back facing them. Seeing Ning Yetchin leave, they were relieved that the terrifying man was done with them. Tiandao Wentian beamed and said ingratiatingly, "We are exceptionally glad we could help, Demon Lord." Really? Ning Yetchin turned around and smiled at Tiandao Wentian. "Since you have this intention, I will call on you again in the future." He naturally knew that Tiandao Wentian was just being polite. The last thing these people wanted was for him to return. The more this was the case, the more Ning Yetchin should visit again. Tiandao Wentian's cheek twitched slightly. He felt as though he had swallowed a fly. He wanted to slap himself. This stupid mouth of mine. Of all things, did I have to say that? If the Demon Lord kept looking for them, it would be miserable. The elders behind Tiandao Wentian looked upset, but they could not reprimand their ancestor. "Ancestor, why did you say that?" He took it seriously. At the temple of goddess Luo in the Northern Sea heavenly domain, the halls in the temple had a circular layout, and the buildings were arranged in rows. At the center of the temple stood a statue of a female goddess of roughly 30 meters tall. The female statue was wearing armor and holding a sword pointing forward with her back straight. She looked confident and heroic like a female general. At this moment, there was panic everywhere in the temple of goddess Luo, and many people were even escaping. Recently, rumors about Yi Machen, the supreme demon lord of the demon realm, returning to the heavenly realm had spread. Moreover, he was looking for a woman named Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying was from the temple of goddess Luo. People assumed Luo Ruiying had offended the demon lord, and that he was here to seek revenge. They were so frightened that they could not eat or sleep well, and many even ran away. Little did they know that the man they were worried about was already here. After leaving Tonda Palace, Ning Yetchin quickly arrived in the sky above the temple of goddess Luo. The temple of goddess Luo could not compare to the likes of Tonda Palace in terms of size. At best, they were considered a third-rate sect in the heavenly realm. Even though they were small, they had impressively been able to nurture a heavenly empress like Luo Ruiying. Unfortunately, they did not appreciate her. What should I do? Should I destroy them? Ning Yetchin pondered while looking down at the temple of goddess Luo. It was easy enough to destroy it since all it would take was a single slap. But this was his wife's former home after all. If he destroyed it directly, it was no different from wiping out his wife's family. It did not seem appropriate. After giving it some thought, Ning Yetchin wanted to sound them out before deciding on a course of action. In an instant, Ning Yetchin disappeared. Inside a study in the temple of goddess Luo, a composed middle-aged man was sitting in the study, focusing on reading a book. Suddenly, the lights flickered slightly. Luo Tianya's eyes constricted, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He could sense someone standing behind him in shadows. He was at the heavenly venerable realm, but he did not detect the other party at all. If the other party had hidden his presence, Luo Tianya would not have even noticed. Luo Tianya snapped out of his thoughts and gently closed his book. Without looking back, he said calmly, "Sir, no, Demon Lord, it's an honor for you to visit us at this hour. Considering the demon lord's abilities and the recent rumors about him, Luo Tianya could guess the intruder's identity. Ning Yechen did not conceal anything. He swaggered out from behind Luo Tianya, walked over to a chair, and sat down. Luo Tianya had no intention of resisting or calling for help. He knew that the temple of goddess Luo had no hope of resisting the demon lord. Demon lord, are you here to destroy the temple of goddess Luo? Luo Tianya asked, seemingly prepared for the worst. That depends on your answer. Ning Yechen crossed his legs, leaned his cheek on his hand, and looked at Luo Tianya glacially. This sounded like nothing was for sure yet. Luo Tianya felt hopeful and took the initiative to apologize. Demon Lord, may I ask how my daughter has offended you? We will do everything we can to make up for it. No, she didn't offend me. You did. Ning Yechen pointed coldly at Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya frowned slightly. No matter how he thought about it, he could not recall how the temple of goddess Luo could have offended the demon lord. This was even the first time they met. Demon Lord, I hope you can make it clear, Luo Tianya said doubtfully. He thought for some time, but he had no idea how he could have offended the demon lord. Let me ask you, did you send people to hunt down Ruiying? Ning Yechen narrowed his eyes. Luo Tianya frowned, looking puzzled. Demon Lord, are you joking? Ruiying is my daughter. Why would I send people to hunt her down? Huh? He didn't order it? Ning Yechen also felt puzzled and observed Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya was composed, but looked puzzled. From the looks of it, he was not lying. Those people who came to kill Ruiying weren't sent by the temple of goddess Luo. Ning Yechen wondered who it could be. Luo Tianya explained, Demon Lord, although I don't know why you're looking for my daughter, she was taken away over a century ago by a certain force. Since then, I haven't seen her, and she has never returned to the temple of goddess Luo. What force? Ning Yechen asked in a grim voice. Since the temple of goddess Luo was not behind this, it had to be that force who had taken her away. Luo Tianya shook his head. I don't know. I simply know that they are extremely powerful, far beyond what the temple can compare to. Even the shimmering ice sacred domain doesn't dare to offend them. They claimed that my daughter was very talented and had the potential to become an empress. After making us a lot of promises, they took her away. The shimmering ice sacred domain was among the 9 great heavenly domains and on par with Tonda Palace. If the shimmering ice sacred domain did not dare to offend them, then it could only be one of the reclusive ancient families that had been around for over a millennium in the heavenly realm. Those people usually lived in reclusion somewhere in the heavenly realm. Unless something catastrophic happened in the heavenly realm, they would never appear, let alone get involved in anything. However, they had ordered the pursuit of Luo Ruiying. The heavenly realm was vast and had endless lands, seas, planets, and stars. It was hundreds of times bigger than the mortal realm. Finding those ancient families was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he could find one, it might not be the family behind the pursuit of Luo Ruiying. Ning Yechen looked annoyed. His wife's situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Since someone from an ancient family had their eye on his wife, it meant his wife was extraordinarily talented. Otherwise, those mysterious ancient families would not have their eye on her. Seeing the displeasure on Ning Yetchin's face, Luo Tianya plucked up his courage and asked cautiously, Demon Lord, have you seen my daughter? How is she? Through this conversation with Ning Yetchin, he could tell the Demon Lord was here to hold people accountable, but it felt more like he wanted to vent Luo Ruiying's anger for her. It seemed the Demon Lord knew his daughter. From the sound of it, someone was hunting down his daughter. As a father, for the sake of the family's future, he had had no choice but to let his daughter go a century ago. But this had become his greatest regret. Now, he did not even know if his daughter was dead or alive. Hearing Luo Tianya's questions, Ning Yechen snapped out of his thoughts. He hurriedly put his legs down and sat up straight. His face changed from a cold and ignorant expression to a kind and genial smile. His smile even looked a little ingratiating. When he first came here, he did not know the truth and planned to destroy the temple of goddess Luo. So he had the attitude he had used as the Demon Lord. Now that he knew it was a misunderstanding, he instantly changed his attitude. After all, the other party was his wife's father and his father-in-law. He had crossed his legs and talked with his hand on his cheek. It was very rude. He had to save his image and give a good impression. At this moment, Ning Yechen felt glad that he had not recklessly destroyed the temple of goddess Luo. If he had, he would have been in big trouble. Ahem. No. Sir, your daughter is fine. Don't worry, Ning Yechen said courteously with a smile. Ning Yetchin's attitude had made a 180-degree change. Luo Tianya was at a loss and felt wary. Why did the Demon Lord's attitude suddenly change? Demon Lord, you don't have to address me as Demon Lord and make things so distant. My name is Ning Yechen. Why don't you just call me Yechen? The moment Luo Tianya spoke, Ning Yechen interrupted him and smiled in a friendly manner. This made Luo Tianya feel even more uneasy. The Demon Lord actually wanted to be on a first-name basis. This was probably completely unheard of in the heavenly realm. Hardly anyone dared to call the Demon Lord directly by his name. Yechen, Luo Tianya said cautiously. Please go ahead, Ning Yechen answered in satisfaction. This way, their relationship as father-in-law and son-in-law would get closer. But at this moment, it was not the right time to tell Luo Tianya about his relationship with Luo Ruiying. At least he had to get Luo Ruiying to accept his true identity first. Then he would find an opportunity to make an official announcement. Luo Tianya felt a little concerned by Ning Yetchin's sudden ingratiating attitude, but he was more worried about Luo Ruiying's situation. He put on a bold front and asked, "You must have seen my daughter, right? Is she well? Where is she?" "She's well. You don't have to worry. As for her location, I can't tell you for now." Ning Yechen thought about it and decided not to tell Luo Tianya more about Luo Ruiying. In order to make him worry, Ning Yechen did not tell him about Luo Ruiying's immortal bone and heart getting removed. First, he was afraid that Luo Tianya would be even more worried after knowing that Luo Ruiying was with him. Now was not the time to tell him. Second, if he told Luo Tianya, it might put the temple of goddess Luo at risk. If the ancient family who had taken Luo Ruiying away wanted to take it out on the temple of goddess Luo, it would be effortless. Luo Ruiying knew this as well. So even when she escaped, she had no intention of returning to the temple of goddess Luo and did not tell them a word. She was worried that the ancient family would find out and bring catastrophe to her family. It was why she had resolutely chosen to escape to the mortal realm. This was not enough to set Luo Tianya's heart at ease. He had more questions, but before he could ask, Ning Yechen disappeared into thin air. Since it was not the temple of goddess Luo who had sent people after Luo Ruiying, there was no point staying here. It would be difficult to find the true culprit, so he could only wait for the other party to come knocking again. They had dug out his wife's immortal bone and heart. He could not let them off easy. Luo Tianya watched Ning Yechen leave, but he did not feel relief at all. Instead, he looked very solemn. Why does Ruiying know the Demon Lord? Why did he come to the heavenly realm to investigate her? What happened to her? Why are people hunting her down? Luo Tianya's instincts told him that something must have happened to Luo Ruiying. No, he cannot sit and wait. Luo Tianya's face looked serious as he shouted outside the room. Men, late at night, monster domain forest, inside the wooden house. Because Luo Ruiying had overused her spiritual energy, she slept soundly for some time before waking up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Luo Hongye curled up, sleeping in her arms. Looking at Luo Hongye sleeping peacefully, Luo Ruiying felt relieved. She smiled lovingly and reached to caress Luo Hongye's cheek. Just as she was about to look for Ning Yechen, she noticed a pair of arms hugging her waist tightly. Luo Ruiying was stunned, and an anxious look swept across her face. She turned around and found that Ning Yechen was holding her in his sleep. It was her sleeping in the middle, not Luo Hongye. Moreover, she was sleeping on her side, and their bodies were very close together. She could even clearly feel the warmth on her back and his warm breath on her ear as he slept. Oh no, he's too close. Luo Ruiying's face flushed crimson. She attempted to gently remove Ning Yetchin's arms from her waist. Unfortunately, Ning Yechen only held her even more tightly. It was impossible to move his arms away. Why is he hugging me so tightly when he's asleep? Luo Ruiying turned around and glared at Ning Yechen as she tried to turn her body and wrest herself free of his embrace. But because Luo Hongye was sleeping in her arms, Luo Ruiying was worried about waking her up, so she did not dare to move too much. Thus, she was unable to free herself from Ning Yetchin's embrace. Instead, her movements led to slight friction between them, and her body felt hot. At this moment, Ning Yetchin raised his leg and placed it on her, making their bodies even closer. In the darkness, a hand on her waist squeezed her. Luo Ruiying's face instantly turned red and anxious. She was so startled that she nearly shouted. Fortunately, she covered her mouth just in time. Otherwise, if she let out a misleading moan, her daughter was still sleeping in her arms. She could not let out any strange noises. This guy is really... Why does he move so much when sleeping? And why are his hands so touchy? Luo Ruiying was embarrassed and angry, but she could not forcibly break free from Ning Yetchin's embrace. Since there was nothing she could do, Luo Ruiying attempted to say softly with her face blushing, "Why, Yetchin? Yetchin, wake up." Luo Ruiying called him a few times, but he did not respond at all. He was sleeping too soundly. He was not waking up at all. After a few tries, Luo Ruiying resigned herself to her fate and let Ning Yetchin hug her while sleeping. So be it. As long as he doesn't do anything else funny. Luo Ruiying placed her hands on Ning Yetchin's on her waist, leaned into his arms, and fell into a deep sleep. Ning Yetchin smiled while sleeping soundly. In the morning sun seeped through the gaps in the window into the room. Dear. Luo Ruiying was sleeping soundly when someone called her affectionately. The moment she opened her sleepy eyes, she saw a handsome face very close to hers. She was so startled that she leaned backward. She thought about Ning Yetchin's roguish sleeping actions last night and glared at him with her face blushing. Thanks to him, she did not sleep well last night. In reality, she actually slept well. Ning Yetchin smiled, sat by the bedside, reached his hand out to touch her forehead, and asked gently, "Dear, does it still hurt?" "I'm fine." Ning Yetchin's gentle tone left Luo Ruiying feeling warm and fuzzy. She quietly swallowed the words she was about to scold him with. "Never mind. He was asleep. It's not entirely his fault. I made you medicine." Ning Yetchin held a bowl of medicine for nourishing the body. As usual, he scooped up a spoonful and held it to her mouth. This time, Luo Ruiying did not insist on taking the medicine herself. She obediently opened her mouth and drank from the spoon. Only after she recovered could she keep everyone safe. Ning Yetchin happily fed spoonful after spoonful into Luo Ruiying's mouth. Even though he could effortlessly treat her injuries, he did not choose to do so. For one, it would be easy to arouse Luo Ruiying's suspicion. It was fine for him to make medicinal porridge, but if he took out pills or something similar, it would be impossible to keep his identity secret. And two, he felt that Luo Ruiying was particularly adorable when she was vulnerable. He could take the opportunity to take care of her. After drinking a few spoonfuls of medicine, Luo Ruiying pondered briefly and suddenly said, "Yetchin, let's pack up and leave." She did not think of this on a whim. She came up with it after careful thought. Old Ghost and the others had already found the place. This meant her location was already exposed. Very soon, tougher opponents would probably be sent her way. With her current abilities, she could not even stop Old Ghost and the others, let alone stronger opponents. The safest choice was to leave here as soon as possible before her enemies came. Ning Yechen knew Luo Ruiying's plans and concerns. Even though her worries were unnecessary, he still nodded. He had chosen to live in reclusion here to lead a happy and normal life. Now that he had a wife and daughter, he would naturally go wherever they were. After a discussion, the two of them started to pack and prepare to leave. Luo Ruiying had a backup spatial ring. Even though there was nothing inside, it was perfect for packing their things. With a wave of her hand, She moved most of the luggage in the room into the spatial ring. Wow, you're so amazing, dear. Ning Yetchin praised and clapped his hands. Just give me whatever you want to take. Luo Ruiying smiled. It was clearly just an ordinary spatial ring, but after Ning Yetchin praised her, she felt a little pleased. After Luo Hongye woke up, she happily helped pack their belongings. I'll pack up the things outside the house. Sure. Ning Yetchin looked at Luo Ruiying and their daughter and smiled. He found an excuse to leave the house and secretly sent a voice transmission to Chaos Demonic Bull and the other two Monster Kings. Ning Yetchin looked at the three of them and said calmly, I'm going to leave for some time. I will give you two choices. 1. Stay here and help me look after the place. 2. Leave with me. Make your choice. The three of them could stay and guard the house and garden. Alternatively, they could follow him under disguise and secretly protect Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. The three Monster Kings looked at each other and made up their minds. Sir, please let us go with you. We won't disappoint you. In the past, they would have chosen to stay. But after Ning Yetchin helped them make breakthroughs in their cultivation and gave them heavenly weapons, they changed their minds. Even though it was scary to stay with a man, it was also a very special opportunity. Inside the forest, Luo Ruiying held Ning Yetchin and flew over the forest with Luo Hongye strapped to her back. In order to leave the forest as soon as possible, Luo Ruiying simply carried Ning Yetchin in her arms in a princess hug and flew over the forest. At first, Ning Yetchin wanted Luo Ruiying to put him down and they could slowly walk. But being held in her arms was so comfortable that he changed his mind. As Luo Ruiying hurried along, she checked the surroundings carefully, watching out for any monster beast attack. Strangely, even though she had detected the presence of monster beasts previously, she could not find them anymore. The monster beasts seemed to have left. Even if she could detect monster beasts at a distance, they immediately scattered and vanished. She did not have to use any of her aura to make them go away. Instead, the monster beasts immediately scattered once she approached. It was rather strange, but Luo Ruiying could not put her finger on it. Mommy, Daddy, are we leaving again? Luo Hongye asked unwillingly into Luo Ruiying's ear, raising her head from Luo Ruiying's back. Ever since she left that dark place, Luo Ruiying had brought her to many places. Each time, they did not stay for long. It was the same this time. Because her father was here, she really liked the wooden house in the forest. Ning Yetchin reached his hand out to stroke Luo Hongye's head comfortingly. Yay, we're going on a trip. We're going to a place with lots of delicious food and fun things. Food and fun. Luo Hongye's eyes lit up, and a look of yearning appeared on her face. Then, can I eat them? Of course. You can eat whatever you want. Ning Yetchin promised. Yay, I want to go on a trip with Mommy and Daddy. Luo Hongye's face bloomed with joy as she waved her hands animatedly. Luo Ruiying looked at the daughter and father in her arms dotingly. She whispered to Ning Yetchin, You dote on her too much. Huh? What's wrong? Don't tell me you're jealous. Ning Yetchin smiled at Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying blushed and glared at Ning Yetchin. That's not what I meant. What is he saying? How can he flirt without batting an eye? I'm tempted to throw him down. How could I be jealous of our daughter? Ning Yetchin's lips curved upward. He suddenly put his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist and snuggled in her arms. Luo Ruiying was stunned. She whispered, W, what are you doing? I have a fear of heights. I don't feel good. I can only ease my heart by hugging you. Ning Yetchin said with a straight face. Then he put on a vulnerable look, closed his eyes, and leaned his head on Luo Ruiying's chest. It was soft and smelled good. He's afraid of heights? Why didn't he say anything before? Luo Ruiying's face turned red. She pursed her lips and looked at Ning Yetchin in her arms. She seriously suspected the authenticity of his words. They had been flying for so long, but he only mentioned acrophobia now. Luo Hongye looked curiously at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yetchin. Since earlier, her father and mother had been whispering to each other. With their daughter looking, Luo Ruiying felt embarrassed to push Ning Yetchin from her arms. He might really have a fear of heights. Why don't we stop and take a break? Luo Ruiying asked in concern. No need. This works for me. Ning Yechen replied without opening his eyes. Luo Ruiying was speechless. She immediately felt that he was pretending. Suddenly, Ning Yechen opened his eyes and changed his words. Dear, why don't you put me down for now? Okay. Luo Ruiying hurriedly landed from the air and asked in concern. Are you okay? It's nothing. I just need to use the bathroom. Ning Yechen scratched his head awkwardly. Luo Ruiying's face instantly flushed red. She asked softly, Do you want me to go with you? Ning Yechen opened his eyes wide in surprise. He did not understand. He simply wanted to make an excuse to leave her for a bit, but she offered to go to the bathroom with him. Luo Ruiying felt that the way she worded herself seemed easy to misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained, Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just worried about monster beasts in the forest. So that's it. She really shocked me. Ning Yechen finally realized what she meant. For a moment, he thought his wife was very open-minded and bold. Dear, don't worry. I can manage. Why don't you wait here with Ye? I'll be back soon. Ning Yechen smiled and waved before darting into the forest. Even though Luo Ruiying was still worried, she was too embarrassed to follow him. After checking that there were no traces of monster beasts or other animals in the area, she obediently waited on the spot. After entering the forest alone, Ning Yechen put away the smile on his face and frowned. He could detect a familiar aura that he had not encountered in over a century. The source of the aura was lurking 50 kilometers away. It seemed that the other party had specially come for them. Chaos Demonic Bull and the other two were no match for the other party. From the looks of it, he had to handle it personally. He abhorred it when people disturbed him when he was having quality family time. He had to leave his wife's warm embrace. For that, they were dead meat. Ning Yetchin swiftly appeared 50 kilometers away in the forest and said coldly, Come out, all of you. It was completely silent in the forest. There was no movement or response. Oomph. Don't dare to show your faces, huh? In that case, let me help. Ning Yetchin's face looked serious as he reached his hand out into the void. A crack appeared in the void, as though it were a broken mirror before it shattered completely. Ning Yetchin grabbed a man with unusual black patterns on his face and pulled him out of the void rift. The man was terrified and kept struggling. He could not believe it. He had been hiding in a void rift, but Ning Yetchin had found him. With a loud snap, Ning Yetchin broke the man's neck. He narrowed his eyes coldly and said indifferently, Just come out. Don't make me catch you one by one. This time, several spirals appeared in the air. Men with the same unusual black marks on their faces as the dead man appeared. Everyone looked intently at Ning Yetchin with worry in their eyes. They could not detect Ning Yetchin's cultivation. They could not detect the slightest spiritual energy coming from him. He seemed like a mortal. However, he had effortlessly killed someone at the divine being realm. The intelligence was wrong. According to the intelligence, they should have only needed to deal with a severely injured woman from the heavenly realm at the divine being realm. Who was this man? Ning Yetchin was in no hurry to take care of these people. He had something to ask them. Since you're from the demon realm, I will give you a chance. Tell me why you're here and who sent you. From the unusual black marks on their faces, how they appeared from the void, and their aura from the demon realm, these people were undoubtedly from the demon realm. He was very familiar with the aura of the demon realm. Ning Yetchin did not expect the demon realm to get involved in this. Oomph. Since you know that we're from the demon realm, then prepare to die. Do it. Underworld wolves. The leading man in black shouted, and the other men in black chanted in unison. More spirals appeared in the air. Dozens of massive black underworld wolves jumped out of the void. The underworld wolves' fur resembled burning black flames, and their red eyes revealed bloodthirstiness. They snarled with their sharp teeth, showing. Each underworld wolf was at the peak of the divine being realm. In a mortal realm, this amount of underworld wolves was a force to be reckoned with. The leading man, standing in the middle, smiled sinisterly and ordered all the underworld wolves, kill him. Dozens of underworld wolves transformed into dark shadows and bolted toward Ning Yetchin. Ning Yetchin did not budge. He looked coldly at the underworld wolves. A attacking him, and said softly, "Pierce." The moment he spoke the word, countless sharp spears suddenly shot up from the ground. They were dark red and covered in dried blood. Countless spears stood on the ground with their tips glinting. Looking like a forest of spears, they gave off a threatening air, making people's hair stand. The spears pierced right through the underworld wolves at the divine, being realm in the blink of an eye, propping them up in midair like specimens. Blood trickled down the spears to the ground. Stunned, the leading man opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Dozens of underworld wolves were enough to conquer any place in the world. However, they were killed by this man instantaneously. Ning Yetchin placed his hands behind his back and slowly walked past the spears resembling brambles toward the leading man. "Quick, stop him!" the leading man shouted, but he did not get any response. When he turned back to look, he realized that his subordinates had all been attacked by the spears and were hanging in midair. He was still alive because Ning Yetchin avoided him. "Even though I don't know why you're doing this, it's a mistake that you didn't kill me. Come out, Underworld Wolf King." The man from the demon realm placed his hands together. Using his blood, he formed a formation to summon the Underworld Wolf King. An Underworld Wolf King, several times bigger than ordinary one, slowly appeared from the blood formation, exuding an aggressive and vicious aura. After summoning the Underworld Wolf King, the man from the demon realm smiled smugly. The Underworld Wolf King was at the heavenly immortal realm. Throughout the mortal realm, it had the highest cultivation level, even though there was only one realm difference between the heavenly immortal realm and the divine being realm. It was in fact an insurmountable gulf. "Kill him." The man from the demon realm pointed at Ning Yechen. The Underworld Wolf King lunged at Ning Yechen and opened its cavernous mouth, wanted to swallow him. Ning Yechen did not even bother to look at it and casually slapped it, flinging it aside. The massive Underworld Wolf King's head instantly turned into mush as it fell to the ground. "What?" The man from the demon realm was stunned, and the smug smile on his face froze. The Underworld Wolf King at the heavenly immortal realm was killed so effortlessly. Who on earth is this man? His strength is clearly far beyond those of the mortal realm. Rumble. Dozens of heavenly lightning bolts came without warning and struck Ning Yetchin. In an instant, all that remained where Ning Yetchin had been standing was a deep hole with dust rolling in the air. Divine punishment struck. A smug smile appeared on the face of the man from the demon realm again, and he heaved a sigh of relief. After being struck by the heavenly lightning from the divine punishment, he should have turned into ashes. After the dust dissipated, Ning Yetchin appeared completely uninjured, walking calmly toward the man. Someone managed to survive divine punishment unscathed. Watching Ning Yetchin approach him, the man from the demon realm was terrified. Just as he was about to take out something from his chest, an invisible blade cut his arm off. "Ah!" The man from the demon realm screamed in agony. In his severed hand was a dark talisman stone. With a hook of Ning Yetchin's finger, the talisman stone flew into his hand. It was a voice transmission stone. Naturally, he was familiar with talisman stones from the demon realm. This talisman stone could be used to call for emergency backup. Once the talisman stone was crushed, the people on the other side could receive an emergency message for help, even across realms. "Do you want to call people over?" Ning Yetchin looked down at the man from the demon realm lying prone on the ground. After the voice transmission talisman stone was taken away, the man from the demon realm lost all hope. Unexpectedly, Ning Yetchin threw the voice transmission talisman stone back. He even urged, "Be my guest, but make it quick. My wife is still waiting for me to come back. I'm in a hurry. I'll settle all of you in one go." "Umph. You asked for it. I hope you won't regret it." The man from the demon realm smiled ferociously, mocking Ning Yetchin for his foolish actions. To give the enemy a chance to call for reinforcements was simply foolish. The man from the demon realm crushed the talisman stone in his hand and shouted into the sky, "Lord Yi Zheng, please come to the mortal realm. Someone has offended the demon realm. You have to exact the most horrific punishment on him. Who dares to provoke the demon realm? In an instant, the void contorted. A figure over 9 meters tall and dressed in black demonic armor stepped out of the void. The tall form, along with the oppressive aura, was particularly frightening. Naturally, it was like this to others. Ning Yetchin floated in the air, looking at Yi Zheng calmly. Me. When the man from the demon realm saw Yi Zheng arrive, he hurriedly climbed to his feet and pointed at Ning Yetchin angrily. Lord Yi Zheng, he's the one who killed our man and offended the demon realm. Useless. You couldn't even take care of an ant. Yi Zheng reprimanded the man on the ground and kicked him aside. Then he looked disdainfully at Ning Yetchin. To him, the people of the mortal realm were just like ants he could crush any time he wanted. Since you've offended the demon realm, pay with your life. Yi Zheng did not want to waste time. A glimmering light quickly gathered in his mouth. Die, you mere mortal. Demonic annihilation. With a shout, light shot out from his mouth. Intense spiritual energy caused the atmosphere to contort and the earth to rumble. The technique was so powerful that it felt as though it could destroy anything in its path. This attack was enough to raise a city effortlessly. The beam of light instantly swallowed up Ning Yetchin. Yi Zheng snorted in contempt, certain that Ning Yetchin must have perished in the light. Just as Yi Zheng was about to turn and leave, he saw his subordinate behind him staring in shock. It was as if the subordinate had seen a ghost. Yi Zheng frowned and turned back to look. In the next second, the same expression as his subordinates appeared on Yi Zheng's face. After taking on demonic annihilation, Ning Yetchin was standing in the air completely unscathed. Not even his clothes were damaged, let alone being injured. How is this possible? Yi Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the strongest attack he could use under the laws of the mortal realm. Even though he was restricted by the divine laws of the mortal realm, had still been an all-out attack with the strength of the heavenly mortal realm. Your surname is Yi, and you know how to use demonic annihilation. Are you from the demon realms 1-SD Legion? Are you from the Yi family? Ning Yetchin asked calmly while casually straightening his clothes that had gotten messed up from the wind. That's right. I am a commander of the demon realms 1-SD Legion, Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng raised his head proudly. As a commander, his rank was quite high in the demon realm. He was able to lead a 10,000-man legion. Ning Yetchin asked mildly, is Yi Tianxin still in charge as the demonic general? Yes. Yi Zheng answered without a second thought. Did he tell you to come? Ning Yetchin's eyes narrowed. If Yi Tianxin was behind this, Ning Yetchin would not let him off. It was not Lord Yi Tianxin who gave the order. It was... Hang on. Why am I answering your question? Yi Zheng instinctively wanted to answer when he suddenly caught on to his actions. Why am I answering? This nobody? Judging from his words, he knows the demon realm very well. He even knows that I'm from the 1-SD Legion. Who are you? How dare you get me to answer your questions? When you defeat me, we'll talk. Even though he did not understand the reason Ning Yetchin survived his technique, Yi Zheng was certain that Ning Yetchin must have done something to dodge it. This time, he would take him down personally. He instantly appeared in front of Ning Yetchin, pulled out his machete from his back, and hacked at Ning Yetchin. Strong sword energy surged from the air to the ground, causing a wide sword ditch to appear on the ground. However, the scene of cutting Ning Yetchin in half did not happen. Despite the powerful attack, Ning Yetchin held the sword tightly with his fingers. Ning Yetchin had blocked Yi Zheng's all-out attack with just 2 fingers. Yi Zheng opened his eyes in astonishment. Has it been too long since I've visited the mortal realm? How can someone so powerful be here? Are you done? Then it's my turn. Ning Yetchin pressed his fingers gently, and a crisp snap came. The machete in Yi Zheng's hand was broken. Yi Zheng's face was full of disbelief as he stared at his broken machete. Lord Yetchin had personally given him this heavenly weapon, but it was broken. Perhaps Lord Yetchin gave him a fake. For a moment, Yi Zheng suspected that the machete in his hand was not an authentic heavenly weapon. Otherwise, considering the strength of a heavenly weapon, it was impossible for someone to effortlessly break it by hand. Ning Yechen raised his palm at Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng quickly made a defensive stance. In his heart, even though he was astonished by Ning Yetchin's abilities, he was not too worried. In the mortal realm, cultivators were restricted by the divine laws and could not use abilities beyond the heavenly immortal realm. It was the same for someone in the heavenly king realm like him. The man before him could only use abilities up to the heavenly immortal realm just like him, even if he could not do anything to him. The same applied vice versa. Yi Zheng was very confident. However, he quickly discovered something was amiss. An invisible force started twisting his body. The invisible force was very powerful. Even though he was using all his strength, he was unable to contend against it. His limbs made a popping sound as they got twisted and his bones broke. His demonic armor completely gave way. The excruciating pain left Yi Zheng howling uncontrollably. Ever since he entered the heavenly king realm and became a 10,000-man commander in the demon realm, he had never felt so terrified in his life. The man before him was exerting strength far beyond what people at the heavenly immortal realm should be able to. The divine laws were useless against him. This made no sense at all. It was completely unheard of that anyone could defy the divine laws. Tell me, who sent you? Ning Yechen asked coldly as he slowly flew over to Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng hesitated about whether to tell the truth, but his body became increasingly contorted. I don't know who it is. That person came to ask me to do something for him. He wanted me to go to the mortal realm, to kill a woman and take her child from her. That person promised to give me a special medicine to break through to the heavenly sovereign realm, so I agreed. I don't know anything else. Yi Zheng finally realized how frightening Ning Yechen was. This strength far exceeded what a mere heavenly king realm cultivator could withstand, owing to the intense pain from his twisted body and his fear of Ning Yechen. Yi Zheng frantically shouted in answer. Hearing this, Ning Yechen put down his hand and stopped twisting Yi Zheng. He did not think Yi Zheng would dare to lie to him. Seeing that Yi Zheng was his former subordinate's man, he would spare Yi Zheng this time. Unfortunately, he was unable to get any more information. The other party was very cautious and did not show his face. Ning Yechen frowned in annoyance and said to Yi Zheng, Go back to the demon realm. If you ever show your face in front of me again, you will disappear forever. No one from the demon realm will be able to save you. With that, Ning Yechen turned to go back to Luo Ruiying, but a deep, cold voice sounded behind him. You certainly talk big. The void behind Yi Zheng split open and a silhouette stepped out. Through the crack, this person was wearing a luxurious long robe, with his hair done up in a ponytail and reaching his ankles. His stern face looked handsome. The man was the demonic general of the demon realm's 1-carat SD-carat legion, Yi Tianshun. His cultivation was at the heavenly emperor realm. Even in the demon realm, Yi Tianshun was among the strongest powerhouses. Yi Zheng was delighted to see the man and hurriedly climbed to Yi Tianshun's feet. Lord Yi Tianshun, you have to help me seek justice. This man offended the demon realm. He has no respect for you in the demon realm. Yi Zheng was very confident with his superior, Yi Tianshun, around. He was certain that this man was dead meat. Yi Tianshun was in no hurry to attend to Ning Yechen. Instead, he glanced at Yi Zheng at his feet and reprimanded. What are you doing here? I don't recall letting you come to the mortal realm. Forgive me, Lord Yi Tianshun. Yi Zheng did not dare to tell Yi Tianshun the truth. A mysterious person had talked him into coming to the mortal realm to kill someone. He answered evasively and admitted his mistake. Seeing Yi Zheng admit his mistake, Yi Tianshun only told him that he would receive punishment when they returned to the demon realm and did not probe further. In the 6 realms, it was common for people from one realm to travel secretly to another, and the demon realm was no exception. Yi Tianxin simply assumed that Yi Zheng had secretly come to the mortal realm without permission to play around. He happened to be searching for the demon lord in the mortal realm when he detected someone using demonic annihilation. Out of curiosity, he came over to check out the situation and happened to hear Ning Yetchin's words. Yi Tianxin was furious that Yi Zheng and his men had lost to someone from the mortal realm. He wanted to punish Yi Zheng not only for going to the mortal realm without permission, but more so for being defeated. The demon realm was all about glory and pride. Losing was no different from embarrassing the demon realm. Yi Tianxin was furious about this. Initially, he had no intention of interfering, even if Yi Zheng died. From losing, he could only blame his own lack of skill. But Ning Yetchin's words were too arrogant, so he revealed himself. He wanted to see who dared to speak so arrogantly. Even in the 9 great heavenly domains of the heavenly realm, no one would dare say that the demon realm could not save someone if they wanted. Yi Tianxin turned to look at Ning Yetchen and fell into a daze. Frowning, he scrutinized Ning Yetchen. Then his eyes widened, and his expression became complicated. There were mixed emotions of joy and fear on Yi Tianxin's face. Ning Yetchen smiled in disdain and greeted Yi Tianxin. Long time. No see, Yi Tianxin. Yi Zheng was angry. He struggled to stand up and shouted at Ning Yetchen furiously, "Who do you think you are? How dare you address Lord Yi Tianxin by name? Stop acting like you're chums with him, kid. You have offended the demon realm. You are dead meat. Isn't that right, Lord Yi Tianxin?" With Yi Tianxin around, Yi Zheng was arrogant. After speaking, he even looked at Yi Tianxin with admiration. But to his surprise, Yi Tianxin looked annoyed. He grabbed Yi Zheng by the collar and squeezed his face so hard that his skull nearly broke. Yi Tianxin went up to his face and glared at him murderously. "What the fuck are you saying? Are you trying to get me into trouble? Do you know who this is in front of you, idiot? It's you, Lord Yi Tianxin." Yi Zheng was puzzled. Even though his skull nearly broke, he did not dare to make a peep. "I wasn't talking about me, idiot." Yi Tianxin was so mad that he pushed Yi Zheng to the ground with all his strength, leaving the earth shaking. With this blow, Yi Zheng was now half dead. Yi Zheng did not understand why Yi Tianxin was furious and punished him. He had never seen Yi Tianxin so afraid before. Lord Yi Tianxin seemed very afraid of this man. Even the man in black, who had luckily escaped death, looked astonished. The legendary Yi Tianxin from the demon realm was actually fearful of this man. Yi Tianxin let go of Yi Zheng and flung him aside. He placed his left hand on his right chest and bowed reverently to Ning Yetchen. "Greetings, demon lord." Yi Tianxin was full of guilt and shame inside. It was unbelievable that he did not recognize the demon lord at first glance. He was even rude to the demon lord. Also, his subordinate had even attacked the demon lord. This was utter embarrassment to him, the demonic general of the demon realm's 1-SD legion. Yi Zheng and the man in black looked at Ning Yetchen in a daze. The man in front of them was the demon lord who had disappeared from the demon realm a century ago. It must be true. To be able to make Yi Tianxin act so reverently, only one person from the entire demon realm could do it. After snapping out of their thoughts, Yi Zheng and the man in black hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. They said with their voices trembling, "Greetings, demon lord." At this moment, Yi Zheng and the man in black lost all hope and were full of regret. They had attacked the demon lord. Their actions were unforgivable in the demon realm. Ning Yetchen waved his hand and said in disdain, "Don't call me that. I am no longer the demon lord." Yi Tianxin raised his head and looked imploringly at Ning Yetchen. "Demon lord, you are still the one and only demon lord of the demon realm. We have been looking for you and waiting for your return. We can't do without you. Please return. They have been searching for over a century to welcome the Demon Lord back to the demon realm. Hearing that Yi Tianxin and others were looking for him, Ning Yechen asked quizzically, "After I left, didn't a new demon lord take over?" The demon realm worked on whose fist was harder, and countless people vied to become the demon lord. Even in his time, he had to beat everyone to become the lord of the demon realm. In theory, many people would want to become the next demon lord after he left. Yi Tianxin nodded and replied solemnly, "After you left, people with evil intentions did try to take over as demon lord. We have already taken care of those people. They have no right to take your position." Ning Yechen did not know what to say. This meant that, after his departure, the demon realm had gone without a demon lord for over a century. He assumed someone had taken over as demon lord eons ago. He had already made plans to retire peacefully and enjoy the rest of his life. Demon Lord, we are all waiting for you to return. You have to return to the demon realm with me. Yi Tianxin imported. Ning Yechen waved his hand in disgust and rejected without hesitation. "No, just pick one of you to become the demon lord. No matter who takes over, it won't be me." Why not? Yi Tianxin asked doubtfully. Ning Yechen smiled with anticipation and replied airily, "I have something more important to do." Something more important. Yi Tianxin repeated those words in confusion. What can be more important than being the lord of the demon realm? Moreover, he even saw the demon lord smile blissfully. He had never seen this before. He did not know that the demon lord could smile like this. Was this the same demon lord he knew? Since Yi Tianxin found him, Ning Yechen had no intention of hiding the truth. He cleared his throat and said in an official tone, "I have to take care of my wife and daughter, so I don't have time to be the demon lord. Don't look for me again." What? Oh God. The moment Yi Tianxin heard this say, storm assaulted his mind. For a moment, he thought he heard wrongly. The demon lord got married? He even has a child. This is impossible. When he was the demon lord, he was never interested in women. Suddenly, he even had a child. Yi Tianxin found it utterly unbelievable. The demon lord went into seclusion for over a century and even had a child. If this news got back to the demon realm, it would stir up a huge commotion. Yi Tianxin asked stiffly, "Are really, demon lord?" Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. He suddenly felt the joy of a father sharing the good news of having a daughter. When Yi Tianxin heard Ning Yetchin's answer, his shocked expression gradually changed into joy. "Congratulations on finding a wife and having a little princess, demon lord. I will share this happy news with everyone in the demon realm. We will prepare to welcome the consort and the little princess back to the demon realm." Yi Tianxin could not wait to send a message back to inform the entire demon realm. Ning Yechen hurriedly stopped Yi Tianxin. He glanced at him, speechlessly, and emphasized, "I told you I'm not the demon lord anymore. I'm going to live in seclusion with my wife and daughter, so I'm not going back. Stop looking for me. I don't want anyone to disturb my life with my family." Got it. If he let Yi Tianxin tell everyone in the demon realm, he would have no peace from now on. He wanted a happy and peaceful life without anyone disturbing him. But Yi Tianxin said unwillingly. But he stopped when Ning Yechen cast a cold look at him. "No buts. Have I left for so long that you don't understand what I'm saying?" In this instant, Ning Yechen put on his demon lord air, leaving Yi Tianxin in a cold sweat. He did not dare to continue going against the demon lord's order and shut his mouth obediently. "Since you understand, I'm going. My wife has waited for a long time, and I'm sure she's worried. I have to rush back." Ning Yechen waved his hand. He wanted to go back to Luo Ruiying. Yi Tianxin's face was full of curiosity. The moment the demon lord brought up his wife and child, he became incredibly gentle. The demon lord has changed. Just as Ning Yechen was about to leave, Yi Tianxun snapped out of his thoughts and remembered something important. He still hadn't figured out why his subordinates had attacked the demon lord. This was no small matter. Demon Lord, one moment, please. May I ask if my subordinates have offended you? Yi Tianxun's face was glacial. The murderous aura instantly permeated into the air. It was so cold and frightening that it could pierce people's bones like needles. He did not ask how Yi Zheng offended Ning Yechen. Instead, he merely asked if his men did it. No matter their reasons, offending the demon lord was as good as rebellion. In the demon realm, it was unforgivable and punishable by death. Hearing this, Yi Zheng and the man in black broke out in a cold sweat, and their faces turned ashen. Ning Yetchin turned his head and said nonchalantly, "Although they attacked me, on account of your subordinates, I will forgive them. Forgive me. My men shouldn't have disrespected you. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Please give the order to punish me." Yi Tianxun knelt on one knee and implored, "How many times must I tell you? I am not the demon lord anymore. Leave now. Don't interfere with my life." Ning Yechen looked at Yi Tianxun in contempt and quickly left. No matter what he said, Yi Tianxun continued treating him as the demon lord. This made him helpless. It was not good for subordinates to be overly devoted and passionate. Seeing that Ning Yechen did not intend to punish him, Yi Tianxun raised his hand and aimed for his chest. He had offended the demon lord and had to bear punishment. Although the demon lord did not plan to hold him responsible, he could not forgive himself. Ning Yechen looked at Yi Tianxun speechlessly. Even though he knew his subordinate's personality, he did not know what to say when Yi Tianxun wanted to drive his hand through his chest. The people of the demon realm were too stubborn. He wanted to let it slide, but Yi Tianxun insisted on punishing himself. It was the same each time. Ning Yechen wondered if the people from the demon realm were masochistic. After punishing himself, Yi Tianxun looked at Yi Zheng and the man in black coldly. He raised his hand, and a dark light swallowed the man in black. He aimed his hand at Yi Zheng. As the demonic general of the 1-St Legion, his subordinate was rude to the demon lord, so he had done wrong in terms of discipline and deserved punishment. Yi Zheng attacked the demon lord and had to die for it. Yi Zheng knew this well enough. He silently closed his eyes and did not beg for mercy. When he found out Ning Yechen was the demon lord, he had already seen this coming. Just as Yi Tianxun was about to take action, Ning Yechen stopped him. "Enough. Let him go." On account that Yi Zheng did not know his true identity at the beginning and did not bring any real threat to his wife and daughter, he could forgive him. "Demon Lord, he disrespected you." Yi Tianxun frowned. He did not put down his hand and did not have the intention of letting Yi Zheng off easy. He was just instigated by someone. "I won't hold him accountable. Just let him off," Ning Yechen said. "Okay, as you order, Demon Lord. I will let you off this time." Yi Tianxun put down his hand reluctantly. If he could act according to his wishes, Yi Zheng would die. But since the Demon Lord had spoken, he could reluctantly forgive Yi Zheng. Moreover, he could get information from Yi Zheng. He wanted to know who had the audacity to instruct someone from the demon realm to attack the Demon Lord. Having fortunately escaped death, Yi Zheng hurriedly knelt and thanked Ning Yechen. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Demon Lord." Just when he thought he would die, the Demon Lord personally spoke on his behalf. Yi Zheng was full of gratitude. "I am leaving. Remember, don't disturb me." Now that things were settled, Ning Yechen did not linger and quickly disappeared. Yi Tianxun helplessly watched Ning Yechen leave, feeling extremely reluctant. Fortunately, he had finally found the Demon Lord. He had to share the good news with the others as soon as possible. Inside the forest, Luo Ruing held Luo Hongye and played with her while waiting for Ning Yechen to return. Suddenly, she sensed powerful spiritual energy 50 kilometers away and saw a strong beam of light flashing and the beam of light had the aura of demons. Demons had entered the mortal realm. From the looks of it, there was a fight. They probably were not here for her. But even if she was not the target, she could not linger here. Before long, heavenly lightning came from the sky, and thunder resounded. Everywhere, it was divine punishment for breaking divine laws. Luo Ruing narrowed her eyes solemnly. The presence of demons meant that this place was very dangerous. Furthermore, the people fighting had triggered divine punishment. This meant that their cultivation levels were higher than the heavenly mortal realm. They had to leave as soon as possible. Luo Ruing stopped waiting and hurried into the forest to look for Ning Yetchin. After looking around for a while, Luo Ruing was unable to locate Ning Yetchin. She became anxious and shouted everywhere. Yetchin? Yetchin, where are you? She was afraid that Ning Yetchin might be in trouble. Fortunately, after shouting a few more times, Ning Yetchin slowly walked out of the forest. Luo Ruing heaved a sigh of relief. She walked over to Ning Yetchin and said huffily, "Where did you go? Why didn't you answer?" "I'm sorry. I went too far and got lost." Ning Yetchin scratched his head awkwardly. Luo Ruing checked Ning Yetchin carefully. Seeing that he was fine, she felt relieved. "I'm glad you're fine. Let's go." Demons seem to have shown up. They're quite strong. We're not safe here. Let's make a detour. Okay. Ning Yetchin happily opened his arms, waiting for Luo Ruing to carry him in a princess hug. Luo Ruing's face blushed crimson as she turned around. "I'll carry Hongye and piggyback you." Ning Yetchin sighed in disappointment. He had been ready to get into his wife's loving embrace, but now he could only lie on her back. Ning Yetchin regretted ever leaving her embrace. "It's all those guys' fault. If they didn't appear, I wouldn't have left my wife's embrace." He suddenly regretted letting Yi Zheng live. It was a major loss. Ning Yetchin lay sadly on Luo Ruing's back. Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongye with one arm, piggybacked Ning Yetchin with the other, and leaped into the air. She changed the route and continued, traveling out of the forest. Laying on Luo Ruing's back, Ning Yetchin could feel her warmth and smell, the refreshing fragrance of her black hair hanging behind her. He could not resist holding her hair up to his nose and smelling it. Gently, her hair felt silky to the touch. Luo Ruing felt Ning Yetchin's actions, and her face turned slightly red. "Why are you holding my hair?" The man could not stay still even on her back. "Your hair smells good. I like it," Ning Yetchin praised candidly. Luo Ruing felt embarrassed by the praise, but she said nothing and let Ning Yetchin touch her hair. Luo Hongye was also curious and reached her hand out to hold Luo Ruing's hair. Ning Yetchin even took Luo Ruing's hair to tease Luo Hongye, tickling her with the ends, making her giggle nonstop. This father and daughter are really... What do they think my hair is? Luo Ruing was helpless, but there was still a smile on her lips. With Luo Hongye's laughter, her earlier anxiety and worry melted away. After teasing Luo Hongye, Ning Yetchin remembered Luo Ruing bringing up demons earlier. He probed, "You mentioned the demons earlier. What do you think about them?" Luo Ruing did not expect that Ning Yetchin would suddenly bring up demons. She thought briefly and said without hesitation, "They are cruel, violent, and do all kinds of evil. They are warmongers, and strength means everything to them. They often invade other realms and cause unrest. Everywhere they go, carcasses pile and cities are razed to the ground. They are simply evil." Ning Yetchin fell silent. "Dear, maybe things aren't the same in the demon realm anymore." Ning Yetchin tried to explain with complicated emotions in his heart. Although what Luo Ruing said was the truth, it was what the demon realm was like centuries ago. Under his leadership, the demon realm had changed vastly. However, that still seemed to be people's impression of the demon realm. Luo Ruing frowned and said seriously, "You haven't seen demons before, so you don't understand. They are cruel beyond imagination. They don't show mercy to anyone, not even their own, especially the legendary new demon lord, Ning Yechen. Legend has it that, when he unified the demon realm centuries ago, he killed almost half of the people who opposed him. He is very ruthless. After that, he led his troops and invaded the heavenly realm, bringing about another war of immortals and demons. This war destroyed half of the heavenly realm. It is clear that he is a violent and bloodthirsty man. All the demons respect him as the demon lord. If you encounter any demons, stay far away from them. You can't ever get involved with them. There isn't a single good person among them. Ning Yechen was at a loss for words. When Ning Yetchin heard Luo Ruing's high praise of him, his face twitched. He could only smile and agree. You're right. I will remember this. Fortunately, he was only testing the waters. If she knew his identity, it would be over for him. During the last war of immortals and demons, the heavenly realm had started it, but everyone said that it was the other way around. However, he could not explain it to Luo Ruing. Even if he told the truth, not only would he expose his true identity, but she would not believe him. Luo Hongye raised her head from Luo Ruing's arms and asked curiously, Mommy, are those demons all baddies? Uh-huh, they are baddies. They have 4 long fangs, horns on their heads and several eyes, and they love eating children like you. Luo Ruing said gravely, Well, I'm not yummy. Luo Hongye was terrified by these words and hurriedly shrank into Luo Ruing's arms. Seeing this, Luo Ruing let out a sneaky smile. She stroked Luo Hongye gently and comforted, If you behave, everything will be fine. Uh-huh, I'll be good. Luo Hongye nodded obediently. Luo Ruing smiled in satisfaction. Suddenly, she noticed Ning Yechen looking at himself in a mirror and asked, Why are you looking in the mirror? It's nothing. I just want to see if I look scary. Ning Yechen put away the mirror and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not have long fangs, horns, and multiple eyes. After flying for an hour, Luo Ruing finally brought Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye out of the monster domain forest. The journey was far smoother than expected, and they did not encounter a single monster beast. Luo Ruing was worried that Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye might not be able to bear the long hours of flying, so she stopped to rest. Just as they were about to rest, they could faintly hear the sound of galloping horses not far from them. Ning Yechen was unsurprised. He had long detected the situation up ahead. The other party had low cultivation, so he felt they were not after his wife and daughter. He was not anxious about taking action. Luo Ruing sensed people approaching, so she became tense. She was worried they were coming after her. She told Ning Yechen to take care of Luo Hongye and went to check out the approaching people. Luo Ruing concealed her breath and jumped onto a large tree to observe them secretly. On the road below, 2 people were riding horses swiftly. One of them was a young woman around 15 years old. She looked pretty and wore her hair in a ponytail. She gave off a cool and heroic aura. The other party was a square-faced middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was injured in several places and covered in blood. Behind them was a group of masked men armed with swords, chasing after them through the forest. The strength gap between the 2 sides was obvious, but neither side's cultivation was high. The highest cultivation was only at the spiritual energy martial realm. Luo Ruing quickly deduced they were not after her. She just happened to run into the assassination. Seeing the assassins catch up, the middle-aged man said to the young woman, Miss, go. I'll stay and stop them. No, Uncle Jang, we're going together. We are almost at Nanli City. Chi, Yuan said unwillingly to the middle-aged man. Zhang, he was the Chi family steward. He had watched her grow up and was her bodyguard. She did not want to see him die here to delay the assassins. None of you are leaving. A man in black jumped into the air and fired dozens of darts at Chi Yuan and Zhang He. The darts were so fast that it was impossible for Chi Yuan and Zhang He to dodge them. Zhang He could only jump over to hold Chi Yuan and use his body to block. The darts. The two of them fell off the horses, and the horses were killed by the darts. Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang. Are you okay? Qi Yuan looked concernedly at Zhang He, who had used his body to defend her. Zhang He was struck by several darts in the back. Coupled with his existing injuries, he was very weak now. Miss, leave me. Just go. Go. Where do you think you're going? Dozens of men in black landed, surrounding Qi Yuan and Zhang He. They slowly approached Qi Yuan and Zhang He, armed with bloody swords. Seeing that they were surrounded, Zhang He felt despair. In his current state, it was likely impossible for them to be able to break through the encirclement. Qi Yuan watched the men in black slowly approach, but was unafraid. She stood up with her sword and looked at them. She had made up her mind and was prepared to die. The men in black glanced at each other with mocking expressions. They were not worried. It was just a lass at the spirit detection realm. She could not fight them. It was hilarious. Let me fight the girl. A man in black walked up and waved at Qi Yuan. In contempt, Qi Yuan angrily swung her sword forward, but the man in black avoided her effortlessly and mocked her. Sure enough, you are the useless daughter of the Qi family. What makes you think you can resist? You might not be talented, but you have a pretty face. I wonder how a daughter of the Qi family tastes. The man in black looked at Qi Yuan's body lasciviously. Why don't we strip her? I'm sure the sight will be beautiful. Ha ha ha. Another man in black chimed in and teased. Qi Yuan's face was crimson with anger. She gritted her teeth, raised her sword, and attacked the man in black. The man in black turned sideways to dodge the attack. He raised his hand to strike Qi Yuan's sword, sending it flying out of her hand, and kicked her to the ground. Qi Yuan clutched her belly with despair and unwillingness in her eyes. Her cultivation was too low. She was no match for these assassins. She was just meat on the chopping board. Aren't you going to resist anymore? The man in black slowly walked up to Qi Yuan and sliced her clothes with his sword. Miss! Zhang He struggled to get up from the ground, but another assassin kicked him down. He could only watch as they stripped Qi Yuan, but was unable to do anything. All he could hear was lewd and mocking laughter. Zhang He could not bear watching and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the lewd laughter stopped. When Zhang He opened his eyes, he saw a gorgeous woman holding a sword, standing in front of Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan, known as the #1 beauty in Nanli City, paled in comparison to this woman. Even Qi Yuan could not help going into a daze. She was astounded by Luo Ruiying's beauty. It was unfathomable for someone as beautiful as her to exist. Moments later, Qi Yuan discovered that the man in black had a sword, pierced right through the heart, and collapsed to the ground with indignation on his face. When did this woman appear, and when did she kill this man? Qi Yuan did not know at all. Luo Ruiying looked at the surrounding men in black and threatened coolly. If you don't leave now, you can forget about ever leaving. Luo Ruiying had observed for a while. In the end, she decided to help. Save Zhang He and Qi Yuan. She did not want to get involved, but she could not stand the despicable actions of these assassins. In a bush not far away, two heads, one big and one small, were secretly watching Luo Ruiying. It was Ning Yetchin and Luo Hongye, who had secretly followed her. Seeing that Luo Ruiying planned to let off the assassins, Ning Yechen shook his head. His wife was too kind. If it were him, he would have ruthlessly killed them. If they let these people go, they might bring more trouble in the future. Even though mosquitoes like them were of no threat, no matter how many of them there were, and he would simply have to slap them a few more times, it would still be annoying to have them buzzing by his ear all the time. Luo Hongye looked at the surrounded Luo Ruiying. She raised her head and asked Ning Yetchin in concern, "Daddy, do those baddies want to bully Mommy?" Smiling, Ning Yetchin rubbed Luo Hongye's head. "Don't worry. Just them alone can't do anything to your mother." When the men in black snapped out of their daze, they stopped paying attention to Zhang He and pointed their swords at Luo Ruiying. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying sighed softly for a moment, and then a cold look swept across her eyes. Since they did not want to leave, they could not blame her. The assassins in black glanced at each other. They jumped into the air, in unison, and hacked at Luo Ruiying with their swords. Luo Ruiying did not move. The moment the assassins approached her body moved gracefully. A silver crescent sword light flashed past. Luo Ruiying put away her heavenly sword. Blood spurted from the assassins in midair as they fell to the ground one after another. Ning Yechen, hiding at the side, had already covered Luo Hongye's eyes. This bloody scene might scare his daughter. If his wife found out, she would definitely be angry. With her eyes covered, Luo Hongye turned her head and said in a childlike tone, "Daddy, your hand are blocking my eyes. I can't see anything." Ning Yetchin smiled and coaxed Luo Hongye. "I'm playing a game with you. Close your eyes. Let's compete to see who can keep their eyes closed. The longest, okay?" Hearing this was a game, Luo Hongye closed her eyes without hesitation. "Okay, Daddy, have you closed your eyes?" "Of course, I've already closed my eyes," Ning Yetchin said with a smile. However, he did not close his eyes at all. The naive Luo Hongye did not know it all. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan watched Luo Ruiying fight in amazement, her eyes full of admiration for Luo Ruiying's graceful moves and strength. Amazing! With just a single move, she killed several spiritual energy martial realm fighters. Also, she was so beautiful. Qi Yuan felt that she could not compare to Luo Ruiying in terms of looks and cultivation. After Luo Ruiying put away her heavenly sword, she walked over to Qi Yuan, bent over, and reached out her hand. "Are you okay?" "I am okay. Thank you for saving me, big sister." Qi Yuan held Luo Ruiying's hand in gratitude. "Be big sister." Luo Ruiying was stunned by this address. She was not young anymore and was even old enough to be her grandmother. Seeing Luo Ruiying's surprise in her eyes, Qi Yuan hurriedly waved her hand and apologized. "I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?" Seeing how young and beautiful Luo Ruiying was, she automatically called her big sister. In hindsight, it might have sounded like she had no boundaries. This woman did not know her at all, so it might be impolite to call her big sister. Luo Ruiying smiled and shook her head. "It's fine. It's just a form of address." "Then, can I call you big sister?" Qi Yuan asked expectantly. Luo Ruiying did not disagree and nodded gently. "Great. May I ask what your name is?" Qi Yuan happily held Luo Ruiying's hand. "My name is Luo Ruiying. Are you heading to Nanli City too?" The most famous city in the area was Nanli City. Most people who appeared here were going to Nanli City. Luo Ruiying wanted to find a new place to live in seclusion, so she nodded. "Uh-huh. My husband, our child, and I plan to move to Nanli City." Hearing this, Qi Yuan opened her mouth in astonishment. "Husband and child? You're married?" Seeing Luo Ruiying's appearance, Qi Yuan did not expect her to be married. For cultivators, it was indeed difficult to judge their age from their appearance. She wondered which man had the luck to marry a woman as gorgeous as Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying's face blushed slightly, and she nodded with a smile. This was her first time admitting she was a married woman. Just as Qi Yuan was about to ask more, rustling sounds came from the trees behind Luo Ruiying. Qi Yuan frowned and held her sword cautiously. Luo Ruiying turned her head. She had already detected people coming, but did not move. With a smile on his face, Ning Yetchin slowly walked out of the bushes, carrying Luo Hongye in his arms. "Dear, you didn't return for a long time, so I became worried and came over with ye." Qi Yuan stared at Ning Yetchin and went into a daze. Her initial caution was gone with the wind. She had never seen such a good-looking man. He had a gentle and friendly smile, gave off a relaxed and elegant temperament, and seemed calm and composed in all his actions. From a look, she could tell he was a gentle person. Earlier, Qi Yuan had wondered which man had the dumb luck to win Luo Ruiying's love. After seeing Ning Yetchin, she suddenly felt they were a match made in heaven. They genuinely looked like a perfect match, standing together. When Luo Ruiying saw Ning Yechen come over with their daughter, she glared at him. "Why did you come with Ye?" With a wave of her hands, she got rid of all the bodies. This scene was not child-friendly. Luo Ruiying reached her hands out and took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen. Seeing Luo Hongye's eyes close tightly, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Yay, you can open your eyes." "I can't, Mommy." "Huh? Why not?" Luo Ruiying asked quizzically. "I'm playing a game with Daddy. Whoever keeps their eyes closed longer wins," Luo Hongye said seriously. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying knew Ning Yechen must have used this trick too. Coaxed Luo Hongye and rolled her eyes at him. He probably never closed his eyes the entire time. Fortunately, the child did not witness the bloody scene. "Yay, you can open your eyes." "I admit defeat." "Really?" "I win." Luo Hongye opened her eyes and raised her hands. Happily, Luo Hongye saw Qi Yuan beside Luo Ruiying, looking straight at her. She shyly shrank into her mother's arms. "Yay, don't be afraid. She's not a bad person." Luo Ruiying stroked Luo Hongye's back and turned to apologize to Qi Yuan. "Sorry, she's not good with strangers." Qi Yuan hurriedly looked away and apologized. "It's okay. I guess I scared her." She did not mean to scare Luo Hongye, but she could not resist. Approaching the girl, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen were astounding enough, and even their child was adorable. The exquisite little human looked cute. She could not resist taking a second look at her. Qi Yuan supported the seriously injured Jang, and turned to say to Luo Ruiying, "Big sister Luo, we're going back to Nanli City as well." "Why? Don't we go together?" "My horse carriage is up ahead. Please let me thank you by giving you a ride." Luo Ruiying thought for a moment and did not decline. They were not far from Nanli City. It was a good idea to go by carriage to avoid attracting attention. Nanli City was built by the kingdom of Xianxian on the periphery of the monster domain forest. Initially, the place was used to defend against monster beast attacks. Although Nanli City was a border city, it was so prosperous that it could compare to the capital of Xianxian in terms of economy and size. Some even considered it better than the capital. Countless monster beasts lived inside the monster domain forest, and monster kings alone came in the hundreds. The large amounts of monster beasts, plants, and herbs meant that this place had abundant cultivation resources. It was a good trial place for cultivators, and it was the perfect spot to obtain monster beast materials and harvest plants and herbs. Naturally, it attracted numerous cultivators to gather here. The wide range of monster beast materials, plants, and herbs also attracted many business people to reside here. With the flow of business and trade, Nanli City became increasingly prosperous. Be it mortals or cultivators, lots of people resided here. Qi Yuan belonged to the Qi family, one of the two main merchant families in Nanli City and among the first to move here. In the horse carriage, Qi Yuan found out that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were not from the kingdom of Xianxian, so she eloquently explained to them about Nanli City and her family. While speaking, she was proud, but when she got to her family, sadness shrouded her face. At this moment, the carriage stopped, and Zhang He's voice came from outside. "Miss, we have arrived. Big sister Luo, we're here. This is Nanli City." Qi Yuan smiled to conceal her sadness and open the curtains. Carriages were queuing to enter Nanli City. Through the window, a bustling crowd could be seen. All of them were waiting to enter the city. Nanli City was indeed prosperous. Many cultivators flew over the carriages, going straight into the city. Qi Yuan's carriage quickly passed through the city gate and entered the city. The moment they entered the city, they could hear the shouts of bartering and noisy people walking to and fro. The city looked bustling. Luo Hongye was attracted by the commotion outside the carriage. She lay in Luo Ruiying's arms and looked around curiously through the window. All this time, Luo Hongye had either been hidden or locked up. She had never seen so many people in such liveliness. She watched in a daze and said timidly, "Mommy, Daddy, so many people." "Uh-huh, Do you want to go out and walk around? Luo Ruiying smiled and stroked Luo Hongye's head indulgently. In hindsight, she realized that she had never shown Luo Hongye the outside world. Luo Hongye nodded happily. Luo Ruiying carried Luo Hongye and stood up to bid farewell to Qi Yuan. Thank you for sending us here, Miss Qi. Since we're already inside the city, it's time to bid farewell. Big Sister Luo, would you like to visit my house? Let me thank you for saving me by playing host. Qi Yuan asked expectantly. Luo Ruiying shook her head. Thank you. We plan to stay in the city center for now, so we need to find a place to live. We won't trouble you. Qi Yuan clapped her hands happily. That's great. I'm very familiar with the residences in Nanli City, so I can show you around. And I can introduce the local culture to you. Ning Yechen narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Yuan silently. She was certainly enthusiastic. Luo Ruiying considered for a moment. She nodded and agreed to Qi Yuan, accompanying them. A good guide could help them save time. Seeing her agree, Qi Yuan was delighted. She turned to say something to Zhang He and asked him to leave. Zhang He was not sure about the order, but he still agreed. After Ning Yechen and the others got off the carriage, Zhang He went back to the Qi residence alone. Let's go, Big Sister Luo. Let me show you around. I know everything there is to know about Nanli City. Qi Yuan patted her flat chest. Confidently, Luo Ruiying carried Luo Hongye and followed behind Qi Yuan. On the way, countless eyes kept looking at Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying had beautiful features and a stunning figure body. As she walked on the streets with Luo Hongye in her arms, countless people turned to look. What a gorgeous woman. She's so beautiful that few women can compare to her. TSK, TSK, TSK. With this aura, she must be a fairy from the heavens. What about that exquisite girl in her arms? Is she her daughter? How is that possible? Then, is the man behind her her husband? I can't accept it. How can that boy have such a beautiful woman? Isn't he just a bit more handsome than me? The people seemed annoyed and did not like seeing this. Some people even looked at Luo Ruiying lewdly. Luo Ruiying was not soft. She narrowed her eyes, and a powerful aura radiated from her, shocking these people into vomiting blood. In an instant, everyone realized this woman was a powerful cultivator. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. Qi Yuan looked at Luo Ruiying with admiration and continued to lead them through the streets. Something big had happened, so it had everyone's attention. Be it cultivators or mortals, everyone was talking about this incident. Everyone looked solemn as they gossiped. Did you hear? Tianxia Scholastic Palace, the Almighty Combat Hall, Ghost Puppet Grotto, and the Sharp Sword Sect were razed to the ground. Overnight, of course. Everyone knows this by now. News about this has spread throughout the 18 provinces. Who has the ability to destroy the 4 major sects? How scary. I heard that the leaders of the 4 major sects were out when this happened. No one knows where they are now. Everyone was discussing animatedly. This news shocked the world. The culprit left no clues, and the whole incident became a mystery. It was the talk of the town. Qi Yuan had been in the monster domain forest for the past few days, so it was her first time hearing this. She was instantly dumbfounded. She exclaimed, "The 4 major sects were destroyed overnight. This is crazy. Do you think it's real? If someone can really pull this off, then he's truly scary." Luo Ruiying nodded in agreement and sighed. Sure enough, the mortal realm has countless unknown talents. Ning Yechen also nodded. That's right. It's so scary. Qi Yuan brought Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen through many streets. Each time, she would enthusiastically introduce the attractions. This is the most bustling commercial area in Nanli City. Here, as long as you have money, you can buy anything you want. This place is also a commercial area. Although it isn't as lively as the one earlier, the merchants are friendlier and the goods are cheaper. This place is called Tianbao Street. You can purchase weapons, magic, items, herbs, pills, and monster beast ingredients. If you're lucky, you might even find monster beast pets. Since Luo Ruiying had high cultivation, Qi Yuan specially showed her. Around Tianbao Street. In Nanli City, all cultivators knew about Tianbao Street. There were all kinds of unusual, low-level magic items on this street, but some of them were damaged or fake. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing only took a quick look and lost interest. To them, calling these things trash was a compliment. Oh my, look who it is. It's the eldest young lady of the Qi family. Just as Qi Yuan was showing Ning Yechen and the others around, a few figures came over and stood in front of them. The man at the lead was wearing luxurious clothes with all kinds of jewelry and magic tools, looking like a nouveau riche. He looked at them in contempt. Behind the man were dozens of followers. The scene was quite impressive. When the stall owners saw this man, their expressions changed drastically as they gave way. Everywhere the man went, he would step on or kick the items and people. In his way, his behavior was extremely arrogant. The people around did not dare to voice the slightest grievance. Among them, even cultivators did not dare to speak up. The man before them was Jiang Li, the eldest son of the Jang family, one of the two main merchant families in Nanli City. The Jang family controlled nearly 60% of the commercial streets and properties, so countless cultivators wanted to befriend them. The Jang family had hired many cultivators to work as guards, and there were even those above the mental spiritual realm. No one was certain of their true strength. People only knew that they were unbelievably strong. In the city, no one dared to offend the Jiang family. Jiang Li noticed Qi Yuan from a distance. When he saw her on the street, a look of surprise flashed across his face. She actually made it back. Even though Jiang Li was surprised, he still smiled in contempt and walked over to Qi Yuan. When Qi Yuan saw Jiang Li come over, her pretty face turned gloomy and cold. She said without hiding anything, "Humph. You must be disappointed to see me return." "I'm not disappointed. This makes things more interesting." Jiang Li had no intention of hiding the fact that the Jiang family had sent the assassins. He acted as though Qi Yuan could not do anything about it. Qi Yuan thought Jiang Li would at least pretend not to know, but he actually admitted to it. He was too arrogant. Qi Yuan clenched her fists, wanting to fight, but seeing the dozens of guards behind Jiang Li, she could only grit her teeth and give up. Jiang Li knew there was nothing Qi Yuan could do to him. His face became increasingly cocky as he came up to her face and said sinisterly, "Before long, your family will be no more. Miss Qi, you should figure out how to make a living as soon as possible. The brothels are hiring. If you want, I could make a recommendation. With your fame, I'm sure you'll become the most popular prostitute." Qi Yuan's face turned pale. She pressed her hand on the sword, handle hanging from her waist. The guards behind Jiang Li immediately grasped their swords. Jiang Li raised his hand, and his men withdrew their weapons. He looked at Qi Yuan mockingly, not taking her seriously at all. "Miss Qi, it's against the law to fight in the city." Qi Yuan hesitated again and again. In the end, she loosened her grip and gave up the thought of drawing her sword. With her skills, she could not even defeat one of Jiang Li's guards, let alone kill him. "That's right." Jiang Li laughed smugly. He looked at Luo Ruing, who was carrying Luo Hongye behind Qi Yuan. When he walked over, he had already noticed Luo Ruing's gorgeous face. The moment he saw her up close, he could not resist exclaiming, "This woman is so beautiful." Jiang Li disregarded Ning Yetchin beside Luo Ruing and walked up to her. He put on a gentlemanly look and smiled. "Miss, I don't remember seeing you around Nanli City. May I know your name?" "I am the eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Li. I have wealth and status in the city. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance?" Ning Yetchin stood by the side, frowning. He was resisting the urge to slap this boy to death. Damn him. How dare he hit on my wife right in front of me? If Luo Ruing were not here, making him worried about exposing himself. To her, even this man's soul would be gone by now. "Get lost," Luo Ruing said coldly to Jiang Li. At first glance, she could tell Jiang Li used his power to oppress others and was a lascivious man. She was extremely disgusted with him. Jiang Li looked weak and had deep eye circles. The depravity in his eyes was obvious. He must have bullied countless girls. If Luo Ruiying did not plan to reside quietly in Nanli City with her husband and daughter and did not want to cause trouble, she would be tempted to kill Jiang Li. When Luo Ruiying treated him coldly, Jiang Li was stunned, and then he smiled in disdain. He was not angry at all. He had seen plenty of proud women like Luo Ruiying, and he had encountered ones who were even more fierce than her. They were just like her now. When they first came to Nanli City, they did not know his skills and the strength of his family. Once they saw what he was capable of, which of those women did not obediently lie in his bed, letting him do whatever he wanted? When Qi Yuan saw Jiang Li hitting on Luo Ruiying, she knew what he wanted. She immediately stood in front of Luo Ruiying and yelled, "Jiang Li, don't even think about touching big sister Luo. She's already married with a child. Stop daydreaming and get lost." A husband and child? Jiang Li looked at Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying's arms and turned to Ning Yechen. Contempt remained on his face. "That pretty boy." Ning Yechen remained silent. Calm down. Calm down." His hand behind his back almost could not resist slapping this fly to death. Even people at the Heavenly Emperor realm did not dare to speak to him. In this manner, Luo Ruiying frowned, and her face turned cold. She stood in front of Ning Yechen with Luo Hongye in her arms and said coldly, "No one can insult my husband." Luo Ruiying released a powerful aura that went straight for Jiang Li and his guards. Jiang Li was stunned. In an instant, he realized that they couldn't withstand the spiritual energy from Luo Ruiying. The powerful aura and terrifying pressure knocked Jiang Li and his guards to the ground. Just as Luo Ruiying was about to teach Jiang Li a lesson, a figure leaped out from nowhere and protected Jiang Li's group. It was an old man with white hair and a hooked nose. The old man used his withered hands to block Luo Ruiying's aura. As he did, he retreated several steps and almost fell to the ground. What a powerful force. This woman seemed young, but her cultivation was at least as strong as his at the immortal transformation realm. Maybe even higher. "Miss," he did not mean to be rude. "I hope you won't take it to heart. In the future, the Zhang family will surely pay a visit bearing gifts," Zhao Zhuahao said politely with his hands cupped. He estimated that Luo Ruiying's cultivation was above his, and he might not be her match. Luo Ruiying frowned. She relaxed her aura and said calmly, "Are you his guardian?" Guardians, as the name suggested, were people that powerful families hired to protect their progeny with the greatest potential. Guardians would usually hide around the protectee. Once the protectee encountered danger, the guardians would appear. Luo Ruiying did not expect a scumbag like Jiang Li to have a guardian. From the looks of it, the Zhang family was indeed quite powerful. Zhao Zhuahao nodded, admitting that he was a guardian. "Old Zhao, we can't let her off. Capture her this instant." Jiang Li ordered angrily, pointing at Luo Ruiying after slumping to the ground from fright. All his time in Nanli City, he had never suffered such humiliation before. "Young master, the family leader is waiting for you to return. If you keep him waiting, he won't be happy," Zhao Zhuahao persuaded. He knew his young master's personality very well and knew he was stubborn. He came close to his ear and whispered, "Young master, that woman is not difficult to deal with. If you really like her, I will find some other way to get her, but not today." Jiang Li looked at Luo Ruiying sinisterly, unwilling to give up yet. Hearing Zhao Zhuahao promise he would help him get the woman in the future, Jiang Li showed an expectant look in his eyes and licked his lips. Never mind. He would let her off today. When she fell into his hands, he would teach her a lesson. "Let's go." Jiang Li climbed up and said angrily to the guards behind him. Before he left, he cast a meaningful look at Luo Ruiying. "Someone's wife, huh? That will make the taste even better." Zhao Zhuahao gave Luo Ruiying a fake smile and proceeded to go out of sight. "Big sister Luo, big brother Ning, sorry for making things unpleasant for you." Qi Yuan bowed in apology. Jiang Li was clearly targeting her. Had she not insisted on following them, Luo Ruiying would not have been harassed. Even though Luo Ruiying felt helpless, she shook her head and said it was okay. If not for Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen, just the dirty look Jiang Li gave her was enough for her to slaughter him. If the incident ended like this, it would be for the best. Otherwise, she would not show mercy if he dared to disrespect her again. Let's go too. Luo Ruiying turned her head to Ning Yechen. She saw him looking at her with a silly smile. What's wrong? Luo Ruiying asked in surprise. It's nothing. I'm just glad you finally called me your husband. Ning Yetchin smiled and leaned close to Luo Ruiying. He was furious, but the moment he heard Luo Ruiying say, "No one can insult my husband," he was delighted. This was the second time Luo Ruiying called him her husband. The last time was when she had told him to run with their daughter. Luo Ruiying's face turned red when she thought of what she said. Earlier, she had been mad when Jiang Li called Ning Yetchin a pretty boy, so she had blurted it out. In hindsight, it was a little embarrassing. It was common for married couples to address each other like this, but such a simple word made him so happy. Watching their interactions, Qi Yuan sighed in a daze. They are so close, and their relationship has a fresh feeling to it, even though they already have a child. Dear, from now on. Can you continue calling me that? Ning Yechen stuck close to Luo Ruiying with a radiant smile. Luo Ruiying's face blushed crimson as she pouted and whispered, "From now on, I'll try." It still felt a little embarrassing for her to call Ning Yechen her husband. But since Ning Yechen really liked it, she could not say no to his request. She could only shyly say she would try. When she got used to it, she would naturally change her ways. Ning Yechen smiled. Although he could not get what he wanted, he had the time. He held Luo Ruiying's hand and continued strolling the streets. He was willing to give her as much time as she needed. Luo Ruiying carried their daughter with one hand while Ning Yechen held her other. The family of three looked blissful. Qi Yuan was walking behind them and felt embarrassed to join them. She seemed a little redundant here. While Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying, and the group walked through the street, they passed by three people wearing bamboo hats. Three figures were standing at a stall, eating food with their backs facing Ning Yechen. When Ning Yechen and the others went past them, the faces of the three monster kings from the monster domain forest were revealed. That's right. It was none other than Chaos Demonic Bull and the other two monster kings working for Ning Yechen. The three of them had been secretly following Ning Yechen, always awaiting his orders. They had also witnessed the incident earlier. Seeing Jiang Li disrespect Luo Ruiying and call Ning Yechen a pretty boy, they nearly went insane. They were afraid Ning Yechen might raze Nanli City to the ground in a fit of anger. Sky-swallowing Python was eating without making eye contact with Ning Yechen. She sent a voice transmission, asking coldly, "Sir, should we kill those people who were rude to you? Don't kill the guy named Jiang Li. Just break his third leg. As for the rest, kill them. Remember not to make too much noise. My family and I are shopping, and I don't want anything to disturb us," Ning Yechen said lightly with his eyes narrowed. It was as if he were talking about something mundane. Hearing the order, the three monster kings quietly left the stall and headed toward Jiang Li's group. The three of them felt puzzled as to why Ning Yechen wanted to take Jiang Li's third leg instead of killing him. After careful thought, they concluded that Ning Yechen probably wanted to take care of Jiang Li personally. If Jiang Li died at their hands, it would be a quick death. But in Ning Yetchin's hand, things would be different. On the way back to the Jiang residence, Jiang Li frowned with a gloomy expression. He was clearly annoyed. Ever since he was a child, he had never suffered such grievances. It was one thing to be scared of a woman, but there was nothing he could do about her. He really wanted to curse. The more Jiang Li thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, a rubber ball landed by his feet. Jiang Li raised his head and saw a cute little girl running to his feet to take the ball. Did I allow you to take it?" Jiang Li stepped on the ball and scowled. The little girl was so scared that she froze on the spot. She plucked up her courage, pointed at his feet, and said timidly, "This is my ball. Can you give it to me?" "Your ball? Oof. Do you know that your ball has soiled my shoes?" Jiang Li said fiercely. He stomped on the ball so hard that it burst and mercilessly slapped the little girl. He happened to be in a foul mood, so he would take it out on this girl. The little girl was thrown a few meters away. Her face was red and swollen, and her blood oozed from her mouth and nose. She could only lie on the ground and cry for her mother. It did not seem enough for Jiang Li, so he strode toward the little girl. The guard behind him were looking on ingratiatingly. "Young master, great technique. Looks like your cultivation has improved." "That goes without saying. He's the young master of the Jiang family, and very talented. He's number one in Nanli City, no, in the world." When the people around saw Jiang Li being so cruel to the girl, they felt sorry for her. They clenched their fists tightly, but they were powerless to do anything. It was hard to believe that a cultivator could feel proud from bullying a little girl. Despite Jiang Li's lousy cultivation level, if the girl failed to get treatment in time, her life would be at stake. He was a complete animal. Jiang Li enjoyed the fear of the crowd around him and the fawning of his guards. He stood in front of the girl with his head raised proudly and lifted his foot. Seeing Jiang Li refusing to stop and wanting to kill the little girl, a young woman in a green and white outfit gripped the handle of the sword at her waist. She stood up and wanted to stop Jiang Li, but her friend stopped her. "Su-yi, don't be rash. That's Jiang Li from the Jiang family. Even though we're from Nanli College, it won't be good to get in their bad books. They have a powerful backer behind them. Are we just going to watch that scumbag kill the girl?" Su-yi retorted to her companion beside her. As a cultivator, if she could not save the needy and serve justice, then what was the point of continuing to cultivate? Her friend was rendered speechless. While Su-yi was arguing with her friend, a woman quickly ran up to Jiang Li's feet and knelt before him while protecting the little girl in her arms. She cried and begged, "Young Master Jiang, I apologize for any trouble my ignorant child caused. It was unintentional. Please forgive us." Jiang Li frowned. Just as he was about to kick the woman away, he noticed she was rather attractive despite her age. He smiled lewdly and changed his mind. Jiang Li bent over, moving closer to the mother. He looked the woman up and down lustfully and smiled evilly. "I can let her off, but it depends on your sincerity." "Sincerity?" the woman muttered. Her family was not rich. She did not own anything that Jiang Li might be interested in. When Jiang Li's lustful voice rang by her ear, her face turned pale. "Madam, for the child, you are willing to do anything, right?" Usually, he was not interested in married women since he did not like used goods, let alone this woman was only somewhat pretty. But when he thought of Luo Ruiying's face, he could not help feeling aroused. So he suddenly wanted to have a taste of a married woman. The woman froze in despair, not knowing what to do. Ordinary families like her could not resist the Jiang family. Since the mother did not answer, Jiang Li got his men to grab her directly and drag her away. At this moment, the woman's husband rushed over after hearing about this. He was dressed in shabby, worn-out clothes, and his hands were covered with thick calluses. He was clearly a farmer. The man saw his daughter lying on the ground and burst into tears. When he saw Jiang Li holding his wife, he ran over and implored, "Young Master Jiang, please forgive my wife and daughter. Please punish me instead. Get lost. Don't dampen my interest. I will return her once I'm done." Jiang Li kicked the middle-aged man aside and forcibly took his wife. Su-yi could no longer continue watching. She drew her sword, prepared to stop Jiang Li. Just as Su-yi pulled out her sword, a swift figure shuttled past the guards behind Jiang Li. Huh? Did something pass by me? All the guards looked confused. A second later, their bodies were split open, cut into several pieces. Blood spewed out like rain. Everyone was stunned and had no idea what happened. In an instant, Jiang Li's dozen guards were all slaughtered. The crowd screamed and fled in all directions. Su-yi and her friends were dumbfounded. They turned to look and saw someone wearing a bamboo hat with a snake-like waist, standing in the blood rain, wielding a snake-shaped sword. This person was very powerful. Out of instinct, Su-yi and the others feared this woman. They even found it impossible to see this woman clearly. Sky-swallowing Python, holding her heavenly sword, slowly walked toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li was so terrified that he fell to the ground. He shouted to Old Zhao, "Old Zhao, save me! Zhao Zhuahao flew over and stopped in front of Jiang Li. He looked at this mysterious woman fearfully and asked, "Who are you? What do you have against the Jiang family?" Zhao Zhuahao had cold sweat streaming down his forehead as he stared at sky-swallowing Python. At this moment, he felt unprecedented fear. The fear was even far beyond what he felt toward Luo Ruiying. He had been observing Jiang Li all this while, but he did not see this woman take action. Before he could make heads or tails of the matter, everyone perished under her sword. Being able to achieve this meant that her cultivation was far higher than his. However, he was in the immortal transformation realm and one of the strongest people in the southern province. Sky-swallowing Python could not be bothered talking to Zhao Zhuahao. She narrowed her cold snake eyes and gave him a death sentence. "By the orders of my boss." "Your boss? Who is that? Why would he attack the Zhang family for no reason?" Zhao Zhuahao asked with a frown. He thought for a long time, but he was unable to figure out who would take action against the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family had a lot of enemies, none of them seemed to be able to hire anyone with such strong cultivation. "Are you worthy of knowing my boss's name?" Sky-swallowing Python's face turned cold. She looked murderous. Zhao Zhuahao trembled. He secretly made an incantation gesture. Even though he was no match for this woman, there were plenty of cultivators in the city. He just needed to hold her back for a while until reinforcement arrived. This should be doable for him. Zhao Zhuahao was thinking about how to handle sky-swallowing Python. But in the next second, a large, strong hand pinched his head from behind. Zhao Zhuahao was stupefied. Before he could say anything, his head exploded like a watermelon. Blood spurted in all directions and landed on Jiang Li, who was lying limp on the ground. "You talk too much. You've annoyed the hell out of me." Chaos demonic bull flung Zhao Zhuahao's corpse to the side and wiped his hands in contempt. Su Yi and the crowd were dumbfounded. They had heard about Zhao Zhuahao. He was a cultivator at the immortal transformation realm. However, he had not even noticed the brawny man approach behind him before being squeezed to death. It was as easy as squeezing an ant. Jiang Li raised his head and looked at Chaos Demonic Bull's strong body with fear in his eyes. He did not dare to move at all. His greatest dependence, Zhao Zhuahao, was dead. Without Zhao Zhuahao around, he lost all his arrogance and domineeringness. Instead, he trembled like a scaredy cat. Chaos Demonic Bull lowered his head to look at Jiang Li by his feet, and a cunning smile appeared on his face. "It's your turn. I recall the boss giving me special instructions about you. Forgive me. Someone help. Save me." Jiang Li screamed hysterically at Su Yi and the people around him as a yellow liquid flowed out from his lower body. Su Yi and her friends were stunned. They subconsciously reached for their weapons, but no one dared to draw them. These two people could instantly kill someone at the immortal transformation realm, so they were absolutely not their match. Only Su Yi gathered her courage, unsheathed her sword, and jumped out. Nanli College shared the duty of keeping the peace of the city. Although she wanted Jiang Li dead, she could not stand by and let people kill him. It would undoubtedly mar the college's name. As a student of Nanli College, she could not watch on the sidelines without doing anything. Just as Su Yi pulled out her sword and jumped out, another figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of her. The other party was wearing the same bamboo hat. He moved so swiftly that he was already holding her throat. Su Yi struggled with all her might, but it was futile. Even her sword was unable to pierce the opponent's body. Su Yi was astonished. It was getting harder for her to breathe. Who is this person? Am I going to die today? The boss told us not to make too much noise and not to disturb him. She's not on the list. Don't kill her. Sky-swallowing Python reminded Titan Giant Ape. Only then did Titan Giant Ape remember Ning Yetchin's instructions. He flung Su Yi away, sparing his life. When Sky-swallowing Python walked toward Jiang Li, the woman and her husband were holding their daughter tightly on the ground, watching in terror. Sky-swallowing Python ignored the family and walked straight to Jiang Li. "Please let me off. How much is that person paying? I'll pay 10 times more." "No, 20 times more, 100 times more." Jiang Li saw that no one dared to step forward to help, So he started begging for mercy and even attempted to bribe the three of them. Sky-swallowing Python glanced at Jiang Li and said indifferently, "Do it." "Okay." Chaos Demonic Bull stepped on Jiang Li's legs, and a crack resounded as his legs were shattered. Jiang Li's leg bones were crushed to smithereens, and the excruciating pain left him howling in agony. The mixture of his cries and screams sounded extremely miserable. "Didn't the boss tell us to break his third leg? Why did you break both his legs?" Sky-swallowing Python rolled her eyes at Chaos Demonic Bull. "Oh, right. I forgot. Let me do it again." Chaos Demonic Bull raised his leg and stepped on Jiang Li's crotch. A deep hole appeared between Jiang Li's crotch. This time, Jiang Li could not even scream. His face turned pale, and he instantly passed out with blood coming from his crotch. Sky-swallowing Python glanced at the unconscious Jiang Li and said to Chaos Demonic Bull and Titan Giant Ape, "Mission accomplished. Let's go." The three of them transformed into dark shadows and disappeared from sight. The city guard showed up late after hearing about the episode. When they arrived, the scene was bloody and horrific. Moments later, the entire city went on high alert, and everyone panicked. Countless cultivators and city guards were hunting down the culprits, but to no avail. Not long after, at the Jiang residence, the unconscious Jiang Li had been carried back to the Jiang residence. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhen, looked at the half-dead Jiang Li on the bed and trembled furiously. His eyes looked vicious as he pointed at Jiang Li. "Who did it? Who hurt my son? Who?" Jiang Li was the only son of the Jiang family, so Jiang Zhen always doted on him and seldom reprimanded or punished him. Now his legs and penis were crushed. This was ending the Jiang family's lineage. Jiang Zhen's shout made the surrounding attendants shudder. They all lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Seeing no response from anyone, Jiang Zhen roared, "Useless! Find them. I want the culprits. Even if you have to turn the city upside down, find them for me." "Yes." The servants hurriedly left. After everyone had gone, a man with a feminine face dressed in a robe with white lotus patterns slowly walked out from inside the hall. They were able to defeat Old Zhao, who was at the immortal transformation realm. This means they aren't ordinary people. Even if you go through the city with a fine-tooth comb, you won't find them. Sacred Envoy. When Jiang Zhen saw the visitor, he could only swallow his anger and greet him reverently. He said indignantly, "Does this mean you want me to let off the culprits?" "Certainly not. We just want you to focus on the mission at hand. After the battle for the Chamber of Commerce, and we control the city, I will report to the sect leader about your contributions and ask him to help you," Shenro said with a smile. Jiang Zhen pondered briefly. He sighed and said helplessly with a vicious glint in his eyes, "When the battle for the Chamber of Commerce happens, we will definitely win with your backing. Once we gain control of the city, we will do everything we can for the Sacred Lotus sect. After the deed is done, I hope the sect can help seek revenge for my son." Meanwhile, Qi Yuan brought Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying through an unusual-looking street. On both sides of the street were all kinds of food, and the aromas wafted throughout the street. The street was full of people, with mothers and children especially prominent. This is the most popular food street in Nanli City. In addition to local delights, there's also food from other countries. Qi Yuan introduced the place while walking ahead. Initially, she thought a powerful cultivator like Luo Ruiying would not show interest in local food. But when they arrived at the food street, Luo Ruiying slowed down. Luo Ruiying had grown up in the heavenly realm, so she had grown up eating heavenly fruits and drinking spirit water without ever encountering food from the mortal realm. Those from the heavenly realm did not need food like mortals. They simply needed to absorb spiritual energy from their surroundings as sustenance. The same applied to children born in the heavenly realm. All they needed was heavenly fruits and spirit water. In Luo Ruiying's arms, Luo Hongye kept looking around curiously until drool nearly flowed from her mouth. When they passed by a stall selling candied fruit, Luo Hongye had her eyes glued on them and subconsciously opened her mouth wide. Seeing this, Ning Yetchin smiled dotingly. He walked over to the stall and raised 2 fingers. I'd like 2 sticks. Right away. The stall owner responded happily, handed 2 sticks of candied fruit to Ning Yechen, and praised, "Sir, you are so lucky. You married a beautiful wife and have an adorable child." "I know. I also think I'm very lucky to have such a gorgeous wife and cute daughter." Ning Yetchin was overjoyed by the praise and raised his nose proudly. In his joy, he decided to buy up everything the stall owner was selling. Standing behind Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruiying blushed. A stall owner simply praised them, but he was so happy that he bought everything at his stall. "Come on, try it." Ning Yetchin, holding many sticks of candied fruit, handed one to Luo Hongye. The candied fruit was made of cut-up fruit with sugar glaze coated on the outside and served on a stick. Luo Hongye clearly wanted the candied fruit, but she turned to look at Luo Ruiying and asked timidly, "Mom, can I have some? Your father bought it for you. Go ahead." Luo Ruiying could naturally tell Luo Hongye wanted the candied fruit. She nodded and smiled dotingly. Before, she had been unable to give her daughter enough love. Now, it was her greatest wish for her daughter to lead a peaceful and happy life. Luo Hongye immediately reached out her chubby hands, took the candied fruit from Ning Yetchin, and stuck in her mouth. Out of concern that the bamboo stick might prick Luo Hongye's mouth, Luo Ruiying took it from her, removed the candied fruit from the stick, and fed it into Luo Hongye's mouth. With her cheeks puffed, Luo Hongye beamed brightly. As Luo Ruiying fed Luo Hongye, a stick of candied fruit appeared in front of her mouth. Luo Ruiying looked up and saw Ning Yetchin holding the stick of candied fruit to her mouth. His handsome face was smiling at her. "Dear, this is for you." "For me?" Luo Ruiying felt a little shy. She was an empress of the heavenly realm. It seemed inappropriate for someone of her status to eat snacks from the mortal realm. Moreover, Ning Yetchin wanted to feed her. Under Ning Yetchin's expectant gaze, Luo Ruiying brushed aside the strands of hair hanging down beside her face, opened her mouth slightly, and ate the fruit, her face blushing. In any case, no one here knew her true identity, so it was fine to be willful. Seeing Luo Ruiying's elegant movements and the shy look on her face, Ning Yetchin fell into a daze and blurted, "Dear, you're beautiful when you're eating." "Ahem, ahem. What are you saying?" Luo Ruiying choked a couple of times before glaring at Ning Yetchin. The man's unexpected words left her embarrassed. "It's true. If you don't believe me, ask Ye." Ning Yetchin smiled and turned to look at Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying's arms. "Ye, doesn't your mother look beautiful when she's eating?" "Uh-huh. Mommy is beautiful." Luo Hongye happily raised both hands while chewing on the food. Because there were many people around them, Luo Ruiying felt even shyer and glared at Ning Yetchin with blushing cheeks. The father and daughters teasing her made her feel even more embarrassed. Watching from the side, Qi Yuan felt envy and awkwardness. They're so close. Luo Ruiying finally took notice of Qi Yuan. She awkwardly handed her the stick of candied fruit in her hand and asked, "Would you like some?" "No, thank you, big sister Luo." Qi Yuan waved her hand to turn her down. She smiled and looked at Luo Hongye in Luo Ruiying's arms. "Yeah, if you like to eat, I know lots of good places. Shall I get you some?" She had never met a more adorable, exquisite, and well-behaved child as Luo Hongye. From the moment she laid eyes on Luo Hongye, she couldn't help liking her. Luo Hongye was only close to Ning Yetchin and Luo Ruiying and was a little afraid of strangers. When Qi Yuan spoke to Luo Ruiying, she instinctively shrank into her mother's arms. But the moment she heard about good food, she sneaked a look at Qi Yuan and asked softly, "Are really?" Looking at the adorable Luo Hongye, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Of course. I never lie to cute children." Luo Hongye was finally willing to talk to her. Luo Hongye was beyond adorable. She really wanted to squeeze her cute, chubby cheeks. She really wanted to hold her and kiss her. Standing at the side, Ning Yetchin watched Qi Yuan's excited reaction and suddenly felt that he should be wary of this lass. She might just abduct his daughter at any time. Luo Hongye became tempted by Qi Yuan's vivid descriptions of the delicious food and eventually caved in. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye as they walked and ate on the street. The moment Luo Hongye took interest in anything, Ning Yechen would buy them for her without hesitation. Qi Yuan also took the initiative to buy all kinds of snacks and fed them to Luo Hongye. Candied hawthorn, glutinous rice cake, sesame seed cake, jellied tofu, steamed buns. Luo Hongye tried nearly all the food available on the street. Qi Yuan and Luo Hongye's relationship also improved. After going through most of the street, they sat down at a stone bench. They were not tired, but because they were holding so much food, they planned to sit down and let Luo Hongye enjoy them. Luo Hongye was sitting in Luo Ruiying's arms with a bun larger than her face, biting down on it with great satisfaction. Luo Ruiying looked at Luo Hongye helplessly and took out a handkerchief to wipe the mess on her face. Suddenly, a commotion sounded from the distance, and alarm bells rang throughout the city. The guards in the city swiftly ran toward the distance. Some people who ran over gasping explained the situation. Just a moment ago, 3 mysterious people attacked Jiang Li and his group. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li and his group were slaughtered. Jiang Li seemed to be the sole survivor. This news was a bombshell for everyone. Someone had the audacity to attack Jiang Li from the Jiang family in Nanli City. The moment people heard the news, everyone was stunned. The Ji family held great power and authority in the city, so no one dared to make trouble for them. Yet someone surprisingly attacked them publicly. Hearing the news, Qi Yuan was equally shocked. Jiang Li had dozens of guards at the spiritual energy martial realm and a protector of an even higher realm, but they were all killed. She did not recall anyone in Nanli City with such ability. Qi Yuan was astonished by this news, but a happy smile emerged on her face. Retribution came for the Jiang Li and Jiang family. Jiang Li must have gone overboard with his arrogance and offended the wrong person. He had asked for it. Luo Ruiying did not take the matter to heart. She did not care about the matter at all. She simply hoped that this incident would have zero impact on her life. Let's go. It's getting late. It's time to pick a place to stay. Luo Ruiying, carrying Luo Hongye, said to Ning Yechen. They had finished strolling around the city for now, and it was time to find suitable accommodations. Big sister Luo, big brother Ning, what kind of residence would you like? Qi Yuan, their guide, asked. Her family was one of the major merchant families in Nanli City, so she had a keen grasp of the commercial and residential properties in the city. The managers of her chief family would handle the business matters. As long as Luo Ruiying described what kind of residence she wanted, Qi Yuan could soon find suitable accommodations. Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment and said, I would prefer somewhere quiet. She did not have high demands about accommodation and just wanted the family to be together. After some thought, Qi Yuan quickly summoned a manager responsible for real estate. The manager brought Qi Yuan, Luo Ruiying, and the others to a peaceful part of the city. The street in front of the residence was empty. Outside the compound stood a few trees, and behind it was a gurgling stream. The scenery was serene and picturesque. The front door opened into a spacious and well-lit compound. In addition to the main room, there were a few smaller rooms, a kitchen, and an independent bathroom in the backyard. The compound was almost as big as a mansion. The place looks good, but it seems a bit too big. It's too extravagant for just the 3 of us to live here. Even though her residence in the heavenly realm was much larger and more luxurious, as someone's wife, she now had many considerations. It would be a waste for the family of 3 to live in such lavish accommodations. Moreover, cleaning and maintaining the house would not be easy. Most importantly, such a large house should cost a lot of money. Ning Yechen looked around and felt the house was good. He took Luo Hongye from Luo Ruiying and asked with a smile, Yay, do you like the place? Yes, as long as Mommy and Daddy are here. I like this place, Luo Hongye said happily while sitting in Ning Yetchin's embrace. That's my girl. Ning Yechen stroked Luo Hongye's nose dotingly and turned to Luo Ruiying. Dear, why don't we live here? Luo Ruiying pulled him aside and asked quietly, Isn't this place too expensive for us? She used to be an empress of the heavenly realm and never dreamed she would see the day when she had to worry about money. When she escaped from the heavenly realm, Her spatial rings had been taken from her. Other than her cultivation, she had nothing else. Ning Yechen had never had to worry about money. In his eyes, buying the entire city was nothing, let alone a tiny mansion. "Don't worry, dear. I have some savings." Ning Yechen confidently patted his chest. Luo Ruiying was surprised. She had assumed Ning Yechen was a poor hunter living in seclusion in the mountains. After all, few wealthy people would choose to live in those conditions. "My wife and I are satisfied with this house. How much for it?" The manager smiled and walked over. "Do you plan on renting or purchasing?" "I want to buy it," Ning Yechen replied without hesitation. Luo Ruiying hurried to Ning Yetchin's and whispered, "You don't have to buy it. Renting is fine. We're just living here temporarily." They had come to Nanli City to avoid pursuit and might leave at any moment. It was unnecessary to buy a house. "Don't worry. It doesn't cost much," Ning Yechen said comfortingly. He found it adorable that his wife was already starting to worry about their finances. She was becoming more and more like a virtuous wife. The property manager held up 2 fingers. "Sir, the residence is 2 million taels." Ning Yechen retrieved a pouch from his chest and handed it to the man without hesitation. "This should be enough." The man opened the pouch quizzically, and a look of amazement appeared on his face. The pouch was filled with all kinds of rare gems. In terms of color, cut, and scarcity, they were extraordinary. Among them, there were even gems that he was unable to identify. The manager carefully picked out a gem and used professional eyeglasses to examine it. His expression became even more shocked. With the gem's purity, the price would increase dozens of times if it were made into jewelry. He had spent more than half his life working for the chief family, but he had never seen such a high-quality gem. This pouch full of gems was worth far more than 2 million taels. Chi Yuan came over. Having grown up and trained in a merchant family, she could judge the value of some items. When she saw the bag full of gems in the manager's hand, her eyes widened in shock, and she looked at Ning Yechen. "Big Sister Luo's husband is actually so rich. Big Sister Luo, Big Brother Ning, these gems are enough for the house, but I can't accept them." Chi Yuan took the pouch and returned it to Ning Yechen. "Big Sister Luo is my savior, so I'd like to give you the house as thanks for saving me. How can we accept that?" Luo Ruiying wanted to decline, but Ning Yechen beat her to it. He narrowed his eyes and asked Chi Yuan with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, you have something to ask of us, right?" Ever since Chi Yuan found out about Luo Ruiying's strength, she became very enthusiastic. Although a part of her enthusiasm was due to gratitude, Ning Yechen noticed the hesitation appearing in her eyes every now and then. Chi Yuan was so friendly to his wife because she had something to ask of her. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying looked at Chi Yuan. Seeing that Ning Yechen had seen through her intentions, Chi Yuan no longer concealed it. She bowed reverently and said in an imploring tone to Luo Ruiying, "That's right. I do have something to beg of you. Big Sister Luo, please save my family." "Save your family?" Luo Ruiying asked quizzically. "That's right. In fact, the Qi family is about to be removed from Nanli City." Chi Yuan lowered her eyes sadly. "In a few days, a competition will be held between the Qi and Jiang families for control of the commercial streets. In the past, the Qi and Jiang families each occupied 50%. But in recent years, thanks to the power behind them, the Jiang family has expanded non-stop and forcibly taken over my family's businesses. Now, my family only controls less than 30% of the commercial streets. How do you want me to save your family?" Luo Ruiying asked. "I want to invite you to present the Qi family in the competition." Chi Yuan said imploringly. Conflict often arose between chambers of commerce. If things became serious, it could easily lead to rivers of blood. Therefore, the various chambers of commerce came up with a new method to resolve conflicts by holding a competition. If an irreconcilable difference arose between 2 parties, one party could propose a competition to the other. Both parties would place their wagers and send cultivators representing themselves to compete. The winning party obtained the right to call the shots. Such competitions prevented unnecessary losses. This competition was proposed by the Treasures Merchant Alliance. The Treasures Merchant Alliance was a business coalition formed by countless chambers of commerce in the world. It had been formed to aid the mutual development of its members, mediate conflicts, and maintain the stability of business. To maintain the fairness of the competition, when two chambers of commerce called for a competition, someone from the Treasures Merchant Alliance will be present as a witness. This time, the Qi family had proposed a competition to the Jang family. The Qi family had suffered oppression from the Jang family for years, so they finally decided to wager everything they had against the Jang family and win back everything taken from them. However, the cultivators who had agreed to fight for the Qi family had either suddenly gone back on their word or encountered all kinds of accidents. Seeing Luo Ruiying's strength, Qi Yuan made up her mind to ask Luo Ruiying to participate in the competition on behalf of her family. In fact, she did not want Luo Ruiying to get involved in the family feud. After all, there was a powerful force supporting the Jiang family. Sadly, she had no other solution, so she had to seek Luo Ruiying's assistance. Luo Ruiying contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. Okay, I will participate for your family. Firstly, she wanted to thank Qi Yuan for the mansion. Secondly, she felt that if the Jiang family gained more power in the city, the situation in the city would become very unstable. So she agreed to help Qi Yuan's family with their problem. Great. Thanks so much, big sister Luo. Qi Yuan bowed thankfully. The pressure in her heart alleviated much. Luo Ruiying shook her head. You're welcome. Treat it as payment for accepting this house. Qi Yuan hesitated briefly before imploring Luo Ruiying. Big sister Luo, I have one more request. Can you accept me as your disciple? I can pay for it. From the moment Qi Yuan saw Luo Ruiying's beautiful and elegant moves, she was blown away. Even though her family had a background in business, she had always dreamed of being a cultivator. Luo Ruiying did not expect Qi Yuan to request to be her disciple. After looking at Qi Yuan in surprise, she shook her head apologetically. Sorry, I have no intention to take in disciples. She chose to live in seclusion here for stability, so she had no plans for taking in disciples. Moreover, she still had a target on her back and did not want to implicate innocent bystanders. After hearing the rejection, Qi Yuan looked very dejected. Okay, sorry for asking. Since she was young, she had sought out many masters, but everyone had rejected her. When she was a child, she had been injured, causing her meridians to be damaged and blocked, making it impossible for her to cultivate. Qi Yuan felt that Luo Ruiying had identified her condition and thought it was impossible for her to cultivate. She was probably rejected because she was not talented enough. Big sister Luo, if someone's meridians are damaged, does it mean they can forget about cultivating for the rest of their lives? Qi Yuan asked with hope in her heart. Luo Ruiying could tell whom Qi Yuan was referring to by her expression. Although she felt sorry for Qi Yuan, she replied honestly, cultivators use their meridians to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This is the foundation of cultivation. If someone is unable to do so, they are unable to cultivate. In other words, the path of cultivation hinges on meridians. The wider, denser, and longer the meridians, the greater success at cultivation. Is that so? Sure enough, I'm not destined to cultivate. Qi Yuan looked even more depressed. In fact, she was not surprised. She had already known about the crux of cultivation. She had simply asked one last time to make herself completely give up. Big sister Luo, in that case, I will take my leave. Just as Qi Yuan was about to turn around and leave, Ning Yechen chuckled. It's true that people with damaged meridians can't cultivate, but what if they recover? The moment he uttered these words, Qi Yuan froze on the spot. She turned around and looked at Ning Yetchin in astonishment. She naturally knew this was an option, but who in the world could treat damaged meridians? She had never heard of anyone who could restore damaged meridians. Judging from Ning Yetchin's words, he seemed to have the ability to do so. Big brother Ning, do you know how to restore my damaged meridians? Hope rose in Qi Yuan's heart as she looked at Ning Yechen expectantly. I understand a little, Ning Yechen said modestly with his head raised. Luo Ruiying looked at Ning Yechen in astonishment. He had medical knowledge and could even treat damaged meridians. This was no ordinary ability. If she were still an empress, she could effortlessly treat Qi Yuan's meridians and injuries, but she could no longer help her. However, a mere mortal like him seemed to have a solution to Qi Yuan's problem. In hindsight, Ning Yetchin had prepared medicinal porridge and very effective medicine for her when she was injured, so it made sense. Perhaps he really knew something about medicine. Big brother Ning, what do you need me to do? Do I need to prepare any herbs? Qi Yuan approached Ning Yetchin excitedly and looked at him eagerly. She had never been so excited in her life. Ning Yetchin smiled and shook his head. You don't need to prepare anything. Just follow me inside and take off your clothes. I will poke a needle in you a few times. The moment Ning Yetchin uttered these words, everyone fell silent. And now, Qi Yuan's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head shyly. Even though she knew that was not what Ning Yetchin meant, she felt embarrassed about undressing in front of a man she barely knew. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and stared intently at Ning Yetchin, clearly unhappy. Only now did it dawn on Ning Yetchin that what he said sounded inappropriate. With Luo Hongyan's arms, he hurried to Luo Ruiying's side and explained, Dear, don't misunderstand. I'm just going to use acupuncture to help her unblock her meridians. Of course I know. It's not like I'm misunderstanding anything. Luo Ruiying harumphed and turned her head. Ning Yetchin fell silent. She was clearly angry. Dear, are you angry? Ning Yetchin smiled and placed his shoulder against hers. I'm not angry. I'm not one of those petty and unreasonable women. Luo Ruiying narrowed her eyes at Ning Yetchin, took Luo Hongye from his arms, and said lightly, Aren't you going to unblock her meridians? Go on then. Seeing Luo Ruiying's annoyance, Ning Yetchin inexplicably felt happy. He responded to her and walked over to Qi Yuan. Miss Qi, come with me. Then Ning Yetchin took the lead and stepped into the house. Blushing, Qi Yuan hesitated briefly before following behind him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Regardless of whether Ning Yetchin could treat her damaged meridians, she had to give it a shot. This might be her last chance to become a cultivator. After entering the room, Qi Yuan stood still awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Ning Yetchin sat on the bed. What are you waiting for? Come here, turn around, and take off your clothes. Oh. Qi Yuan nervously climbed onto the bed and slowly took off her clothes with her back facing Ning Yetchin. It was incredibly awkward for her to undress with her back facing a man. But for the sake of embarking on the path of cultivation, she suppressed her shyness and undressed to reveal her back. Compared to Qi Yuan's shyness and awkwardness, Ning Yetchin was calm and unaffected. Even looking at her flawless back, he did not react in the slightest or show any interest. In terms of figure and appearance, Qi Yuan could not compare to Luo Ruiying. So how could he be interested? He had seen many women far more attractive than Qi Yuan. The only woman who could attract him was his wife. Ning Yetchin took out a set of silver needles, opened them, casually retrieved a few, and swiftly applied them to Qi Yuan's back with great accuracy. In fact, it did not matter if Qi Yuan took off her clothes or not. Using his eyes alone, he could clearly see every acupuncture point, meridian, and elixir field in people's bodies, even through clothes. He told Qi Yuan to remove her clothes to avoid Luo Ruiying's suspicion. Accurately performing acupuncture with the patient's clothes still on would seem unbelievable and arouse suspicion. In fact, he did not even need to use silver needles. Just using his fingers was enough to treat Qi Yuan's damaged meridians. He performed acupuncture treatment to ease Qi Yuan's and Luo Ruiying's concerns. After Ning Yetchin inserted a single silver needle into Qi Yuan's back, she let out a soft moan from the slight pain. Meanwhile, outside the room, Luo Ruiying, with Luo Hongye in her arms, was standing at the door. She was clearly unhappy. She inexplicably felt upset. Luo Ruiying turned to look at the room hesitantly. She wanted to look inside the room, but she felt it was wrong. As a dignified empress from the heavenly realm, it was inappropriate for her to peek. It was just medical treatment, and no cause for concern. "Mommy, what are they doing inside?" Luo Hongye raised her head and looked at Luo Ruiying. "Daddy is treating her injuries." Luo Ruiying smiled gently at Luo Hongye. In the next second, a soft moan came from the room. Luo Ruiying's eyes widened uncontrollably. She darted to the room's door, leaned against the window, and tried looking inside through the crack in the window. She was simply curious about what was going on. She was just concerned. This was definitely not peeking. She was merely taking a look, just a single look. Luo Hongye lay in her arms, blinking innocently, clearly puzzled. What is Mommy doing? On the bed in the room. Every time Ning Yechen applied a needle, Qi Yuan sensed a faint tingling pain and a warm sensation on her back, so she couldn't help moaning. Ning Yechen felt a little awkward about continuing the treatment. "Miss Qi, please stop making strange noises. Otherwise, my wife might misunderstand. Also, relax," Ning Yechen said with a silver needle in hand. He could already sense a pair of eyes staring fixedly at him from the window. Even though Luo Ruiying mistook him for a mortal, any human would be able to detect her blatant stare. However, she did not seem to realize it. "I'm sorry. I can take it. Please continue." Qi Yuan's face was red as she covered her mouth as tightly. She also knew that she sounded weird. She could not help herself. With every needle application, she could feel slight pain briefly, followed by waves of warmth and an indescribably good sensation. She was doing her utmost to retrain herself. Ning Yechen felt that if he continued applying acupuncture, his wife would break open the door and charge in. So he picked up the remaining silver needles and applied them on Qi Yuan's back with great accuracy. "Huh!" Despite clenching her mouth, Qi Yuan could not control her voice. Her face twitched slightly as she moaned and leaned against the bed. Moments later, Qi Yuan felt better and noticed that Ning Yechen had removed the silver needles in her back, put them away, and left the bedside. "Big brother Ning, aren't you going to continue? I can still take it." Qi Yuan looked over anxiously. She assumed Ning Yechen had stopped because he was worried she could not take it anymore. Ning Yechen smiled calmly. "Continue? It's over." "Huh?" Qi Yuan looked puzzled. Then she tried to circulate the spiritual energy in her body. Spiritual energy was able to flow through her system unhindered. It no longer felt blocked and uncomfortable. Her meridians had recovered completely. She could not believe it. Qi Yuan opened her eyes in joy and disbelief. Her meridians were okay now. Her family had spent vast amounts of money to hire well-known physicians. Unfortunately, no one could treat her. But the man before her treated her with just a short acupuncture treatment. The speed was inconceivable. All it took was one acupuncture treatment for her to recover. Barely after the man started, the treatment was finished. It was unfathomably fast. "Thank you, big brother Ning." Qi Yuan jumped off the bed excitedly and wanted to lunge onto Ning Yechen to express her gratitude. A beautiful figure darted over ahead of her and stopped in front of Ning Yechen. "Miss Qi, your clothes," Luo Ruiying reminded softly. Only now did Qi Yuan finally remember she was only wearing her underwear and realize her actions were inappropriate. She hurriedly covered herself. "Big sister Luo, I didn't mean to." The blushing Qi Yuan hurriedly apologized, turned around, and got dressed. Luo Ruiying turned around and glared at Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen smiled bitterly and spread his hands. He was innocent. He neither did anything nor looked at anything. After Qi Yuan finished dressing, Luo Ruiying walked over to her and took her pulse. Luo Ruiying's eyes widened in astonishment. Qi Yuan's meridians were no longer blocked. How'd he do it? Luo Ruiying wondered. He had unblocked the patient's meridians by simply using acupuncture. This was unheard of. Initially, she had thought Ning Yechen was just an ordinary hunter. But earlier, he had shown his wealth, and now, he had treated someone's blocked meridians using acupuncture. She was caught by surprise. "Thank you, big sister Luo, big brother Ning." Qi Yuan thanked Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen again. Luo Ruiying had saved her life, and Ning Yechen had given her the chance to cultivate. She was full of boundless gratitude to them. "You're welcome. Although your meridians are fine now, You need to recuperate for a few days before you can fully recover. Here is the medicine you need. Just follow this prescription and brew the medicine for consumption. In a few days, you will be completely fine. Ning Yechen smiled as he took out some heavenly herbs and a prescription and gave them to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan lowered her head to look at the prescription and heavenly herbs in the bundle. Her eyes widened in disbelief. He had just given her extremely rare and priceless herbs. She had never seen such a prescription before either, but she trusted him instinctively. This did seem like a prescription to nourish her meridians. The value of this prescription alone far exceeded that of this residence. Yet he casually gave it to her. Big brother Ning, how can I accept all of this? Qi Yuan stuttered in shock. All these things were priceless. Ning Yechen smiled with a nod. You need this prescription and medicine. Since I've given them to you, they are yours. Thank you, big brother Ning. Qi Yuan thanked him again, with tears glistening in her eyes. With this prescription and medicine, not only would she be able to cultivate, there would be new hope for her family and its chamber of commerce. Big brother Ning, see, can I ask something? Why are you so kind to me? Qi Yuan asked quizzically. They had randomly met outside the city. Even though it was their first encounter, he had gone above and beyond to help her. Because you were kind to my daughter and made her happy. That's all. Ning Yechen smiled lightly. Since Qi Yuan had made his daughter happy, rewarding her with this was not worth mentioning to him. Qi Yuan did not see this coming at all. Qi Yuan liked Luo Hongye and had bought her some snacks to make her happy. But Ning Yechen had repaid her by treating her condition and gifting her with a priceless prescription and medicines. Such generosity had gone far beyond hers. Sure enough, both the husband and wife were remarkable. Initially, she thought Ning Yechen was a mortal since he had zero spiritual energy fluctuations from his body. It turned out that he was a miracle doctor. Moreover, he was a miracle doctor from a rich and powerful family and extremely generous. Big sister Luo and big brother Ning goodbye. After accepting the prescription and medicine, Qi Yuan bade farewell and left the residence happily. She could not wait to get home and study the prescription. The moment Qi Yuan was gone, Luo Ruing narrowed her eyes and looked at Ning Yechen. Why didn't I know you knew medicine? Luo Ruing's tone and expression made Ning Yechen feel as though his wife was questioning him for having a secret stash of money and not handing it over. An inexplicable sense of pressure rose in Ning Yetchin's heart. He did not even sense such pressure facing 10 heavenly emperors. Dear, you didn't ask, so I didn't say anyway. Ning Yechen walked to Luo Ruing's, smiling ingratiatingly. Luo Ruing continued looking at Ning Yechen with a scrutinizing gaze. Why did you live in seclusion in the mountains then? Ning Yetchin's mind was moving swiftly. In a split second, he came up with a reasonable explanation. To be honest, I grew up in a wealthy family. It was a big family with a background in medicine, who saved countless lives. However, we met with troubles and went downhill. I lost all hope and decided to live in seclusion. Ning Yechen spoke so earnestly that tears nearly trickled from his eyes. The moment Luo Ruing heard the reason, the suspicion in her heart disappeared, and her eyes softened. She did not expect him to have experienced such hard times. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked, Luo Ruing said apologetically. It's okay. I don't mind. It's fine as long as you're not angry. Ning Yechen hugged Luo Ruing around the waist and looked at her dotingly. Luo Ruing's face flushed red, and she turned her head shyly. I'm not upset. Really? When I was treating her, who leaned against the window angrily, Ning Yechen held Luo Ruing tightly and smiled teasingly. Who said I was angry? I was just worried, Luo Ruing explained with a blush on her face after being caught peeking. Ning Yechen pressed against her closely. If not for Luo Hongye in her arms, the two of them would have made close physical contact. Ning Yechen came close to Luo Ruing's ear, breathed out a hot breath, and said softly, Dear, I'm not only good at medicine, but I'm also highly skilled at massage. You're exhausted from traveling. Why don't I give you a massage? Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongye to the wooden house. While knocking on the door, she felt worried. The door slowly opened with a creak. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" Ning Yetchin stood at the door with a smile on his face. For some reason, he could not help feeling something familiar about the girl in front of him. Looking at the face in her memory, Luo Ruing pursed her lips slightly, lowered her eyes, and did not know where to start for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she asked quizzically, "Have you forgotten me?" Underscore Ning Yetchin scrutinized the girl. Her hair was black, her eyes were red, and she was beautiful. She was indeed familiar, but he was unable to remember her. He had seen many beauties in his time, so he had trouble remembering her for a moment. Also, he had gone into reclusion for such a long time, so no one should know he was here. "Who are you?" Ning Yetchin asked awkwardly. He had thought for a long time, but was unable to match a name to her face. When Luo Ruing noticed that he genuinely did not remember her, a look of frustration and disappointment appeared on her face. She could not help saying angrily, You heartless cad." He had taken her virginity, and she was trying so hard to keep their child safe. Now, they had finally escaped from the heavenly realm and came all the way to find him, but he did not remember her at all. She knew that, for a mortal, people could forget many things in 10 years. But she could not help feeling enraged and disappointed when Ning Yetchin forgot about her completely. The scolding instantly left Ning Yetchin stunned. To be honest, ever since he transmigrated into this world and became the demon lord of the demon realm a century ago, he had never dated. He was definitely not a heartless cad. This was ridiculous. This was slander. Pure slander. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Did you get the wrong person? Ning Yetchin felt that this woman must have gotten the wrong guy. Seeing that Ning Yetchin really could not remember her, Luo Ruing sighed in disappointment. She held Luo Hongya and looked at him sadly. "She's your daughter. You are responsible for us." Ning Yetchin was stunned. This news was simply explosive. He suddenly became a father. Ning Yetchin lowered his head to look at Luo Hongya. She looked as exquisite as a doll, and a little shy as she kept looking at him. The little girl was adorable. He inexplicably felt close to her the first time he laid eyes on her. When he was suddenly told that she was his child, he was at a loss. Other than those nights of hot sex 10 years ago, he had not touched a single woman. At the thought of this, something suddenly struck Ning Yetchin, and he pointed at Luo Ruing. "Hey, are you the fairy from those nights?" Seeing that Ning Yetchin had finally recalled, Luo Ruing nodded shyly. After hearing the answer, Ning Yetchin opened his mouth in surprise. "No way. It's really her." Luo Ruing's cultivation was far weaker than before and at a completely different level. Her once beautiful silver hair was now black, so he had been unable to remember her no matter how he tried. He did not think she was the girl from those nights at all. Ning Yetchin was a little puzzled. After having sex with him, the woman who used to be a fairy 10 years ago came back with a child to hold him accountable. As a fairy, considering her rank, she might even be good enough to be a saintess or an empress in the heavenly realm, but she strangely came to the mortal realm to look for him. What made it even more unfathomable was that the higher the cultivation base, the harder it was for people to get pregnant. This was common knowledge. For some heavenly venerables, to have children, they had to keep trying daily with various partners for many years before they succeeded. He had inexplicably hit the bull's eye in one go. Never mind that. As a cultivator, she could use her powers to terminate the pregnancy at any time if she wanted. He thought that after the sex, Luo Ruing would definitely do this to prevent a pregnancy. After all, she was a fairy from the heavenly realm, so she could not casually have a baby. In the end, she had genuinely spent several years waiting for the fetus to grow, giving birth to it, and raising the child. Is she really my child?" Ning Yetchin asked in disbelief. He was simply asking for confirmation, but he knew the answer in his heart. However, the moment Ning Yetchin blurted the words from his mouth, he regretted it. It seemed rather rude. Sure enough, hearing Ning Yetchin's words, Luo Ruing frowned deeply. Her face was dark as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Humph. If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just take the child and leave. You don't have to insult us." With that, Luo Ruing turned to leave without hesitation with tears in her eyes. Leaning on Luo Ruing's shoulder, Luo Hongye looked at Ning Yechen intently with her big eyes. She said quietly into her mother's ear, "Doesn't Daddy want us?" The moment she saw Ning Yechen, she inexplicably felt close to him. Luo Hongye was always shy, but she wasn't afraid of Ning Yechen in the slightest, so she knew that he must be the father she had been dreaming of all this time. Luo Hongye's words struck Ning Yechen in the heart deeply, making him tremble uncontrollably. As the demon lord of the demon realm, he was not the kind of scumbag who would abandon his wife and child. He had not been afraid to do it, so he was naturally fine with taking responsibility. Ning Yechen quickly walked up beside Luo Ruing and grabbed her arm. "Hang on. I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. Let go of me. I don't need you to take responsibility anymore." Luo Ruing angrily pushed aside Ning Yetchin's hand. Afraid that she would hurt the mortal Ning Yechen, she deliberately reduced her strength and did it gently. Even though she had lowered her strength, it should be enough to wrest herself free from a grown man, but she was unable to escape Ning Yetchin's grip. Before Luo Ruing could become surprised, she tasted something in her mouth. She quickly covered it and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Blood appeared on Luo Ruing's hand, and her face became increasingly pale. "Are you hurt?" Ning Yechen instantly gripped Luo Ruing's wrist, looking cold. I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruing struggled to get away, but she had no energy. The moment she took a step forward, her vision turned blurry, and she fell into Ning Yetchin's arms and fainted. "Mommy! Mommy!" Luo Hongye shouted while holding Luo Ruing's arm. Ning Yechen held Luo Ruing by the waist and pulled her into his arms tightly while holding Luo Hongye with his other hand. He comforted her gently. "Don't worry. With me around, your mother will be fine." Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongye to the wooden house. While knocking on the door, she felt worried. The door slowly opened with a creak. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" Ning Yechen stood at the door with a smile on his face. For some reason, he could not help feeling something familiar about the girl in front of him. Looking at the face in her memory, Luo Ruing pursed her lips slightly, lowered her eyes, and did not know where to start for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she asked quizzically, "Have you forgotten me?" Ning Yechen scrutinized the girl. Her hair was black, her eyes were red, and she was beautiful. She was indeed familiar, but he was unable to remember her. He had seen many beauties in his time, so he had trouble remembering her for a moment. Also, he had gone into reclusion for such a long time, so no one should know he was here. "Who are you?" Ning Yechen asked awkwardly. He had thought for a long time, but was unable to match a name to her face. When Luo Ruing noticed that he genuinely did not remember her, a look of frustration and disappointment appeared on her face. She could not help saying angrily, You heartless cad." He had taken her virginity, and she was trying so hard to keep their child safe. Now, they had finally escaped from the heavenly realm and came all the way to find him, but he did not remember her at all. She knew that, for a mortal, people could forget many things in 10 years. But she could not help feeling enraged and disappointed when Ning Yechen forgot about her completely. The scolding instantly left Ning Yechen stunned. To be honest, ever since he transmigrated into this world and became the demon lord of the demon realm a century ago, he had never dated. He was definitely not a heartless cad. This was ridiculous. This was slander. Pure slander. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Did you get the wrong person? Ning Yechen felt that this woman must have gotten the wrong guy. Seeing that Ning Yechen really could not remember her, Luo Ruing sighed in disappointment. She held Luo Hongye and looked at him sadly. "She's your daughter. You are responsible for us." Ning Yechen was stunned. This news was simply explosive. He suddenly became a father. Ning Yechen lowered his head to look at Luo Hongye. She looked as exquisite as a doll and a little shy as she kept looking at him. The little girl was adorable. He inexplicably felt close to her the first time he laid eyes on her. When he was suddenly told that she was his child, he was at a loss. Other than those nights of hot sex 10 years ago, He had not touched a single woman. Underscore, huh? Underscore at the thought of this. Something suddenly struck Ning Yechen, and he pointed at Luo Ruiying. Hey, are you the fairy from those nights? Seeing that Ning Yechen had finally recalled, Luo Ruiying nodded shyly. After hearing the answer, Ning Yechen opened his mouth in surprise. No way. It's really her. Luo Ruiying's cultivation was far weaker than before and at a completely different level. Her once beautiful silver hair was now black, so he had been unable to remember her no matter how he tried. He did not think she was the girl from those nights at all. Ning Yechen was a little puzzled. After having sex with him, the woman who used to be a fairy 10 years ago came back with a child to hold him accountable. As a fairy, considering her rank, she might even be good enough to be a saintess or an empress in the heavenly realm, but she strangely came to the mortal realm to look for him. What made it even more unfathomable was that the higher the cultivation base, the harder it was for people to get pregnant. This was common knowledge. For some heavenly venerables to have children, they had to keep trying daily with various partners for many years before they succeeded. He had inexplicably hit the bull's eye in one go. Never mind that. As a cultivator, she could use her powers to terminate the pregnancy at any time if she wanted. He thought that after the sex, Luo Ruiying would definitely do this to prevent a pregnancy. After all, she was a fairy from the heavenly realm, so she could not casually have a baby. In the end, she had genuinely spent several years waiting for the fetus to grow, giving birth to it, and raising the child. Is she really my child? Ning Yechen asked in disbelief. He was simply asking for confirmation, but he knew the answer in his heart. However, the moment Ning Yechen blurted the words from his mouth, he regretted it. It seemed rather rude. Sure enough, hearing Ning Yetchin's words, Luo Ruiying frowned deeply. Her face was dark as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Humph. If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just take the child and leave. You don't have to insult us." With that, Luo Ruiying turned to leave without hesitation with tears in her eyes. Leaning on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, Luo Hongye looked at Ning Yechen intently with her big eyes. She said quietly into her mother's ear, "Doesn't Daddy want us?" The moment she saw Ning Yechen, she inexplicably felt close to him. Luo Hongye was always shy, but she wasn't afraid of Ning Yechen in the slightest, so she knew that he must be the father she had been dreaming of all this time. Luo Hongye's words struck Ning Yechen in the heart deeply, making him tremble uncontrollably. As the demon lord of the demon realm, he was not the kind of scumbag who would abandon his wife and child. He had not been afraid to do it, so he was naturally fine with taking responsibility. Ning Yechen quickly walked up beside Luo Ruiying and grabbed her arm. "Hang on. I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. Let go of me. I don't need you to take responsibility anymore." Luo Ruiying angrily pushed aside Ning Yetchin's hand. Afraid that she would hurt the mortal Ning Yechen, she deliberately reduced her strength and did it gently. Even though she had lowered her strength, it should be enough to wrest herself free from a grown man, but she was unable to escape Ning Yetchin's grip. Before Luo Ruiying could become surprised, she tasted something in her mouth. She quickly covered it and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Blood appeared on Luo Ruiying's hand, and her face became increasingly pale. "Are you hurt?" Ning Yechen instantly gripped Luo Ruiying's wrist, looking cold. I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruiying struggled to get away, but she had no energy. The moment she took a step forward, her vision turned blurry, and she fell into Ning Yetchin's arms and fainted. Mommy! Mommy!" Luo Hongye shouted while holding Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying by the waist and pulled her into his arms tightly while holding Luo Hongye with his other hand. He comforted her gently. "Don't worry. With me around, your mother will be fine." Inside the demon realm, inside the grand demon god palace, 12 demon god generals quietly sat around a round table, looking sad. There's still no news about the demon lord. I have sent people into the heavenly realm, but there's no news at all. After the demon lord appeared in the heavenly realm, we were unable to get any other news about him. Alas, where is he? The demon god generals shared the latest updates on their search for the demon lord. The result was the same for everyone. No one could find the demon lord. If the demon lord wanted to hide, it would be hard for anyone to find him. Their search for the demon lord had been going on for over a century. Finally, they had news about the demon lord, but they were still unable to find him. The demon god generals felt disappointed and frustrated. A burly and savage-looking man with a scar on his face said, "I heard the Lord Demon went to Tonda Palace twice. Why don't we fight our way into the heavenly realm and capture that old guy Wentian to interrogate him? That will lead to another war of immortals and demons. You idiot! Do you think those people in the heavenly realm can't stop you?" A blonde woman said angrily. A golden light radiated from her fingers as she rolled her eyes. "So what if we fight them? Why should we be scared? Are you afraid? Chi-Huan? Aren't you famous for slicing heads off?" The burly man said sarcastically. "Who's scared? You must be joking. When you were just a baby, I already made a name for myself in the heavenly realm. It was unacceptable to be ridiculed as being weak or timid in the demon realm. It was no different from besmirching someone's honor." The moment Chi-Huan heard Kuang Yin's sarcasm, her blonde hair stood straight from her head, and she stood up, wanting to fight him. Kuang Yin immediately slammed the table, smashing it into smithereens, and stood up in fury. The two of them glared at each other, and a fight was about to ensue. The remaining people were completely unfazed. This sort of thing often happened, so everyone was accustomed to it. The guards reacted swiftly, like this was not their first rodeo, and replaced the table with a new one. Enough! The demon lord might not be here, but there's no excuse for such behavior. How many times have I told you not to damage the table? A cold voice came from the shadows of the hall. Kuang Yin and Chi-Huan were startled and sat back down nervously. An elegant and well-poised figure slowly emerged from the shadows, and the beautiful woman gracefully walked toward them. "Lady Left Guardian," everyone greeted her reverently. The woman was Yetchin, the Left Guardian of the demon realm. In the demon realm, her status was only second to the demon lords. Not only was she the Left Guardian, but she was even the current ruler of the realm. She was in charge of many of the demon realm's affairs. During the demon lord's absence from the demon realm, she ensured everything operated smoothly. In terms of strength and status, she was far superior to the 13 demon god generals. Yetchin looked coldly at everyone present. She noticed an empty seat and frowned. "Where is Yi Tianxin? Why didn't he attend the demon god meeting?" "I heard he went to the mortal realm to look for clues about the demon lord's whereabouts," said a confident-looking woman with an aloof expression. The woman had a flawless complexion and a cold expression without the slightest emotion in her eyes. She was holding a 6.5-foot-long sword on her shoulder. When Yetchin heard that Yi Tianxin was out searching for the demon lord, the frown on her face eased up, and she ordered, "Tell him to come back. How could he be absent from our meeting?" "No need. I'm already back. Greetings, Lady Left Guardian." Yi Tianxin greeted Yetchin respectfully as he walked out from the darkness on the other side. "Yi Tianxin, don't you know the importance of this meeting?" Yetchin asked in annoyance. She noticed the injury on his chest and frowned. "You're injured." The others were equally surprised and looked over in disbelief. Among the 13 demon god generals, Yi Tianxin was ranked number 1 and one of the best fighters in the demon realm. They couldn't remember the last time they saw him injured. Yi Tianxin glanced at the wound on his chest and replied nonchalantly, "It's just a minor injury. I inflicted the punishment personally." "Punishment?" Yetchin asked doubtfully. Who in the demon realm was capable of demanding punishment from Yi Tianxin? Yi Tianxin did not answer. Instead, he placed his hand on his chest and reported to Yetchin, "Lady Left Guardian, I have found the demon lord." "Huh?" In an instant, everyone looked at Yi Tianxin intently and stood up in excitement. "What? Did you see the demon lord? Say it. Where is the demon lord? How is the demon lord? Has the demon lord returned? Where did you meet the demon lord?" People kept throwing questions at Yi Tianxin without giving him the chance to respond. Silence. Yetchin stood up and shouted for everyone to back down. In the demon realm, Yu was currently the only person who could intimidate the 13 demon god generals. Yu flashed in front of Yi Tianxin and looked at him intently. Did you find the demon lord? Yes. Where is he? He's living in seclusion in the mortal realm. In a mortal realm? Yu murmured. The demon lord had been hiding in a mortal realm all this time. Everyone looked at each other quizzically, not understanding why the demon lord had gone to the mortal realm. Then, where is the demon lord? Didn't he come back with you? Yu asked with displeasure and looked behind Yi Tianxin. The same question ran through everyone's heads. The demon lord didn't come back with me, Yi Tianxin replied helplessly. Even if you had to tie him up, you should have brought him back. Yu reproached angrily. They finally had the demon lord's whereabouts. If they gave him the chance to run again, who knew when they would find him again? I didn't dare to go against the demon lord's wishes, Yi Tianxin said helplessly. In the entire demon realm, no one else dared to speak of the demon lord in this manner other than Yu. His loyalty to the demon lord aside, he was no match for the demon lord. Yu knew this as well. She did not really blame Yi Tianxin. She was just worried and upset about missing this chance and not knowing when the demon lord would return. Tell me, where is the demon lord? I will personally see him. Yu asked Yi Tianxin. Lady Left Guardian, he doesn't want us to disturb him. Yi Tianxin replied after a brief hesitation. Why? Doesn't the demon lord plan on returning? Yu clenched her fists angrily with disappointment on her face. Since the demon lord had spoken, if she went in pursuit, it would be no different from disobeying him. The other demon god generals lowered their heads sadly. A smile emerged on Yi Tianxin's face. The demon lord hasn't given up on us. Instead, he has something more important to do. Something more important? What could be more important than the demon realm? Everyone looked puzzled. Yi Tianxin narrowed his eyes and smiled as he made a big announcement. The demon lord is married. The demon lord was married. Upon hearing Yi Tianxin's news, everyone was stunned and in disbelief. Ever since the demon lord became their leader, he had never been to close women, let alone show the slightest interest in them. Now, someone suddenly told them that the demon lord was married. Is that true, Yi Tianxin? Even Yu, who was almost always calm and unfazed no matter the situation, couldn't help asking Yi Tianxin excitedly. Everyone looked at Yi Tianxin intently, waiting for his answer. I would never lie to you, Lady Left Guardian. This was what he told me, Yi Tianxin replied firmly. Yu fell silent. She covered her mouth emotionally as tears cascaded down her face. That's great. That's really great. He finally came to his senses and got married. I'm touched beyond words. She had been waiting for this for centuries. The demon lord was finally married. She had been helping the demon lord from the very beginning, assisting him in uniting the demon realm and wiping out the opposition. The two of them had attacked the heavenly realm and gone through the war of immortals and demons. After the war, she had stayed by his side and aided him. Under the demon lord's leadership, the demon realm became unprecedentedly stable and prosperous. Her only wish was to see him marry and bear children so that his family line would continue. Sadly, the demon lord showed no interest in women. Instead, he threw himself into improving the demon realm and strengthening himself. Once, she selected 30,000 beautiful women as the demon lord's harem, but the next day, the demon lord drove them out. The demon lord even scolded her. This made her very distressed. To the demon realm, it was very important that the demon lord had a descendant. Hearing that the demon lord was now married, she was overjoyed and moved. She was so happy that her tears fell like a dam bursting. The others either wiped tears from the corners of their eyes like Yu or smiled with relief. Yi Tianxin also felt moved and reached his hand out to wipe the tears from his eyes. Even the people with the coldest personalities felt the same. They had waited for this day to come for a long time. If anyone witnessed the sight of the top leaders of the demon realm crying in unison, they would be shocked. These demons, infamous for being vicious in the demon realm and killing people without thinking twice, were actually crying. Congratulations, Lady Left Guardian. Our demon realm finally welcomes a mistress. After being emotional for a few moments, everyone cupped their hands and congratulated Yechin. As for why everyone congratulated Yechin when they found out Ning Yechen was married, someone had once asked how Yechin felt about the demon lord. She replied with a genial and adoring look in her eyes. The demon lord is powerful, but he is not as cruel and tyrannical as the previous demon lords. He is wise, rational, composed, and determined to change the chaos of the demon realm. Also, he is patient toward his citizens and loves them. I have followed the demon lord since I was young and witnessed his ascension step by step. He is the only true demon lord in my heart. He is my ruler and my child. I will do anything for him. That's right. This woman treated the demon lord as her child. Then again, she was indeed the only one in the demon realm qualified to say this. Yechin had a very special status. She was the left guardian of the demon realm and only second to the demon lord in terms of status. She managed all affairs of the realm and was also the demon lord's maid, taking care of all his needs in daily life. In addition, she was the only person in the demon realm with the courage to raise various suggestions and requests to the demon lord and nag him. Just regarding the demon lord's marriage alone, she had publicly nagged him to find a partner several times. Whenever he came back late, she would question where he had been. Sometimes, when the demon lord wanted sleep in, she would forcibly wake him up. The demon lord was also very tolerant of her. She was no different from a mother to him. That said, she was younger than him. The demon lord's marriage was very important to Yechin. After everyone calmed down, Yetchin shared another, even more exciting piece of news. The demon lord is not only married, but he even has a child. He even has a child? Why didn't you say so sooner? How old is the child? Is it a prince or a princess? Yechin grabbed Yetchin's collar happily, her beautiful eyes filled with joy and excitement. The others reacted similarly and looked at Yetchin excitedly. The demon lord said it was a princess. I haven't seen her, so I don't know how old she is, Yetchin replied. You good for nothing. Yechin let go of Yetchin's collar in disdain. It was such an important matter, but he did not know. Without knowing the princess's age, how could Yechin prepare the right clothes and gifts for her? Still, knowing that the demon lord had a child, Yechin was over the moon. The demon lord finally had a successor. In the future, she might have the chance to assist the princess. Quick, send word that the demon realm has a princess. From today onwards, the demon realm will hold a grand celebration. Yechin instructed everyone. She had to spread the news that the demon realm had a princess. But Yetchin said, I disagree. Huh? What? Yechin asked unhappily. Yetchin's eyes turned cold, and his expression became grim. He told Yechin about how his subordinate Jang had been talked into sending people to attack the demon lord and his wife and child. After everyone heard this, their faces turned icy, and threatening auras instantly spread through the demon god palace. Yechin's face was even more frosty. She reached her hand out into the air and squeezed the table into smithereens, including the void around it. Well done. Someone actually dares to take action against the demon lord's wife and child. Find them. Find the culprit. Once we find them, death will be the easy way out. Yetchin, your subordinate Jang has disrespected our lord and deserves death. But since the demon lord has let it go, then so will we. Remember, there won't be a next time. That goes for you and your subordinates as well. Yechin's green eyes glinted coldly as a threatening aura radiated from her, making everyone feel oppressed. She was completely different from before. Yes, I understand. Yetchin bowed solemnly in response. He felt guilty and ashamed that his subordinates had disrespected the demon lord. Even if Yechin killed him now, he would not say anything. The murderous aura coming from Yechin finally diminished. She immediately took back the order to announce that the demon realm had a princess. Since they did not know the identity of the culprit, publicizing this might cause trouble for the demon lord. No one is to know about the princess. Someone dared to take action against his wife and daughter. We can't stand back and do nothing. But the demon lord told us not to disturb his life, someone said weakly with his hand raised. Yu smiled. I know. No one is to defy the demon lord's orders. As long as we don't disturb him, I know what to do. Luo Ruiying carried Luo Hongye to the wooden house. While knocking on the door, she felt worried. The door slowly opened with a creak. May I ask whom you are looking for? Ning Yetchin stood at the door with a smile on his face. For some reason, he could not help feeling something familiar about the girl in front of him. Looking at the face in her memory, Luo Ruiying pursed her lips slightly, lowered her eyes, and did not know where to start for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she asked quizzically, Have you forgotten me? Ning Yetchin scrutinized the girl. Her hair was black, her eyes were red, and she was beautiful. She was indeed familiar, but he was unable to remember her. He had seen many beauties in his time, so he had trouble remembering her for a moment. Also, he had gone into reclusion for such a long time, so no one should know he was here. Who are you? Ning Yetchin asked awkwardly. He had thought for a long time, but was unable to match a name to her face. When Luo Ruiying noticed that he genuinely did not remember her, a look of frustration and disappointment appeared on her face. She could not help saying angrily, You heartless cad. He had taken her virginity, and she was trying so hard to keep their child safe. Now, they had finally escaped from the heavenly realm and came all the way to find him, but he did not remember her at all. She knew that, for a mortal, people could forget many things in 10 years. But she could not help feeling enraged and disappointed when Ning Yetchin forgot about her completely. The scolding instantly left Ning Yetchin stunned. To be honest, ever since he transmigrated into this world and became the demon lord of the demon realm a century ago, he had never dated. He was definitely not a heartless cad. This was ridiculous. This was slander. Pure slander. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Did you get the wrong person? Ning Yetchin felt that this woman must have gotten the wrong guy. Seeing that Ning Yetchin really could not remember her, Luo Ruiying sighed in disappointment. She held Luo Hongye and looked at him sadly. She's your daughter. You are responsible for us. Ning Yetchin was stunned. This news was simply explosive. He suddenly became a father. Ning Yetchin lowered his head to look at Luo Hongye. She looked as exquisite as a doll and a little shy as she kept looking at him. The little girl was adorable. He inexplicably felt close to her the first time he laid eyes on her. When he was suddenly told that she was his child, he was at a loss. Other than those nights of hot sex 10 years ago, he had not touched a single woman. At the thought of this, something suddenly struck Ning Yetchin, and he pointed at Luo Ruiying. Hey, are you the fairy from those nights? Seeing that Ning Yetchin had finally recalled, Luo Ruiying nodded shyly. After hearing the answer, Ning Yetchin opened his mouth in surprise. No way. It's really her. Luo Ruiying's cultivation was far weaker than before and at a completely different level. Her once beautiful silver hair was now black, so he had been unable to remember her no matter how he tried. He did not think she was the girl from those nights at all. Ning Yetchin was a little puzzled. After having sex with him, the woman who used to be a fairy 10 years ago came back with a child to hold him accountable. As a fairy, considering her rank, she might even be good enough to be a saintess or an empress in the heavenly realm, but she strangely came to the mortal realm to look for him. What made it even more unfathomable was that the higher the cultivation base, the harder it was for people to get pregnant. This was common knowledge. For some heavenly venerables to have children, they had to keep trying daily with various partners for many years before they succeeded. He had inexplicably hit the bull's eye in one go. Never mind that. As a cultivator, she could use her powers to terminate the pregnancy at any time if she wanted. He thought that after the sex, Luo Ruiying would definitely do this to prevent a pregnancy. After all, she was a fairy from the heavenly realm, so she could not casually have a baby. In the end, she had genuinely spent several years waiting for the fetus to grow, giving birth to it, and raising the child. Is she really my child? Ning Yetchin asked in disbelief. He was simply asking for confirmation, but he knew the answer in his heart. However, the moment Ning Yetchin blurted the words from his mouth, he regretted it. It seemed rather rude. Sure enough, hearing Ning Yetchin's words, Luo Ruiying frowned deeply. Her face was dark as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Humph. If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just take the child and leave. You don't have to insult us." With that, Luo Ruiying turned to leave without hesitation with tears in her eyes. Leaning on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, Luo Hongye looked at Ning Yetchin intently with her big eyes. She said quietly into her mother's ear, "Doesn't Daddy want us?" The moment she saw Ning Yetchin, she inexplicably felt close to him. Luo Hongye was always shy, but she wasn't afraid of Ning Yetchin in the slightest, so she knew that he must be the father she had been dreaming of all this time. Luo Hongye's words struck Ning Yetchin in the heart deeply, making him tremble uncontrollably. As the demon lord of the demon realm, he was not the kind of scumbag who would abandon his wife and child. He had not been afraid to do it, so he was naturally fine with taking responsibility. Ning Yetchin quickly walked up beside Luo Ruiying and grabbed her arm. "Hang on. I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. Humph. Let go of me. I don't need you to take responsibility anymore." Luo Ruiying angrily pushed aside Ning Yetchin's hand. Afraid that she would hurt the mortal Ning Yetchin, she deliberately reduced her strength and did it gently. Even though she had lowered her strength, it should be enough to wrest herself free from a grown man, but she was unable to escape Ning Yetchin's grip. Before Luo Ruiying could become surprised, she tasted something in her mouth. She quickly covered it and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Blood appeared on Luo Ruiying's hand, and her face became increasingly pale. "Are you hurt?" Ning Yetchin instantly gripped Luo Ruiying's wrist, looking cold. I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruiying struggled to get away, but she had no energy. The moment she took a step forward, her vision turned blurry, and she fell into Ning Yetchin's arms and fainted. "Mommy! Mommy!" Luo Hongye shouted while holding Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yetchin held Luo Ruiying by the waist and pulled her into his arms tightly while holding Luo Hongye with his other hand. He comforted her gently. "Don't worry. With me around, your mother will be fine." Luo Ruiying carried Luo Hongye to the wooden house. While knocking on the door, she felt worried. The door slowly opened with a creak. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" Ning Yetchin stood at the door with a smile on his face. For some reason, he could not help feeling something familiar about the girl in front of him. Looking at the face in her memory, Luo Ruiying pursed her lips slightly, lowered her eyes, and did not know where to start for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she asked quizzically, "Have you forgotten me?" Ning Yetchin scrutinized the girl. Her hair was black, her eyes were red, and she was beautiful. She was indeed familiar, but he was unable to remember her. He had seen many beauties in his time, so he had trouble remembering her for a moment. Also, he had gone into reclusion for such a long time, so no one should know he was here. "Who are you?" Ning Yetchin asked awkwardly. He had thought for a long time, but was unable to match a name to her face. When Luo Ruiying noticed that he genuinely did not remember her, a look of frustration and disappointment appeared on her face. She could not help saying angrily, You heartless cad." He had taken her virginity, and she was trying so hard to keep their child safe. Now, they had finally escaped from the heavenly realm and came all the way to find him, but he did not remember her at all. She knew that, for a mortal, people could forget many things in 10 years. But she could not help feeling enraged and disappointed when Ning Yetchin forgot about her completely. The scolding instantly left Ning Yetchin stunned. To be honest, ever since he transmigrated into this world and became the demon lord of the demon realm a century ago, he had never dated. He was definitely not a heartless cad. This was ridiculous. This was slander. Pure slander. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Did you get the wrong person? Ning Yetchin felt that this woman must have gotten the wrong guy. Seeing that Ning Yetchin really could not remember her, Luo Ruiying sighed in disappointment. She held Luo Hongye and looked at him sadly. "She's your daughter. You are responsible for us." Ning Yechen was stunned. This news was simply explosive. He suddenly became a father. Ning Yechen lowered his head to look at Luo Hongya. She looked as exquisite as a doll and a little shy as she kept looking at him. The little girl was adorable. He inexplicably felt close to her the first time he laid eyes on her. When he was suddenly told that she was his child, he was at a loss. Other than those nights of hot sex 10 years ago, he had not touched a single woman. Underscore, huh? Underscore at the thought of this. Something suddenly struck Ning Yechen, and he pointed at Luo Ruiying. Hey, are you the fairy from those nights? Seeing that Ning Yechen had finally recalled, Luo Ruiying nodded shyly. After hearing the answer, Ning Yechen opened his mouth in surprise. No way. It's really her. Luo Ruiying's cultivation was far weaker than before and at a completely different level. Her once beautiful silver hair was now black, so he had been unable to remember her no matter how he tried. He did not think she was the girl from those nights at all. Ning Yechen was a little puzzled. After having sex with him, the woman who used to be a fairy 10 years ago came back with a child to hold him accountable. As a fairy, considering her rank, she might even be good enough to be a saintess or an empress in the heavenly realm, but she strangely came to the mortal realm to look for him. What made it even more unfathomable was that the higher the cultivation base, the harder it was for people to get pregnant. This was common knowledge. For some heavenly venerables to have children, they had to keep trying daily with various partners for many years before they succeeded. He had inexplicably hit the bull's eye in one go. Never mind that. As a cultivator, she could use her powers to terminate the pregnancy at any time if she wanted. He thought that after the sex, Luo Ruiying would definitely do this to prevent a pregnancy. After all, she was a fairy from the heavenly realm, so she could not casually have a baby. In the end, she had genuinely spent several years waiting for the fetus to grow, giving birth to it, and raising the child. Is she really my child? Ning Yechen asked in disbelief. He was simply asking for confirmation, but he knew the answer in his heart. However, the moment Ning Yechen blurted the words from his mouth, he regretted it. It seemed rather rude. Sure enough, hearing Ning Yetchin's words, Luo Ruiying frowned deeply. Her face was dark as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Humph. If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just take the child and leave. You don't have to insult us." With that, Luo Ruiying turned to leave without hesitation with tears in her eyes. Leaning on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, Luo Hongya looked at Ning Yechen intently with her big eyes. She said quietly into her mother's ear, "Doesn't Daddy want us?" The moment she saw Ning Yechen, she inexplicably felt close to him. Luo Hongya was always shy, but she wasn't afraid of Ning Yechen in the slightest, so she knew that he must be the father she had been dreaming of all this time. Luo Hongya's words struck Ning Yechen in the heart deeply, making him tremble uncontrollably. As the demon lord of the demon realm, he was not the kind of scumbag who would abandon his wife and child. He had not been afraid to do it, so he was naturally fine with taking responsibility. Ning Yechen quickly walked up beside Luo Ruiying and grabbed her arm. "Hang on. I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. Let go of me. I don't need you to take responsibility anymore." Luo Ruiying angrily pushed aside Ning Yetchin's hand. Afraid that she would hurt the mortal Ning Yechen, she deliberately reduced her strength and did it gently. Even though she had lowered her strength, it should be enough to wrest herself free from a grown man, but she was unable to escape Ning Yetchin's grip. Before Luo Ruiying could become surprised, she tasted something in her mouth. She quickly covered it and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Blood appeared on Luo Ruiying's hand, and her face became increasingly pale. "Are you hurt?" Ning Yechen instantly gripped Luo Ruiying's wrist, looking cold. I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruiying struggled to get away, but she had no energy. The moment she took a step forward, her vision turned blurry, and she fell into Ning Yetchin's arms and fainted. "Mommy! Mommy!" Luo Hongya shouted while holding Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yetchin held Luo Ruiying by the waist and pulled her into his arms tightly while holding Luo Hongya with his other hand. He comforted her gently. "Don't worry. With me around, Your mother will be fine. After getting clothes from Luo Ruiying, Ming Niu, Bai Yuan, and Chang Se started working as servants. First, they cleaned every corner of the house. Then they chopped firewood and prepared hot water. In short, they were very hardworking. But compared to Chang Se, Ming Niu and Bai Yuan were not good with their hands. Sometimes they were so clumsy that they would damage things. However, Luo Ruiying did not take it to heart. She just told them to relax and take a break. Ming Niu, Bai Yuan, and Chang Se stood in the yard, looking at Luo Hongye squatting on the ground and making snowballs. Ning Yechen had ordered them to play with Luo Hongye, but they did not know where to start playing with a child. They had no problems taking lives, but Ning Yechen was putting them in a difficult position by asking them to play with a child. Chang Se, think of something. Bai Yuan sent a voice transmission. The three of them had already accepted the new names Ning Yechen gave them. If I knew what to do, would I be still standing here doing nothing? Chang Se rolled her eyes at Bai Yuan and Meng Niu. These guys are useless. Although Luo Hongye was still a little shy, her father had told her they were good people, so she mustered her courage, raised the snowball in her hand, and asked sweetly, "Big brothers, big sister, do you want to make a snowman together?" "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing Luo Hongye taking the initiative to speak to them, the three of them nodded earnestly. It was the perfect opportunity for them to interact with Luo Hongye, let alone making a snowman. They were willing to dig a cesspool for her. The moment Meng Niu and the other two agreed, a smile broke out on Luo Hongye's face. Just as she learned from Ning Yechen, she proceeded to make a snowman. "Let me teach you. First, do this, then this, and this." The three of them knelt in front of Luo Hongye, making snowballs. Every now and then, they would clap and praise her. "Wow, Miss, you're amazing. Awesome. Miss, you're simply brilliant. You are way better than us." Ning Yechen, sitting beside Luo Ruiying, was speechless. It was clear they were ingratiating themselves with Luo Hongye. They were flattering her, but she was too young to know better. Since they were just trying to make Luo Hongye happy, he decided not to take it to heart. Luo Ruiying was leaning on her cheek with one hand, smiling while quietly watching Luo Hongye. She was happy to see more people playing with her daughter. As Luo Ruiying watched, she detected a certain someone beside her getting closer and closer. "What are you doing?" Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen. She assumed Ning Yechen would obediently go back, but unexpectedly, he came even closer and even leaned on her shoulder. His actions startled Luo Ruiying. "I'm a little tired. Please let me borrow your shoulder," said Ning Yechen, leaning on Luo Ruiying's shoulder with his eyes closed and a smile. Although he was more than happy to spend time with his daughter, sometimes he wished to spend quality time with his wife. Since Meng Niu and the other two were playing with Luo Hongye, it was a rare chance for Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying to spend time alone, so he naturally wanted to make good use of it. After Luo Ruiying calmed down, she rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen. "If you're tired, go inside to rest. But I like being with you more," Ning Yechen said unabashedly without opening his eyes. His words instantly made Luo Ruiying's face turn red, and she stopped talking. She secretly looked at Ning Yetchin's sleeping face. Since he wanted to do this, she would leave him be. Leaning on her shoulder to rest was no big deal. The two of them sat quietly in front of the yard. Inside the yard, 3 more snowmen appeared with the help of Meng Niu and the other two. These 3 snowmen stood behind the first 3 snowmen. Luo Hongye pointed at the newly made snowmen and smiled. "These snowmen are the 3 of you." When Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Chang Se realized they were these snowmen, they were so moved they nearly burst into tears. This meant Luo Hongye treated them as a part of the family. Luo Hongye was so kind. Chang Se almost could not resist pulling Luo Hongye into her arms to hug her. But the moment she recalled that Luo Hongye was the demon lord's daughter, reason stopped her. After making the snowman, Luo Hongye and the other 3 got into a snowball fight. Luo Hongye was petite, so she was not very strong. The snowballs she made were not very firm and completely useless. Most of the snowballs landed at the 3's feet. Sometimes, the snowballs fell apart before reaching them. Even so, Luo Hongye was beside herself with joy playing. Meng Niu and the other two also made snowballs to fight back. However, they did not dare to really hit Luo Hongye with the snowballs. No matter what, they would never dare to do so. They deliberately threw the snowballs away from Luo Hongye, so they did not even come close to her. They even acted sad for missing. Meng Niu eventually got carried away. When he randomly threw a snowball, it hit Luo Hongye smack on her face. Luo Hongye's whole face was covered with snow. Chang Sei's, Bai Yuan's, and Meng Niu's eyes bulged. The scene seemed to freeze, and there was only the sound of the wind. Meng Niu was so scared that he covered his face, resembling the subject of the painting, The Scream. Inside, he felt as cold as winter. Meng Niu turned his head stiffly to look at Chang Sei and Bai Yuan. The look on his face said it all. Am I dead meat? Even though Meng Niu didn't say anything, Chang Sei and Bai Yuan could read his mind and nodded in agreement. Uh-huh, you're dead meat. A look of despair instantly washed over Meng Niu's face. It was over. Today might be the day he died. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing noticed the snow on Luo Hongye's face. They got up, went over to her, and wiped her face. Unexpectedly, Luo Hongye did not cry. Instead, she was beaming. Meng Niu's snowball was not very hard, and he did not use much strength, so Luo Hongye did not feel any pain at all. Seeing that Luo Hongye was fine, Ning Yechen had no intention of blaming Meng Niu. Meng Niu did not know what Ning Yechen would do to him. In his heart, he kept wondering how he would disappear from this world. After the snow on her face was wiped off, Luo Hongye pulled Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying and smiled. Daddy, Mommy, let's play together. It's the three of them against me now. Daddy and Mommy have to help me. Sure thing. Luo Ruiying smiled dotingly. Thus, a 3 versus 3 snowball fight commenced in the yard. However, Meng Niu and the other two did not have the guts to fight back. Regardless of whether it was Ning Yetchin, Luo Ruiying, or Luo Hongye, they did not dare to throw snowballs at them. Before long, the three of them were buried in snowballs. Rather than calling it a snowball fight, it was more like hitting moving targets. Knock, knock, knock. While everyone was having fun playing in the snow in the yard, knocking sounded from the door. Chang Sei went to answer the door. Standing outside the door, Chi Yuan was holding snacks in one hand. Just as she was about to raise her hand and wave, she noticed an unknown woman standing before her and was stunned for a moment. Huh? Did I get the wrong house? Sorry, I must have gotten the wrong house. Chi Yuan smiled awkwardly and bowed slightly. Chang Sei said nothing and simply nodded before closing the door. When Chang Sei returned inside, Luo Ruiying asked, "Who was it?" "Madam, someone got the wrong house." Chang Sei answered with a bow. "Oh," Luo Ruiying responded without taking the matter to heart. Outside the house, Chi Yuan left feeling puzzled. She carefully observed the residents and the surroundings and frowned. No, this is the right place. During this time, she had come here almost every other day, so she could not have gotten it wrong. Chi Yuan walked up and knocked to check. "Allow me." This time, Luo Ruiying stopped Chang Sei and personally answered the door. "Big Sister Luo," Chi Yuan greeted with a smile when she saw Luo Ruiying. Sure enough, she knew it. She often came here, so it was impossible for her to get the house wrong. Even with her eyes closed, she could get here. "Miss Chi, please come in," Luo Ruiying said with a smile. She had guessed that it was Chi Yuan who had just come to the house. After all, Chang Sei did not know Chi Yuan. Sure enough, it was Chi Yuan. "In that case, I won't be shy." Chi Yuan nodded and entered the house. The moment they entered the compound, she saw Meng Niu, Chang Sei, and Bai Yuan and asked quizzically, "Big Sister Luo, who are they?" "They are servant for my husband's family," Luo Ruiying explained. Chi Yuan nodded genially to the three of them. Ning Yetchin came from a family of miracle doctors, so he must have an extraordinary background. It was normal for him to have servants. Unexpectedly, the three people were very good-looking. The men were handsome, and the woman was pretty. Even among household staff, they were particularly good. "Hi, Big Sister Chi." Luo Hongye was sitting beside the stove in Ning Yetchin's arms. The moment she saw Chi Yuan, she greeted her politely. Recently, Qi Yuan swung by regularly. Each time, she would come with all kinds of snacks, making Luo Hongye happy. They were much closer now. Yay! The moment Qi Yuan saw Luo Hongye, a doting smile appeared on her face. She rubbed Luo Hongye's little face happily. The baby fat on her face made her face feel tender and soft to the touch. Looking at them, Meng Yo, Bai Yuan, and Chang Se had faces full of envy. How could Qi Yuan do this in front of them? They really wanted to rub Luo Hongye's face as well. Here, these snacks are for you, Ye. Qi Yuan handed the snacks to Luo Hongye after rubbing her face. It was almost like she was using the snacks as payment to rub Luo Hongye's face. Thank you, big sister Qi. Luo Hongye excitedly took the bag containing snacks and started eating. She also handed some to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Daddy, Mommy, have some. It's okay. You can have it all, but don't overeat, Luo Ruiying said lovingly with a bright smile. Ning Yechen opened his mouth and let Luo Hongye feed him. His daughter wanted to feed him, so how could he reject her? Absolutely not. When Qi Yuan saw the delight on Luo Hongye's face, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She got up and took a seat by the side. Chang Se quickly served a cup of tea. Thank you. After taking a sip of the tea, Qi Yuan brought up the reason for her visit. The reason for her visit had nearly slipped her mind when she got distracted by Luo Hongye's adorableness. Qi Yuan took out a low-level spatial ring and handed it to Ning Yechen. Big brother Ning, using your prescription for the meridian recovery medicine, the family made some and put it up for sale in the family's auction house. Here is 50% of the profits. From now on, the family will hand over 50% of the profits from its sale monthly. After Qi Yuan obtained the prescription from Ning Yechen, she had gone straight home and ordered people to study it. She discovered that the prescription was a one-of-a-kind pill recipe that could gently nourish meridians. Moreover, the herbs it required were not too rare, and it was also very easy to prepare with low rates of failure. The Qi family had done a lot of research about pill refinement, but no one had come across anything quite as miraculous as this prescription. Medicine that could gently nourish meridians was very popular among cultivators. The moment it was put on sale, cultivators were bound to go crazy over it. The family had created a small amount of meridian recovery medicine first and put it up for auction in their auction house. In the end, each portion was sold at an astronomical price, just as she had expected. Countless cultivators heard about it and came to bid for it at the auction house. The Qi family's business, which had been going downhill, was revived thanks to the meridian recovery medicine, and the place was swarming with people. Just this prescription was enough to help resurrect the Qi family's business. Qi Yuan was full of gratitude toward Ning Yechen and was determined to thank him. She wanted to give Ning Yechen his share of the profits. However, Ning Yechen did not lack spirit stones and declined. It's fine. When I gave you the prescription, I didn't expect anything in return. Qi Yuan said solemnly. That won't do. My family already owes big sister Luo and you a lot. How can we take all the profit for the prescription? You have to take this. Fine. I'll accept it then. Ning Yechen thought briefly and finally accepted the spirit stones. He would just treat it as a business deal if it made the Qi family feel better. Moreover, he could keep the spirit stones for future family expenses. Dear, please take care of the spirit stones. Ning Yechen directly handed the spatial ring with spirit stones to Luo Ruiying. For me, Luo Ruiying took the spatial ring, perplexed. You are in charge of managing the family finances. Ning Yechen smiled. Okay, if you need money, just let me know. Luo Ruiying took the spatial ring. The feeling of taking charge of the family finances like a normal wife was a novel experience for her. Qi Yuan watched the loving interaction between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, and a look of hesitation appeared in her eyes. What's wrong, Miss Qi? Ning Yechen asked. Qi Yuan went quiet briefly before saying, Big sister Luo, the match is tomorrow. I heard the Jang family found a cultivator at the human immortal realm. If anything goes wrong, you must immediately admit defeat. Even though Qi Yuan wanted the Qi family to win, She did not wish to see Luo Ruing get hurt. If the chief family lost the bet, they just had to leave Namli City. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing smiled upon hearing this. They had thought Qi Yuan was worried about something major. Miss Qi, you have nothing to worry about. If the opponent is only at the human immortal realm, I should be able to handle him, Luo Ruing said confidently. Even if the opponent was at the divine being realm, she was unafraid, let alone someone at the human immortal realm. Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongye to the wooden house. While knocking on the door, she felt worried. The door slowly opened with a creak. May I ask whom you are looking for? Ning Yetchin stood at the door with a smile on his face. For some reason, he could not help feeling something familiar about the girl in front of him. Looking at the face in her memory, Luo Ruing pursed her lips slightly, lowered her eyes, and did not know where to start for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she asked quizzically, Have you forgotten me? Ning Yetchin scrutinized the girl. Her hair was black, her eyes were red, and she was beautiful. She was indeed familiar, but he was unable to remember her. He had seen many beauties in his time, so he had trouble remembering her for a moment. Also, he had gone into reclusion for such a long time, so no one should know he was here. Who are you? Ning Yetchin asked awkwardly. He had thought for a long time, but was unable to match a name to her face. When Luo Ruing noticed that he genuinely did not remember her, a look of frustration and disappointment appeared on her face. She could not help saying angrily, You heartless cad. He had taken her virginity, and she was trying so hard to keep their child safe. Now, they had finally escaped from the heavenly realm and came all the way to find him, but he did not remember her at all. She knew that, for a mortal, people could forget many things in 10 years. But she could not help feeling enraged and disappointed when Ning Yetchin forgot about her completely. The scolding instantly left Ning Yetchin stunned. To be honest, ever since he transmigrated into this world and became the demon lord of the demon realm a century ago, he had never dated. He was definitely not a heartless cad. This was ridiculous. This was slander. Pure slander. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Did you get the wrong person? Ning Yetchin felt that this woman must have gotten the wrong guy. Seeing that Ning Yetchin really could not remember her, Luo Ruing sighed in disappointment. She held Luo Hongye and looked at him sadly. She's your daughter. You are responsible for us. Ning Yetchin was stunned. This news was simply explosive. He suddenly became a father. Ning Yetchin lowered his head to look at Luo Hongye. She looked as exquisite as a doll and a little shy as she kept looking at him. The little girl was adorable. He inexplicably felt close to her the first time he laid eyes on her. When he was suddenly told that she was his child, he was at a loss. Other than those nights of hot sex 10 years ago, he had not touched a single woman. At the thought of this, something suddenly struck Ning Yetchin, and he pointed at Luo Ruing. Hey, are you the fairy from those nights? Seeing that Ning Yetchin had finally recalled, Luo Ruing nodded shyly. After hearing the answer, Ning Yetchin opened his mouth in surprise. No way. It's really her. Luo Ruing's cultivation was far weaker than before and at a completely different level. Her once beautiful silver hair was now black, so he had been unable to remember her no matter how he tried. He did not think she was the girl from those nights at all. Ning Yetchin was a little puzzled. After having sex with him, the woman who used to be a fairy 10 years ago came back with a child to hold him accountable. As a fairy, considering her rank, she might even be good enough to be a saintess or an empress in the heavenly realm, but she strangely came to the mortal realm to look for him. What made it even more unfathomable was that the higher the cultivation base, the harder it was for people to get pregnant. This was common knowledge. For some heavenly venerables to have children, they had to keep trying daily with various partners for many years before they succeeded. He had inexplicably hit the bull's eye in one go. Never mind that. As a cultivator, she could use her powers to terminate the pregnancy at any time if she wanted. He thought that after the sex, Luo Ruing would definitely do this to prevent a pregnancy. After all, she was a fairy from the heavenly realm, so she could not casually have a baby. In the end, she had genuinely spent several years waiting for the fetus to grow, giving birth to it, and raising the child. Is she really my child? Ning Yechen asked in disbelief. He was simply asking for confirmation, but he knew the answer in his heart. However, the moment Ning Yechen blurted the words from his mouth, he regretted it. It seemed rather rude. Sure enough, hearing Ning Yetchin's words, Luo Ruiying frowned deeply. Her face was dark as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Humph. If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just take the child and leave. You don't have to insult us." With that, Luo Ruiying turned to leave without hesitation with tears in her eyes. Leaning on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, Luo Hongye looked at Ning Yechen intently with her big eyes. She said quietly into her mother's ear, "Doesn't Daddy want us?" The moment she saw Ning Yechen, she inexplicably felt close to him. Luo Hongye was always shy, but she wasn't afraid of Ning Yechen in the slightest, so she knew that he must be the father she had been dreaming of all this time. Luo Hongye's words struck Ning Yechen in the heart deeply, making him tremble uncontrollably. As the demon lord of the demon realm, he was not the kind of scumbag who would abandon his wife and child. He had not been afraid to do it, so he was naturally fine with taking responsibility. Ning Yechen quickly walked up beside Luo Ruiying and grabbed her arm. "Hang on. I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. Let go of me. I don't need you to take responsibility anymore." Luo Ruiying angrily pushed aside Ning Yetchin's hand. Afraid that she would hurt the mortal Ning Yechen, she deliberately reduced her strength and did it gently. Even though she had lowered her strength, it should be enough to wrest herself free from a grown man, but she was unable to escape Ning Yetchin's grip. Before Luo Ruiying could become surprised, she tasted something in her mouth. She quickly covered it and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Blood appeared on Luo Ruiying's hand, and her face became increasingly pale. "Are you hurt?" Ning Yechen instantly gripped Luo Ruiying's wrist, looking cold. I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruiying struggled to get away, but she had no energy. The moment she took a step forward, her vision turned blurry, and she fell into Ning Yetchin's arms and fainted. "Mommy! Mommy!" Luo Hongye shouted while holding Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yetchen held Luo Ruiying by the waist and pulled her into his arms tightly while holding Luo Hongye with his other hand. He comforted her gently. "Don't worry. With me around, your mother will be fine." Luo Ruiying carried Luo Hongye to the wooden house. While knocking on the door, she felt worried. The door slowly opened with a creak. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" Ning Yechen stood at the door with a smile on his face. For some reason, he could not help feeling something familiar about the girl in front of him. Looking at the face in her memory, Luo Ruiying pursed her lips slightly, lowered her eyes, and did not know where to start for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she asked quizzically, "Have you forgotten me?" Ning Yechen scrutinized the girl. Her hair was black, her eyes were red, and she was beautiful. She was indeed familiar, but he was unable to remember her. He had seen many beauties in his time, so he had trouble remembering her for a moment. Also, he had gone into reclusion for such a long time, so no one should know he was here. "Who are you?" Ning Yechen asked awkwardly. He had thought for a long time, but was unable to match a name to her face. When Luo Ruiying noticed that he genuinely did not remember her, a look of frustration and disappointment appeared on her face. She could not help saying angrily, You heartless cad." He had taken her virginity, and she was trying so hard to keep their child safe. Now, they had finally escaped from the heavenly realm and came all the way to find him, but he did not remember her at all. She knew that, for a mortal, people could forget many things in 10 years. But she could not help feeling enraged and disappointed when Ning Yechen forgot about her completely. The scolding instantly left Ning Yechen stunned. To be honest, ever since he transmigrated into this world and became the demon lord of the demon realm a century ago, he had never dated. He was definitely not a heartless cad. This was ridiculous. This was slander. Pure slander. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Did you get the wrong person? Ning Yechen felt that this woman must have gotten the wrong guy. Seeing that Ning Yechen really could not remember her, Luo Ruiying sighed in disappointment. She held Luo Hongya and looked at him sadly. She's your daughter. You are responsible for us. Ning Yetchin was stunned. This news was simply explosive. He suddenly became a father. Ning Yetchin lowered his head to look at Luo Hongya. She looked as exquisite as a doll and a little shy as she kept looking at him. The little girl was adorable. He inexplicably felt close to her the first time he laid eyes on her. When he was suddenly told that she was his child, he was at a loss. Other than those nights of hot sex 10 years ago, he had not touched a single woman. Underscore at the thought of this, something suddenly struck Ning Yetchin, and he pointed at Luo Ruiying. Hey, are you the fairy from those nights? Seeing that Ning Yetchin had finally recalled, Luo Ruiying nodded shyly. After hearing the answer, Ning Yetchin opened his mouth in surprise. No way. It's really her. Luo Ruiying's cultivation was far weaker than before and at a completely different level. Her once beautiful silver hair was now black, so he had been unable to remember her no matter how he tried. He did not think she was the girl from those nights at all. Ning Yetchin was a little puzzled. After having sex with him, the woman who used to be a fairy 10 years ago came back with a child to hold him accountable. As a fairy, considering her rank, she might even be good enough to be a saintess or an empress in the heavenly realm, but she strangely came to the mortal realm to look for him. What made it even more unfathomable was that the higher the cultivation base, the harder it was for people to get pregnant. This was common knowledge. For some heavenly venerables to have children, they had to keep trying daily with various partners for many years before they succeeded. He had inexplicably hit the bull's eye in one go. Never mind that. As a cultivator, she could use her powers to terminate the pregnancy at any time if she wanted. He thought that after the sex, Luo Ruiying would definitely do this to prevent a pregnancy. After all, she was a fairy from the heavenly realm, so she could not casually have a baby. In the end, she had genuinely spent several years waiting for the fetus to grow, giving birth to it, and raising the child. Is she really my child? Ning Yetchin asked in disbelief. He was simply asking for confirmation, but he knew the answer in his heart. However, the moment Ning Yetchin blurted the words from his mouth, he regretted it. It seemed rather rude. Sure enough, hearing Ning Yetchin's words, Luo Ruiying frowned deeply. Her face was dark as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Humph. If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just take the child and leave. You don't have to insult us." With that, Luo Ruiying turned to leave without hesitation with tears in her eyes. Leaning on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, Luo Hongya looked at Ning Yetchin intently with her big eyes. She said quietly into her mother's ear, "Doesn't Daddy want us?" The moment she saw Ning Yetchin, she inexplicably felt close to him. Luo Hongya was always shy, but she wasn't afraid of Ning Yetchin in the slightest, so she knew that he must be the father she had been dreaming of all this time. Luo Hongya's words struck Ning Yetchin in the heart deeply, making him tremble uncontrollably. As the demon lord of the demon realm, he was not the kind of scumbag who would abandon his wife and child. He had not been afraid to do it, so he was naturally fine with taking responsibility. Ning Yetchin quickly walked up beside Luo Ruiying and grabbed her arm. "Hang on. I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. Let go of me. I don't need you to take responsibility anymore." Luo Ruiying angrily pushed aside Ning Yetchin's hand. Afraid that she would hurt the mortal Ning Yetchin, she deliberately reduced her strength and did it gently. Even though she had lowered her strength, it should be enough to wrest herself free from a grown man, but she was unable to escape Ning Yetchin's grip. Before Luo Ruiying could become surprised, she tasted something in her mouth. She quickly covered it and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Blood appeared on Luo Ruiying's hand, and her face became increasingly pale. "Are you hurt?" Ning Yetchin instantly gripped Luo Ruiying's wrist, looking cold. I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruiying struggled to get away, but she had no energy. The moment she took a step forward, her vision turned blurry, and she fell into Ning Yetchin's arms and fainted. "Mommy! Mommy!" Luo Hongya shouted while holding Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yetchin held Luo Ruiying by the waist and pulled her into his arms tightly while holding Luo Hongya with his other hand. He comforted her gently. "Don't worry. With me around, your mother will be fine." The Jang family had bought some, but they were unable to reverse engineer the recipe. If they could get their hands on the prescription and control Nanli City, they would be the only seller of the Meridian recovery medicine in the city. They could set any price they saw fit. Since the Jang family's entire business in Nanli City was at stake, Jiang Zhen had to be cautious. "Envoy Chun, are you sure you could defeat that woman?" Jiang Zhen whispered in Chun Ro's ear. Chun Ro looked at Luo, ruiing intently, and smiled sinisterly. "Don't worry, I will win." Hearing Chun Ro's answer, Jiang Zhen was delighted and immediately agreed to Ning Yetchin's request to increase his bet. "Okay, you're on." Ning Yetchin smiled, turned to look at Qi Rongchang, and said awkwardly, "Sorry about doing this without warning. Are you fine with it?" "As you wish." Qi Rongchang did not seem upset in the slightest when Ning Yetchin one-sidedly changed the wager. The Qi family had no right to oppose Ning Yetchin's decision. Ning Yetchin had given the prescription to the Qi family, so he naturally had the right to make this decision. Moreover, Luo Ruing was helping them fight, so the Qi family was very grateful to her. "We're in," Qi Rongchang shouted to Jiang Zhen sternly. The local representative of the Treasures Merchant Alliance, Han Guangji, served as a witness to the wager change and watched them make the necessary changes to the contracts and imprint their thumbprints on them. The local representative of the Treasures Merchant Alliance was the witness and also the referee. Han Guangji put away the revised contracts and announced to the Qi and Jiang families, "In the name of the Treasure Merchant Alliance, you have to fight clean. This competition is not a life-and-death fight, but swords have no eyes. It will end when one party surrenders or dies. If both families have no objections, let us proceed." Chapter 57. Can't be him. Oomph. You should have taken the offer. You're asking for it now. After today, the Qi family will disappear from Nanli City. Jiang Zhen's face turned cold as he flung his hands and turned to leave. Suddenly, Ning Yetchin suddenly called out, "Hang on." Frowning, Jiang Zhen stopped and turned around to look at Ning Yetchin doubtfully. "Who are you?" "Me? I'm just an ordinary stay-at-home father. My wife will be representing the Qi family in the competition against you," Ning Yetchin said with a smile. Jiang Zhen looked at Luo Ruing, who was carrying Luo Hongye and standing behind Ning Yetchin. He smiled with disdain and said sinisterly, "Is that so? Then I advise you to get your wife to admit defeat, or else you might have to kiss her goodbye from now on." Ha ha ha. The Jiang family members behind him laughed without holding back. The young man in charge of pushing Jiang Li's wheelchair even brazenly said to Ruing, "You're quite the beauty. It'd be a pity if you died. Why don't you join the Jiang family? If you do, you can have all the riches of the world. It makes no sense for a cultivator to marry an ordinary man. Why don't you marry me instead? I promise to be good to you." "Young Master Jianggan, you are absolutely right. When the time comes, we can also do some naughty things to her after you're done. No worries. Once I get bored of her, she's yours," Jianggan said generously. Jianggan was the eldest son of Jiang Zhen's younger brother. Since childhood, he had been hanging out with Jiang Li and acting like a privileged brat. He was just as lustful and lecherous as Jiang Li. In fact, his reputation as a pervert was even worse than Jiang Li's. At most, Jiang Li simply used his power and influence to coerce women to sleep with him. However, Jianggan liked to play with women and then give them to his subordinates. Even if he married a wife, she would be unable to escape this fate. Once he got bored of her, he would still hand her over to his subordinates. He claimed he was merely rewarding his subordinates for their hard work. Countless women couldn't bear the humiliation and had committed suicide at his hand. "Are you Jianggan?" When Ning Yechen heard what Jianggan said, his eyes turned frosty, and he was overwhelmed with fury. No one had the guts to humiliate his wife and daughter. Ning Yechen secretly placed his hands in front so that Luo Ruing wouldn't see anything from behind. Then he clenched his fists gently. The next second, Jianggan, who had been laughing unscrupulously, suddenly had blood oozing out from all the orifices on his face. Jang looked shocked. He reached out to touch the blood flowing out of his nose and eyes. Before he could wrap his mind around it, blood spewed from his mouth. He died instantaneously. Jianggan's blood sprayed onto Jiangli, who was sitting in the wheelchair, scaring him so much he screamed, "HHH! Heavens, what's going on?" The scene startled everyone present. The Jang family members retreated in fear. No one knew what was going on, but Jianggan suddenly died. Luo Ruiying had a stern look on her face. She immediately gave Luo Hongye to Ning Yechen and went over to check the situation. The moment she examined the man, a serious look appeared on her face. Jianggan's organs had turned into a pulpy mass. His organs had been instantaneously twisted and mashed. Who did it? Luo Ruiying wondered. Someone had quietly taken action against Jianggan, but she did not detect any spiritual energy fluctuations. She had no idea who the culprit was. Luo Ruiying looked at the surrounding people, but she did not find anyone suspicious. "Dear W, what happened?" Ning Yetchin asked with a look of horror on his face. He had to act well. If his wife became suspicious of him, it would not bode well for him. At first, he had wanted to do the same to everyone from the Jang family guilty of mocking Luo Ruiying. But that would make it impossible for the match to continue. It might also make Luo Ruiying suspicious. He could only save the rest of them for another time. "Someone killed him, but I don't know who did it," Luo Ruiying said solemnly, feeling deeply worried inside. If the culprit wanted to harm Ning Yechen, she would not have any way to stop it. Fortunately, the other party was not out to get her. The members of the Jang family were terrified and unable to calm down. Jiang Zhen walked over to Chen Ro and whispered with lingering fear, "Envoy Chen, who did it?" Chen Ro shook his head. He was also in shock. He did not notice anything unusual when it happened. Chen Ro turned to look at Ning Yechen. Jianggan suddenly died after saying those words. Could it be? That's impossible. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations, and he didn't make any attack movements. It has to be someone else. Chen Ro thought. Seeing that Chen Ro did not know who the culprit was either, Jiang Zhen asked worriedly, "Envoy Chen, should we postpone the match?" "No need. The other party has no intention of attacking again and should have left. The match will commence as scheduled. We should take down Nanli City as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble," Chen Ro said indifferently with a firm look. Jiang Zhen did not dare go against Chen Ro's orders. Even though he was terribly worried, he could only proceed as planned. The Jiang family quietly took Jianggan's body. Although the unexpected episode passed, it stayed vividly on everyone's minds. Ning Yechen looked at Jiang Zhen and said his piece. "Family head Jiang, you're holding this competition for the rights to control 40% of the commercial streets in the city, right? Why don't we change the wager? What's wrong? Are you having cold feet now? Once the contract has been signed, you can't turn back," Jiang Zhen said sarcastically, assuming that the chief family wanted to go back on their word and asked Ning Yechen to say it. Ning Yechen shook his head. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Family head Jiang, you are mistaken. My intentions are quite the opposite. I'd like to increase the wager to include the remaining 20% that the Jiang family possesses." "What? You want us to go all in? What gives you the right to raise such a demand? Does the chief family think they can use their 40% market control to bet against my 60%? This is the biggest joke I've heard. Why should we do it?" Jiang Zhen sneered disdainfully. "What if the chief family ups their stakes by betting the Meridian Recovery Medicine prescription as well?" Ning Yechen asked with a smile. Jiang Zhen instantly wavered. Recently, the chief family had made a killing selling the Meridian Recovery Medicine, making the Jiang family green with envy. The Jiang family had bought some, but they were unable to reverse engineer the recipe. If they could get their hands on the prescription and control Nanli City, they would be the only seller of the Meridian Recovery Medicine in the city. They could set any price they saw fit. Since the Jiang family's entire business in Nanli City was at stake, Jiang Zhen had to be cautious. "Envoy Chen, are you sure you can defeat that woman?" Jiang Zhen whispered in Chen Ro's ear. Chen Ro looked at Luo Ruiying intently and smiled sinisterly. Don't worry, I will win. Hearing Chenro's answer, Jiang Zhen was delighted and immediately agreed to Ning Yetchin's request to increase his bet. Okay, you're on. Ning Yetchin smiled, turned to look at Qi Rongchang, and said awkwardly, sorry about doing this without warning. Are you fine with it? As you wish. Qi Rongchang did not seem upset in the slightest when Ning Yetchin one-sidedly changed the wager. The Qi family had no right to oppose Ning Yetchin's decision. Ning Yetchin had given the prescription to the Qi family, so he naturally had the right to make this decision. Moreover, Luo Ruiying was helping them fight, so the Qi family was very grateful to her. We're in. Qi Rongchang shouted to Jiang Zhen sternly. The local representative of the Treasures Merchant Alliance, Han Guangji, served as a witness to the wager change and watched them make the necessary changes to the contracts and imprint their thumbprints on them. The local representative of the Treasures Merchant Alliance was the witness and also the referee. Han Guangji put away the revised contracts and announced to the Qi and Jiang families, in the name of the Treasure Merchant Alliance, you have to fight clean. This competition is not a life-and-death fight, but swords have no eyes. It will end when one party surrenders or dies. If both families have no objections, let us proceed. In the audience, more and more people were gathering to watch the excitement. When they found out that the Qi and Jiang families had altered the bet, everyone was looking forward to the outcome of the fight. After all, both families had wagered everything they owned in Nanli City. On the arena, the people from the Jiang and Qi families left, leaving only Luo Ruiying and Chenro. A barrier rose around the circular stage, covering it entirely. Fights between cultivators could be very dangerous, even more so for high-ranking ones. When they made a move, it was often earth-shattering and inevitably had some impact around them. Competitions in the city required extreme caution. Ning Yetchen held Luo Hongye to seats below the arena to watch, and Qi Yuan sat beside him. Qi Yuan looked worriedly at Luo Ruiying standing on the stage, so nervous that she clasped her hands tightly. Luo Hongye, sitting in her father's arms, raised her little head to look at him, her face filled with worry. Daddy, is Mommy fighting baddies again? Uh-huh. Don't worry. Your mother is very strong. Ning Yetchen smiled and rubbed Luo Hongye's head to comfort her. He knew his wife very well. She was capable of killing someone at the peak of the divine being realm, let alone someone at the peak of the human immortal realm. Even if something went wrong, no one would discover him if he helped her secretly. He would never let anything happen to Luo Ruiying again. Sitting beside Ning Yetchen, Qi Yuan looked a little guilty. She hoped Luo Ruiying could win, but she was also worried. If Luo Ruiying got injured because of her, she would feel terrible about it. In the future, she would not know how to face Ning Yetchen and Luo Hongye. On the arena, Chenro looked intently at Luo Ruiying in front of him, spread his arms open confidently, and smiled. Come on then, show me what you've got. The moment he finished his sentence, Luo Ruiying narrowed her eyes and instantly disappeared in a split second. All that remained in her place was a faint gold-colored shadow. When Chenro returned to his senses, Luo Ruiying had already appeared in front of him, looking at him with cold eyes. She unsheathed the heavenly sword from her waist, and glorious golden light shined on his face. It seemed as though everything was going in slow motion. The look of disdain and confidence on Chenro's face transformed into shock as he slowly opened his mouth. She was incredibly fast. Considering this speed, was she really at the human immortal realm? PFFDT. Golden sword light cut through Chenro's body, cutting him diagonally. Blood instantly spewed everywhere. Luo Ruiying had no intention of wasting the slightest time on Chenro. She wanted to end the battle swiftly. She still had to take care of her daughter. Blood spilled from Chenro's mouth. He immediately retreated, putting some distance between them, while throwing out several Heavenly Lightning Primordial Power Pearls. Heavenly Lightning Primordial Power Pearls were very powerful. Each one contained a massive amount of compressed energy of Heavenly Lightning. They were extremely precious. Their explosive power was enough to slay a cultivator at the immortal transformation realm, and he had used a dozen of them. He had saved them for a long time, reluctant to use this trump card. Unexpectedly, this damn woman was so powerful that she forced him to attack her with everything in his arsenal. Dozens of heavenly lightning primordial power pearls surrounded Luo, Ruiying tightly. Heavenly lightning. Explode. Chen-Ro raised his index and middle fingers and chanted the incantation furiously. Dozens of heavenly lightning primordial power pearls glowed like lightning before instantly exploding. Despite this, Luo Ruiying remained composed as she confidently dealt with the attack by stabbing her heavenly sword into the ground. Sword energy rippled through the air as a translucent golden shadow enveloped Luo Ruiying. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of heavenly lightning primordial power pearls exploded simultaneously with unimaginable force. The arena was instantly broken into pieces. The spectators sitting nearby were so scared they retreated far away. Thick dust surrounded the arena. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the arena. Chen-Ro clutched his bleeding chest with a smug and sinister smile on his face. With dozens of heavenly lightning primordial power pearls exploding. Even if she survived, she would be half dead. Soon, the dust dissipated. The beautiful Luo Ruiying appeared holding her heavenly sword, completely unscathed. Not even her clothes were damaged, let alone her. How is that possible? Chen-Ro was bewildered. She had been surrounded by dozens of heavenly lightning primordial power pearls when they exploded. How could she have escaped unscathed? Below the arena, the chief family heaved a sigh of relief and were all smiles. Ning Yechen had been smiling the entire time. Luo Ruiying had more or less recovered. Moreover, the immortal techniques she had mastered were among the best in the heavenly realm. Just those silly pearls were not enough to hurt her. The heavenly sword in her hand glowed gloriously and moved at the speed of light. Even when it was still, it looked elegant and extraordinary. If Chen-Ro were not wearing low-level heavenly armor, he would have been cut into two by the attack at the beginning. In comparison to the chief family, the Jang family was very anxious. The envoy of the Sacred Lotus sect was at the peak of the human immortal realm. It made no sense for him to be powerless against this woman. What happened to his confidence? Jiangli had a gloomy expression. He had lost his legs forever, and even his reproductive organs were gone. This made him even more temperamental and cruel. And he blamed Ning Yechen and his family for all of this. That day, he had run into them and been delayed. That was why he had encountered assassins and ended up like this. Before the match, he had spoken to Chen-Ro about publicly humiliating Luo Ruiying. But in the end, the woman unexpectedly won one-sidedly. Chen-Ro was no match for Luo Ruiying at all. The Jang family could not accept this outcome. Chen-Ro finally noticed Luo Ruiying's goddess Luo heavenly sword, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. It was definitely a heavenly sword. Otherwise, she could not have cut through his black meteor heavenly armor effortlessly. At first, relying on the black meteor heavenly armor and heavenly lightning primordial power pearls, he had been confident he could win easily. Unexpectedly, the woman possessed a fine heavenly sword. Chen-Ro's already pale face turned even paler from the blood loss, and his eyes burned with fury. Envoy Chen, what are you waiting for? Kill her already. Jiangli was so furious that he shouted at Chen-Ro. He had lost everything that mattered to him and his interest in Luo Ruiying. Now, he only wanted to see her dead. Moreover, this fight was about his family's future in Nanli City. There was no room for mistakes. Being shouted at by a useless man, Chen-Ro turned even gloomier. After he returned victorious, he would slaughter that idiot Jiangli. If Jiangli had not offended them, he would not have to face Luo Ruiying today. No matter what, he had to win the fight. A firm look appeared on Chen-Ro's face. He took out a lotus seed from his chest and swallowed it. Then a cold and malevolent smile appeared on his feminine face. You asked for it. Luo Ruiying carried Luo Hongye to the wooden house. While knocking on the door, she felt worried. The door slowly opened with a creak. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" Ning Yetchin stood at the door with a smile on his face. For some reason, he could not help feeling something familiar about the girl in front of him. Looking at the face in her memory, Luo Ruing pursed her lips slightly, lowered her eyes, and did not know where to start for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she asked quizzically, "Have you forgotten me?" Underscore Ning Yetchin scrutinized the girl. Her hair was black, her eyes were red, and she was beautiful. She was indeed familiar, but he was unable to remember her. He had seen many beauties in his time, so he had trouble remembering her for a moment. Also, he had gone into reclusion for such a long time, so no one should know he was here. "Who are you?" Ning Yetchin asked awkwardly. He had thought for a long time, but was unable to match a name to her face. When Luo Ruing noticed that he genuinely did not remember her, a look of frustration and disappointment appeared on her face. She could not help saying angrily, You heartless cad." He had taken her virginity, and she was trying so hard to keep their child safe. Now, they had finally escaped from the heavenly realm and came all the way to find him, but he did not remember her at all. She knew that, for a mortal, people could forget many things in 10 years. But she could not help feeling enraged and disappointed when Ning Yetchin forgot about her completely. The scolding instantly left Ning Yetchin stunned. To be honest, ever since he transmigrated into this world and became the demon lord of the demon realm a century ago, he had never dated. He was definitely not a heartless cad. This was ridiculous. This was slander. Pure slander. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Did you get the wrong person? Ning Yetchin felt that this woman must have gotten the wrong guy. Seeing that Ning Yetchin really could not remember her, Luo Ruing sighed in disappointment. She held Luo Hongya and looked at him sadly. "She's your daughter. You are responsible for us." Ning Yetchin was stunned. This news was simply explosive. He suddenly became a father. Ning Yetchin lowered his head to look at Luo Hongya. She looked as exquisite as a doll, and a little shy as she kept looking at him. The little girl was adorable. He inexplicably felt close to her the first time he laid eyes on her. When he was suddenly told that she was his child, he was at a loss. Other than those nights of hot sex 10 years ago, he had not touched a single woman. At the thought of this, something suddenly struck Ning Yetchin, and he pointed at Luo Ruing. "Hey, are you the fairy from those nights?" Seeing that Ning Yetchin had finally recalled, Luo Ruing nodded shyly. After hearing the answer, Ning Yetchin opened his mouth in surprise. "No way. It's really her." Luo Ruing's cultivation was far weaker than before and at a completely different level. Her once beautiful silver hair was now black, so he had been unable to remember her no matter how he tried. He did not think she was the girl from those nights at all. Ning Yetchin was a little puzzled. After having sex with him, the woman who used to be a fairy 10 years ago came back with a child to hold him accountable. As a fairy, considering her rank, she might even be good enough to be a saintess or an empress in the heavenly realm, but she strangely came to the mortal realm to look for him. What made it even more unfathomable was that the higher the cultivation base, the harder it was for people to get pregnant. This was common knowledge. For some heavenly venerables, to have children, they had to keep trying daily with various partners for many years before they succeeded. He had inexplicably hit the bull's eye in one go. Never mind that. As a cultivator, she could use her powers to terminate the pregnancy at any time if she wanted. He thought that after the sex, Luo Ruing would definitely do this to prevent a pregnancy. After all, she was a fairy from the heavenly realm, so she could not casually have a baby. In the end, she had genuinely spent several years waiting for the fetus to grow, giving birth to it, and raising the child. Is she really my child?" Ning Yetchin asked in disbelief. He was simply asking for confirmation, but he knew the answer in his heart. However, the moment Ning Yetchin blurted the words from his mouth, he regretted it. It seemed rather rude. Sure enough, hearing Ning Yetchin's words, Luo Ruing frowned deeply. Her face was dark as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Humph. If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just take the child and leave. You don't have to insult us." With that, Luo Ruing turned to leave without hesitation with tears in her eyes. Leaning on Luo Ruing's shoulder, Luo Hongye looked at Ning Yechen intently with her big eyes. She said quietly into her mother's ear, "Doesn't Daddy want us?" The moment she saw Ning Yechen, she inexplicably felt close to him. Luo Hongye was always shy, but she wasn't afraid of Ning Yechen in the slightest, so she knew that he must be the father she had been dreaming of all this time. Luo Hongye's words struck Ning Yechen in the heart deeply, making him tremble uncontrollably. As the demon lord of the demon realm, he was not the kind of scumbag who would abandon his wife and child. He had not been afraid to do it, so he was naturally fine with taking responsibility. Ning Yechen quickly walked up beside Luo Ruing and grabbed her arm. "Hang on. I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. Let go of me. I don't need you to take responsibility anymore." Luo Ruing angrily pushed aside Ning Yetchin's hand. Afraid that she would hurt the mortal Ning Yechen, she deliberately reduced her strength and did it gently. Even though she had lowered her strength, it should be enough to wrest herself free from a grown man, but she was unable to escape Ning Yetchin's grip. Before Luo Ruing could become surprised, she tasted something in her mouth. She quickly covered it and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Blood appeared on Luo Ruing's hand, and her face became increasingly pale. "Are you hurt?" Ning Yechen instantly gripped Luo Ruing's wrist, looking cold. I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruing struggled to get away, but she had no energy. The moment she took a step forward, her vision turned blurry, and she fell into Ning Yetchin's arms and fainted. "Mommy! Mommy!" Luo Hongye shouted while holding Luo Ruing's arm. Ning Yechen held Luo Ruing by the waist and pulled her into his arms tightly while holding Luo Hongye with his other hand. He comforted her gently. "Don't worry. With me around, your mother will be fine." Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongye to the wooden house. While knocking on the door, she felt worried. The door slowly opened with a creak. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" Ning Yechen stood at the door with a smile on his face. For some reason, he could not help feeling something familiar about the girl in front of him. Looking at the face in her memory, Luo Ruing pursed her lips slightly, lowered her eyes, and did not know where to start for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she asked quizzically, "Have you forgotten me?" Ning Yechen scrutinized the girl. Her hair was black, her eyes were red, and she was beautiful. She was indeed familiar, but he was unable to remember her. He had seen many beauties in his time, so he had trouble remembering her for a moment. Also, he had gone into reclusion for such a long time, so no one should know he was here. "Who are you?" Ning Yechen asked awkwardly. He had thought for a long time, but was unable to match a name to her face. When Luo Ruing noticed that he genuinely did not remember her, a look of frustration and disappointment appeared on her face. She could not help saying angrily, You heartless cad." He had taken her virginity, and she was trying so hard to keep their child safe. Now, they had finally escaped from the heavenly realm and came all the way to find him, but he did not remember her at all. She knew that, for a mortal, people could forget many things in 10 years. But she could not help feeling enraged and disappointed when Ning Yechen forgot about her completely. The scolding instantly left Ning Yechen stunned. To be honest, ever since he transmigrated into this world and became the demon lord of the demon realm a century ago, he had never dated. He was definitely not a heartless cad. This was ridiculous. This was slander. Pure slander. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Did you get the wrong person? Ning Yechen felt that this woman must have gotten the wrong guy. Seeing that Ning Yechen really could not remember her, Luo Ruing sighed in disappointment. She held Luo Hongye and looked at him sadly. "She's your daughter. You are responsible for us." Ning Yechen was stunned. This news was simply explosive. He suddenly became a father. Ning Yechen lowered his head to look at Luo Hongye. She looked as exquisite as a doll and a little shy as she kept looking at him. The little girl was adorable. He inexplicably felt close to her the first time he laid eyes on her. When he was suddenly told that she was his child, he was at a loss. Other than those nights of hot sex 10 years ago, He had not touched a single woman. Underscore, huh? Underscore at the thought of this. Something suddenly struck Ning Yechen, and he pointed at Luo Ruiying. Hey, are you the fairy from those nights? Seeing that Ning Yechen had finally recalled, Luo Ruiying nodded shyly. After hearing the answer, Ning Yechen opened his mouth in surprise. No way. It's really her. Luo Ruiying's cultivation was far weaker than before and at a completely different level. Her once beautiful silver hair was now black, so he had been unable to remember her no matter how he tried. He did not think she was the girl from those nights at all. Ning Yechen was a little puzzled. After having sex with him, the woman who used to be a fairy 10 years ago came back with a child to hold him accountable. As a fairy, considering her rank, she might even be good enough to be a saintess or an empress in the heavenly realm, but she strangely came to the mortal realm to look for him. What made it even more unfathomable was that the higher the cultivation base, the harder it was for people to get pregnant. This was common knowledge. For some heavenly venerables to have children, they had to keep trying daily with various partners for many years before they succeeded. He had inexplicably hit the bull's eye in one go. Never mind that. As a cultivator, she could use her powers to terminate the pregnancy at any time if she wanted. He thought that after the sex, Luo Ruiying would definitely do this to prevent a pregnancy. After all, she was a fairy from the heavenly realm, so she could not casually have a baby. In the end, she had genuinely spent several years waiting for the fetus to grow, giving birth to it, and raising the child. Is she really my child? Ning Yechen asked in disbelief. He was simply asking for confirmation, but he knew the answer in his heart. However, the moment Ning Yechen blurted the words from his mouth, he regretted it. It seemed rather rude. Sure enough, hearing Ning Yetchin's words, Luo Ruiying frowned deeply. Her face was dark as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Humph. If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll just take the child and leave. You don't have to insult us." With that, Luo Ruiying turned to leave without hesitation with tears in her eyes. Leaning on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, Luo Hongye looked at Ning Yechen intently with her big eyes. She said quietly into her mother's ear, "Doesn't Daddy want us?" The moment she saw Ning Yechen, she inexplicably felt close to him. Luo Hongye was always shy, but she wasn't afraid of Ning Yechen in the slightest, so she knew that he must be the father she had been dreaming of all this time. Luo Hongye's words struck Ning Yechen in the heart deeply, making him tremble uncontrollably. As the demon lord of the demon realm, he was not the kind of scumbag who would abandon his wife and child. He had not been afraid to do it, so he was naturally fine with taking responsibility. Ning Yechen quickly walked up beside Luo Ruiying and grabbed her arm. "Hang on. I didn't say I wouldn't take responsibility. Let go of me. I don't need you to take responsibility anymore." Luo Ruiying angrily pushed aside Ning Yetchin's hand. Afraid that she would hurt the mortal Ning Yechen, she deliberately reduced her strength and did it gently. Even though she had lowered her strength, it should be enough to wrest herself free from a grown man, but she was unable to escape Ning Yetchin's grip. Before Luo Ruiying could become surprised, she tasted something in her mouth. She quickly covered it and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Blood appeared on Luo Ruiying's hand, and her face became increasingly pale. "Are you hurt?" Ning Yechen instantly gripped Luo Ruiying's wrist, looking cold. I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruiying struggled to get away, but she had no energy. The moment she took a step forward, her vision turned blurry, and she fell into Ning Yetchin's arms and fainted. "Mommy! Mommy!" Luo Hongye shouted while holding Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yetchen held Luo Ruiying by the waist and pulled her into his arms tightly while holding Luo Hongye with his other hand. He comforted her gently. "Don't worry. With me around, your mother will be fine."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.